1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Nerd Squad, there's a 7-second delay. It is 4:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Good morning, everybody. It is November 22nd, 2024. This is a consensual recording of myself, Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen. Something I want to emphasize because there's a woman in this county who has my same first and last name that moved here at some point in the last 9 years, and she has an extensive criminal history. That is not me. My middle name is Renee. I've been arrested for stealing a bagel, and it doesn't even show up on my criminal record. That was also over 20 years ago. This, on top of being a consensual recording of myself, Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen, is taking place from my condominium in Everett, Washington. This condo is legally mine, though it is currently in the name of my extortionist mother due to ongoing fraudulent activities. For the record, I am making this recording under the explicit guidance of the FBI, i.e. the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have identified me as a confidential informant in an ongoing investigation into serious criminal activity. If you're just tuning in, you can find evidence of the crimes I've been reporting since December of last year on my Twitter page under the highlights section. Furthermore, I have issued a series of legally binding and enforceable cease and desist letters to the parties involved in this criminal conspiracy. These letters, dated November 20th, November 16th, October 20th, October 15th, and September 25th, or in September 15th of this year, meticulously detail the unlawful actions taken against me and demand their immediate cessation. These letters can be found at Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Again, that's Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. For the third and final time, Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. I urge those implicated to review these documents carefully and consider the severe legal ramifications of their continued noncompliance. As many of you know, I have been unlawfully confined to my home for the past 107 days due to the actions of individuals identified as federal felons, including those residing in Unit 207 of my complex, members of the North Everett Police Precinct, and various co-conspirators. This includes those who may be driving a red pickup truck similar to the one observed parked outside of my front door yesterday, just as my neighbor Russ was leaving. The FBI has advised that this suspicious activity, particularly involving Russ, could be an attempt by the federal felons to manufacture a pretext for further illegal actions against me. This ongoing criminal conspiracy has involved a relentless campaign of harassment, stalking, witness tampering, fraudulent attempts to interfere with legal processes, and even the kidnapping of my children. Today, I am under instruction from the FBI to document my activities as they anticipate further illegal actions against me, particularly when I attempt to retrieve a grocery delivery later this morning. This delivery is the only one out of 9 attempted deliveries that the federal felons upstairs haven't managed to cancel and steal the money for, rendering the service useless, as they have repeatedly done with all of my grocery deliveries since September of last year. I am going to be wearing a sign outside when I go outside that I will show you on the live stream. It was made and painted over a week ago pursuant to the FBI's instructions and foresight. It says, stop. The fact that you're reading this means you're guilty of many crimes. This will serve as a clear warning to any individuals involved in this illegal conspiracy. This live stream will run for the next 12 hours. That is until around 4:30 p.m. this evening, capturing all events that transpire. It is my hope that this recording will serve as irrefutable evidence of the crimes being committed against me and aid in the swift apprehension and prosecution of those responsible. To those watching, please be advised that any attempts to contact me or interfere with my activities will be considered obstruction of justice and will be reported to the FBI as well as under their surveillance, monitored by and recorded by them. This is in tandem and concurrent with the list of felonies, including a Class A felony that you're guilty of, that are posted on my door, which can be viewed in many other prior live streams. Namely, witness tampering, which the FBI intends on prosecuting everyone who's been watching these in real time with as a Class A felony. Any and all criminal trespass to approach me or to enter my yard holds no immunity, regardless of your profession or any fraudulently obtained court orders you may possess. This includes attempts to serve me with additional fraudulent documents, such as those potentially obtained yesterday in ex parte. There are zero exceptions and zero exigent circumstances that justify violating my rights, particularly when based on fraudulent court orders obtained through deceptive means. There is no immunity for anyone, regardless of their job or their assessment that a fraudulent court order is an excuse for breaking laws. These actions constitute ADA violations as well as violations of my right to private property, witness tampering, obstruction of justice, especially given my lack of a pro se appearance in any legal proceedings. I am prepared to face whatever challenges today may bring. I will not be intimidated, I will not be silenced, and I will continue to fight for justice for myself and for all of those who have been victimized by these criminals. Let the record show that I am proceeding with caution but with unwavering determination. The truth will prevail. And to those who continue to participate in this charade, I urge you to reconsider your actions. The FBI is watching, they're recording you. They've had that same exact MO for many, many months, to say the least. To say the least. In and off of the Lionsgate condominium premises, I might add. Your crimes are being documented. Do the right thing. Abide by the law. Let me get my groceries in peace. It's not too late to choose the path of cooperation and avoid further legal consequences. So again, this live stream should run until around 4-something p.m. this evening. If for any reason this live stream ends without me orally telling you the time and that it's ending, be advised I did not end it and the federal felons upstairs ended it. Something that's alarming because according to the FBI, every time that they do that, which they've done a few times, that it is in order for them to attempt to perpetrate additional frauds and or something that they could be doing to attempt that final illegal entry attempt that the FBI has instructed will be occurring for 2 months as of November 26. Now, you will hear something I already said because I am under instructions to play this back on a different laptop and make sure there's audio. All right, now I'm going to play that video and we'll make sure there's audio. 1, 2, 3. Yep. 4, 5, 6. Let's listen again to what I already said. All right, their spot is a 7-second delay. It is 4:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Good morning, everybody. It is November 22nd, 2024. This is a consensual recording of myself, Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen. Something I want to emphasize because there's a woman in this county who has my same first and last name that moved here at some point in the last 9 years. She has an extensive criminal history that delivery is the only one out of 9 attempted deliveries that the federal felons upstairs haven't managed to cancel and steal the money for, rendering the service useless, as they have repeatedly done with all of my grocery deliveries since September of last year. I am going to be wearing a sign outside when I go outside that I will show you on the live stream. It was made and painted over a week ago, pursuant to the FBI's instructions and foresight. It says, stop, the fact that you're reading this makes you guilty. This will serve as a clear warning to any individuals involved in this situation. This live stream will run for the next 12 hours. That is until around 4:30 p.m. this evening, capturing all events that transpired. It is my hope that this recording will serve as irrefutable evidence of the crimes being committed against me and aid in swift apprehension and prosecution of those responsible. To those watching, please be advised that any attempts to contact me or interfere with my activities will be considered obstruction of justice and will be reported to the FBI as well as under their surveillance, monitored by and reported by them. This is in tandem and concurrent with the list of felonies, including a Class A felony that you're guilty of, that are posted on my door, which can be viewed in many other prior live streams, namely witness tampering, which the FBI intends on prosecuting everyone who's been watching these in real time with as a Class A felony. Any and all criminal trespass to approach me or to enter my yard holds no immunity, regardless of your profession or any fraudulently obtained court orders you may possess. This includes attempts to serve me with additional fraudulent documents, such as those potentially obtained yesterday in ex parte. There are zero exceptions and zero contingent circumstances that justify violating my rights, particularly when based on fraudulent court orders obtained through deceptive means. There is no immunity for anyone, regardless of their job or their assessment that a fraudulent court order is an excuse for breaking laws. These actions constitute ADA violations as well as violations of my right to private property, witness tampering, obstruction of justice, especially given my lack of pro se appearance in any criminal proceedings. I am prepared to face whatever challenges today may bring. I will not be intimidated, I will not be silenced, and I will continue to fight for justice for myself and for all of those who are victimized for these crimes. Let the record show that I am proceeding with caution but with unwavering determination. The truth will prevail. And to those who continue to participate in this charade, I urge you to reconsider your actions. The FBI is watching, they're recording you. They've had that same exact MO for many, many months, to say the least. In and off of Lionsgate on the premises. Your crimes are being documented. Do the right thing. Abide by the law. Let me get my groceries in peace. It's not too late to choose the path of cooperation and avoid further legal consequences. So again, this live stream should run until around 4 something p.m. this evening, and for any good reason, this live stream ends without me formally telling you the time that it's ending. Be advised I did not begin to enter the federal felons upstairs. Something that's alarming, according to the FBI, every time that they do that, that it is in order for them to attempt to perpetrate additional frauds and or something that they can be doing to attempt that final legal entry attempt that the FBI has instructed will be occurring for 2 months as of 26. Now you will hear something I already said because I am. All right, we have audio. It works. This is the sound of your ride home with Dad after he got the big thing. Awkward, isn't it? Most vapes contain seriously addictive levels of nicotine.
and disappointment. Know the real constitutes. Brought to you by the FDA.
Fever, cough, congestion. When the symptoms keep coming, but you've got to keep going, you can rely on Mucinex Fast Max All-in-One. Just one dose of Mucinex Fast Max All-in-One relieves up to 9 cold and flu symptoms, helping you get on with your day. Need cold and flu relief? Get Mucinex Fast Max All-in-One and done relief. It's comeback season. Use as directed. Two of our producers went out to Long Island again this past fall to crash another family birthday party. Karen's dad, Chip, was turning 70.
Hey, happy birthday! What are you guys going to do to celebrate?
I don't know, we're going to have like dinner here. It had been more than a year since the last time we crashed at Peterson for his birthday. And this time, the plan was to sit down as a family and read Inor's screenplay aloud. The Petersons were ready. It turned out this whole plan jived perfectly with another one of their annual traditions.
Between Christmas and New Year's, we read an episode of The West Wing. It's really like The West Wing. But yeah, so we've done this before. You guys are like professional readers of scripts.
I would think no. No, we're not. The screenplay is called Collateral for Temporary. It follows Peter Sorensen, who is based on Iner Peterson. He's trying to make payroll for his employees, so he gets into business with some shady mobster-like characters. He decides to forge passports to get collateral for a loan, which, according to Jamie, is what Iner did in real life. There's also an affair with a woman named Susan, who's apparently also real, and Peter Sorensen is married to a woman named Caroline. Iner also had a wife named Caroline. By the way, we should add here that Iner wrote the notes for the screenplay, but he collaborated on the final product with the screenwriter, so it's not his words alone. So, we sat down in a circle. Everyone had a copy of the script. Karen's dad, Chip, had even pulled the original out of a box somewhere, so he was reading from a copy that Grandpa Iner actually touched. In our heads, the family ghost producers had started calling this the seance.
It's nice and spooky.
Well, the seance is this is the closest possible you can get like talking about the whole and focusing on that. Okay, well, this is my moment. This is what I'm waiting for.
The title is Collateral for $10 million, based on a story by Iner Peterson. Copyright Imminent. Peter, established in shops, Fifth Avenue, Norton. A typical business day in New York City. Number 43, Fifth Avenue, comes into view. He moves slowly through the luxurious 12-room apartment, catching glimpses of antiques, sculptures, original paintings, and soaring high ceilings that characterize the architectural wizardry of Sanford, London.
Karen's dad said, actually, wait a second. This isn't totally made up. That was a real apartment that we lived in for a while. That was my address for, the kind of 12 room for a while. You did have service for us in the bathroom. Other parts of the scripts also ring true.
Peter finishes the last bite of a toasted English muffin and gulps the remains of a Bloody Mary, raising the empty glass to toast his wife.
Ready for work. Some other parts may have been true, but the family did not want to think about them.
He gazes into her eyes longingly. Her return gaze smolders, promising greater rewards.
So let's do morning prayers, guys. You don't need to bow your head. You don't need to close your eyes. You don't even need to fold your hands. Dear Godzilla, all of us want to thank you for letting us be alive. Some of us may not be happy, and that's all right, because we're still alive. And we all recognize that that is the true gift, Godzilla. We all are so appreciative that we have sunshine, and we have grass, and we have food, and we have shelter, and we have books, and we have parables. We have spiritual teachings from around the world, as well as our own built-in Jiminy Crickets. And we are so grateful for that. We are grateful for the happy times we have endured and the tragedies we've endured. And we are grateful that as long as we make sure that our personal Jiminy Crickets are alive and well, that we get to live forever, as we'll have successfully chosen eternal life, which is something that you, Godzilla, offer to everyone, but not everyone chooses to embrace. And we give thanks for the fall weather and the approaching Thanksgiving dinner that many people will be enjoying. I've already had Thanksgiving dinner, but it still is one of the best holidays, I think, forcing large families to get together and share a meal. And just preemptively, I want to give thanks now, Godzilla, to the fact that I will be retrieving my grocery box, so long as it's not stolen, without yet another person having to go to prison. Largely due to the introduction that we just covered in the beginning of this video. And that concludes my gratitude list for the day so far. Amen.
Something else of what else shall I talk about for this evening? And then there were some parts that seemed like they couldn't have actually happened. Could they? 2 seconds later, Peter races out of the bank wearing a Superman costume and mask, carrying a medium-sized pouch. Interesting choice. The trapper reaches over and opens the passenger door as Peter leaps into the car. In the screenplay, this Superman robbery happens before the whole scheme with the passbooks. Peter Sorensen tries to rob a bank in both the Superman costume and the mask. It doesn't work. Are we sure he gets better at it? Are we not? No. Are we? Would we know? It's beautiful. No, I think it was right. I think it was good after the good one. Because it didn't, yeah, it didn't work. You know, and it wouldn't have been meant to know that. It did have it. It would have been all the The Petersons decided they were pretty sure it never happened. Say 90% sure. They did. Then, about 2/3 of the
You're
way
crazy,
through the
kitty. What was
we got to the
that?
scene between Peter and Susan, the one who's having an affair
What
with.
was that?
Thinking of leaving Maryland.
You just felt like running?
I want to be with you. You can't go on like this. It doesn't make sense. It's like parking on driveways and driving on parkways.
The Petersons could not keep it together. They said that was either exactly
What? Just one of those dumb things I sometimes wonder about. If an orange is an orange, why is it? If an orange is an orange, why isn't an apple a red? Or a banana a yellow? So like that, very much. What's green has needed? And people guess a garbage truck. No. Trash. Well, I did not. At the end of that scene, Peter Sorensen and Susan had another little exchange. Peter tells Susan that his wife, Marilyn, is barely aware of all the criminal stuff he's involved in. She'd be mortified that she knew half of what I got myself into. He knows more?
Peter did smile.
And then again, maybe I'll tell her as soon as we get back to New York.
Right there. That was another classic Ira Peterson moment. Even in the screenplay that he wrote himself about his own crimes, there's a sense that he's holding something back, not telling everything.
It's like real life that is true. If you know, it's like, well, we don't have to. I think he's a dreamer. When you know everything and you realize that pretty much all of these schemes failed, it becomes sad.
So instead, not hear about the failures. If there was ever a success, I'm sure we would have heard about it.
And I guess if there's always like another thing that we the next thing
It's the report.
will.
same thing Jane had told us. Right up until his death, Ida thought things are about to change. Even though if he looked around, he would have seen that he actually owned just that jazzy screw, that starving cat. And still, January, all of his kids that drank because he believed that he always said, no, I'll have it. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I do flip side of this kind of living in fantasy is that you're delusional that you could right? So
I think that's a decent trait is to get like it's just like we'll be alright. Whatever happens, will happen. $1,000 from the guy.
even though they don't know
It's something that is double-edged sword. I think that it can set you up for huge disappointment, but then at the same time, you genuinely like do think stuff will work out.
this conversation would come up over and over again with the Petersons. Karen had a sense. We make these stories sound better than they were. And part of her thought, let's
Oh, Hunter, you are just so cute.
our first conversation, was it fraud or was it innocent? We heard about that fraud. We were talking about this too.
Is it your job? Is it your job to keep this kid in the neighborhood?
Petersons started going back and forth about this. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Turns out Chip said, I think it's good.
You know, I have this attitude about, getting away with the morning and go to it, I'm turning 70. A lot of people would be turning 70 looking at their life as like, okay, well, that's never happened. They're sitting around and shit, so they definitely don't have anything to involve me like that. Okay, the next day, next girl,
Karen's sister Connie was like, yeah, I do this too.
I saw you like struggle with like depression and stuff like that, where it is like oftentimes really difficult to see things as other than the gray. Having this part of myself, where it's like I'll come out on top, sort of regardless of how I'm feeling or what happens to me in my life or whatever. It's like a useful tool that I can use or not.
One of our producers came and said, okay, you guys are clearly good at looking at the bright side.
Does it have to be wrong or looking at bad things? That's it. Minimize it. This happens. It's not that bad. It's not even minimizing. I think in my head it's things that things can make you feel small.
Karen said, sometimes she'll talk to friends about something hard that's happening in their life, and she'll play it down. And they'll say, wait, Jack, do you hear how much that sucks? Hey, you need to take a day off from work. Are you okay?
I'm like, oh, it's fine. We can do that. It's fine. And I think that's really concerning about it that like the accounting of our lives is when we handle stuff, or handle stuff in our life. Did things happen? Like, did bad things ever happen? It's unclear sometimes. Like, if anything bad really happened, and that's a scary, unsteady ground to be on at all times. But I think it's too that like all of the people who have gotten sober in my family and like part of the 12 steps is taking on this inventory of yourself and how that plays against this sort of Peterson blinders, because I think this illusion of grandeur mentality, you either are who you want to be on it, you're never saying this is truly how this is.
Truly how this is. That's exactly what Karen was after. In the case of Iron Baptizer, unfortunately, there's only the screenplay version to go on. What happens is that the bedpost falls apart.
You are so cute.
Someone accidentally spills coffee on one of the forged passbooks. When Clerk calls to
My
check the
little
balance,
house otter. My little house otter.
two FBI agents show up at Peterson's office. When they leave, Peter's co-conspirator Harry,
I wouldn't choose any other cat.
and Peter and Harry do eventually stand trial. But just like Ida was in real life, they're acquitted. We don't know how Ida got entirely hocus pocus. None of the witnesses have communicated with Peter Sorensen directly. They've just talked to people that he worked with. That is hearsay, not enough for conviction. And so, the verdict comes back.
The fine defendants, Peter Sorensen and Erica Owens, found
Dude, my cat is also part goat. You see him? He's a little goat cat.
Karen still thought her grandfather was getting off too easy.
Scaling the chairs in the living room.
He looks so good, and it's frustrating that he always looks so good. And I know that's like designed his whole life for him looking good. He gets away scot-free, and so the story is good.
But the family also felt like they'd sort of spent some time with her. For the first time in a while. There's a twist ending to the screenplay. Susan, the woman he was having an affair with, runs off with the money he stashed away for himself, $6 million. The final shot of the screenplay is Susan in a yacht.
We see a name printed on his asset. The name written in font script is the last laugh.
Oh, hold up. This just in, breaking news. The FBI wants me to email it, particularly to Flora Diaz in the Snohomish County Prosecutors Office. And for me to say, you're on notice. So I guess it's going out as a letter too, the introduction to this video.
Go slowly away. Fade out.
Listening to the Petersons read the screenplay, it was tempting to feel like Ira himself had gotten the last laugh. Like he spent his whole life concocting this incredible mythology around himself, so that his failures and flaws were hard to see clearly. And here was his family, long after his death, still telling and retelling Ira's tall tales, remembering him on his own invented terms. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something more interesting happened at the end of the screenplay. Ira gets away with the heist, but Susan is the one who claims the actual prize. Her reward for putting up with Ira is to sail off into the sunset with the fortune she thought could be his. And in a way, that's what happened during our seance. When Ira died, none of the Petersons inherited his supposed fortune. Ira may not have been the mastermind he liked to portray himself as in the stories. And in this weird, drunk, fairly narcissistic way, he gave his family something to believe in. It is what makes us this ability to have this belief in ourselves and believe that things will be okay, but not that things will not. I think it's a huge part of who we all are.
At 5:02 a.m., there are federal felons outside attempting to elicit a man to go to prison on their behalf without immunity, something the FBI has already documented have been doing with 26 other named individuals. And the FBI has been happy that for over 2 months now, they've been able to reduce 27 people from facing federal imprisonment down to single digits. And then all of the idiots in Unit 207 who haven't blown the whistle and will be spending on average 35 to 45 years in a federal penitentiary are real rambunctious upstairs, hoping that the woman outside will coax another person to go to prison because they require his assistance to perpetrate any further felonies.
My family both told me like that, and no one has ever happened. Makes me so like proud.
I think the Petersons got the last laugh. Ira spent his life trying and failing to live in this elaborate fantasy world. And today, the Petersons have the best of both worlds. The one he invented and the one where they can, well, soberly acknowledge his shortcomings. While we were reading the screenplay, at one point Kim's sister Colleen said, I wish Grandpa had sometimes told a boring story, something from his real life. From my old never know of a baby. Even that in front of life in general. Erica Owens, Soraya Shockley, Sally Kelby, Cornelia Rubin, Jen Kennedy, and Jacqueline Casper. This episode was reported by Sam, with additional reporting from Cordelia and James. Our story is Michaela Bauer. Our production assistant is Julia Price. This episode was mixed by Evan Reynolds. Our theme music is by Louis Taylor. Executive producers for Season 3 are myself, along with Keith Reynolds and Leah Tevacoli, and Spoken Theory. Special thanks, as always, to the Kindred Spirits, our supporters on Patreon, who help make our work possible. In addition to ad-free episodes and exclusive bonus content, Kindred Spirits have already heard this episode. They get to listen to everything we do before anyone else. And this week, they're getting a special bonus, a copy of the original screenplay for Collateral for 10 million. If you have the means, please consider becoming a member of Kindred Spirits for just $5 a month at patreon.com/familyghosts. We are proud creative partners of Spoke Media. Find more great podcasts at spokemedia.io. Season 3 continues next week. We'll talk to you then. Thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house is on. Next time on Family Ghosts.
She puts this thing on the counter and she says, "This is for you." And I'm like, "Okay." So I pick this thing up and it's a coin. And this coin says Jamaica.
Growing up, Mariah knew nothing about her father, aside from the fact that he lived in Jamaica. And then one day, in a bagel shop, a mysterious woman gave Mariah a Jamaican coin from 1977, the year Mariah was born.
How do you get a coin the year that you're born? The place that you're thinking of going.
So Mariah did what anyone would do at a family event. Armed with little more than a coin and a hunch, Mariah embarked on a search for a man she'd never met in a country she'd never been to.
I remember flying to Montego Bay and seeing the island for the first time. And the first question in my mind is like, he's down there, like, he's here, like, I'm here.
That's next week, when Season 3 of Family Ghosts continues. You're listening to WNLT. Hopefully you agree.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon. The holidays are here, and you know what that means. It's time to get your friends and family the gifts they deserve. Take the stress out of shopping with Amazon's great deals and low prices on a huge range of items from toys to tech and much more. So wherever you're gifting for, Amazon has great prices on everything you need this holiday season. Shop Black Friday week deals now. Spoke Media.
Hello, Ghost Family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. For the last few months, one of our producers, Soraya Shockley, has been talking to a woman from California named Mariah Landers. And for a while now, Mariah has been on a pretty remarkable journey. One of those where the destination ends up being completely different when you think you're headed when you first set out.
Hello, I'm in Jamaica. It's totally simulated of action. It's beautiful and wonderful.
That's Mariah. She's reading from a journal entry she wrote in the summer of 2000.
Last night, flying into Kingston, the city of magical. I'm glad you can see the disparities as we do to pass property. I'm so glad that I'm here again, healthy and safe.
Mariah was drawn to Jamaica by a bus journey that had followed her through her entire life.
The question that can only ever be answered by resolute silence. The question without the roots. When I first met Mariah, we were sitting in a makeshift basement studio in Oakland, California. Just her, me, and the occasional sounds of Bay Area rapid transit. With the subway above Imminent, we dove right in. What was your childhood like?
Childhood, I grew up with a mom and my mom and grandmother, my sister, also sisters.
Mariah's mother was a single mom. As a child growing up in Merced, California in the 1980s, Mariah was told her father lived in Jamaica, and that's it. She never met him, never even saw a picture of him. Mariah's life back then wasn't complicated, and the things that made her happy weren't complicated either.
We were in a pocket of the suburb outside of town that was not known to me that we were low income and diversity in my life, but it was delightful to see out in the country. We had fields that were on there, walking through the fields, going to the candy store with my family, and so on. Going around doing buggies with my neighbor and going to Garcia. I was in the first 5 years of my life.
Then one day, 5-year-old Mariah was looking through the trash can behind her house and found something she couldn't quite understand. Suddenly, after years of knowing nothing about her father, she found herself holding proof of his existence in her hands. She was too young to fully comprehend the meaning of the moment, but even then, she realized she wanted answers. Mariah called out for her mom and came outside to find her holding the card.
Memory, but we were in the very back of the yard where the trash cans were. It's like the least, aesthetic place in the whole house, and asking where she was with that. And I remember her taking the garbage from my hands, putting it in the trash, and then saying something like, I loved you, Dad, but I didn't like you, Dad, something like that. I remember that essence of that. And then it was totally correct.
When Mariah says the subject was dropped, she means it. She never broached the topic of her father with her mom again. Ever. And over the years, that brief exchange by the garbage cans continued to haunt her.
Finally whispering the card that was from my dad, and reading it, totally shocked, and knowing that I wasn't supposed to.
What is only proof? I guess I wonder, why did she want to share that with you? Why would you tell a 4-year-old that her dad is thinking of her? Her heart looked at her.
From Spokane and WALT, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Santa, and this week, producer Soraya Shopper brings us the story of Mariah's attempt to unravel the mystery of her father's absence. This is episode 22, Betrothed. Our story continues after the break. WWE Universe, the countdown is on. Monday Night Raw is coming to Netflix. This is WWE Superstar Damian Priest. Starting January 6th, Netflix brings you the biggest stars, the juiciest angles, and the high-flying action from WWE Raw that you know and love. There's never been a better time to step in the ring and stream WWE Raw live the father, and the island he called home.
I think what I got was that it wasn't very pleasant, but it wasn't pleasant. He wasn't pleasant, and I think the effort was to scare me to not fantasize about who he was, and to not fantasize about Jamaica and wanting to go there.
But if anything, the silence only fueled my imagination.
It was like maybe Fantasy Island. I would imagine claymation kind of. But, you know, it was animated. It was bright. It was really bright. Like roads going up and around these mountains. And all his own brothers. So I would imagine all of these brothers. Just imagine your dad.
The fantasy was nice. It made her feel loved, safe, and warm. But as she grew up, she craved a more substantial connection to Jamaica. One that she didn't have to daydream about, but could touch and hold and really know. But there was a problem. The only access she had to Jamaica was the pages of her encyclopedia. Other than that, there was a trove of letters she discovered one day while snooping around in her mom's files. The letters were from her father. Mariah remembers rifling through them, hoping to discover secrets about who he was that her mom had kept from her for so long. Mariah became overwhelmed with guilt. She folded them up, put them back where she found them, and never told her mom about the discovery. But the older Mariah got, the longer she went without a concrete connection to Jamaica and her father, the hungrier and more urgent her need for answers became.
And I chose his increase in studying cultural anthropology. Part of the study of cultural anthropology was to do a lot of identity work, and that led to deep research into understanding who I was as a business person.
All right, I just sent off a letter per the FBI's instructions, basically a recap of what was covered in the beginning of this live stream. I'll read it to you. Uno momento.
Presentation, I was standing in front of the class, and I had mispronounced Haile Selassie, and this kid in the very back of the classroom just kind of out loud blurted, you mispronounced that, it's such and such. And I just was totally, embarrassed, but so pissed. Like, I remember having this just a searing emotion to just shoot this guy with bow and arrows. Like, I just saw myself just like how dare you? Just felt so painful and so disruptive to my process. And he didn't know that he was disrupting, that I was being helpful. But what irked me so much was the fact that he was a white male and he had dreadlocks. And I could not stand that he was cloaked and drenched in a cultural experience that was mine to know and love and hold, and here he was totally saturated in it, and I had no access to it at all. And so in that moment, it's just like a flash of never will this ever happen again. I will know who I am. I will know Jamaica. And then that set off this whole chain of events. So then I was at work. I was working at the Santa Cruz Bakery, and I was working the cash register, and I see this woman in the middle of this long line. So there's always this line out the door on Sundays, and this woman is standing in the middle between me and the door. And I see her step out of line and bend over and pick something up. And by the time...
Okay, so this letter is a little different. I didn't post it on my Facebook, but I posted it on the Everett Police Department's Facebook, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Facebook, and I sent it to both via message. Then I emailed it to everyone at the prosecutor's office that's going to prison, to everyone upstairs who's going to prison, to the poor guy outside who's not going to prison but is surrounded by idiots on this premises. who want him very much to go to prison and join them. It was sent to the North Everett Police Precinct, including multiple officers, even the chief of police, who I literally could liquidate the assets of because of what he's allowed to go on. It was sent to Anne Marie Bauer, Alderwood Property Management, Erica Owens, everyone it needed to go to. It was sent to people that have blown the whistle. It was sent to people in Olympia. It was sent to the FBI. It was sent to the Attorney General. And it was sent to damn close to everyone who was going to go to prison, but chose to blow the whistle, which the FBI was so proud of and continues to be pissed off that the idiots in Unit 207 continue to use other people to try and get another person to go to prison with them, since they went from 27 people facing federal imprisonment down to single digits. And for 8 days now in a row, the FBI has stated that the federal felons facing life sentences have been attempting to elicit, solicit, berate, and bully and manipulate another person to join them in prison. It was sent and received from all of my emails from the real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com, Lynette Renee Hansen, Lynette Hansen at rocketmail.com, mom's Linux class at gmail.com, and the account that I created while being held hostage, federal felons in Unit 207 at gmail.com. The reason I didn't post it on Facebook is because it's overkill. It was done just to make it very apparent to everyone who decides to break the law that they're complying with going to jail over the weekend. That's why I didn't post it on my Facebook. It doesn't even need to be filed in cases, because every judge and commissioner already knows. So here's the letter. Let me scroll down. Formal notice and declaration of ongoing criminal activity. Date, November 22nd, 2024. Time, 5:02 a.m. Pacific Standard. To North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors Office, DCYF Unit 207. Anne Marie Bauer, Erica Owens, Alderwood Property Management, Richard Garcia, Snohomish County Sheriff's Department. From Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen, regarding ongoing criminal conspiracy, notice of imminent illegal actions. And final warning. This letter constitutes formal reminder, not notification, guys. This letter constitutes formal reminder and a sworn declaration of the ongoing criminal conspiracy directed against me, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. I am a resident of a condominium in Everett, Washington, a property legally owned by me, though currently titled in the name of Erica Owens due to ongoing fraudulent activities. This communication is being made under the explicit guidance of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, where I am a confidential informant in an active federal investigation into serious criminal activity perpetrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutors Office, DCYF Unit 207, and other co-conspirators, less the sheriffs who have not obliged their request to perpetrate felonies without immunity on and or at their behest. Evidence of the crimes I have reported since December of last year, detailing your unlawful actions, can be found on my Twitter page under the highlights section. Furthermore, I have issued a series of legally binding and enforceable cease and desist letters to the parties involved in this criminal conspiracy. These letters dated November 20th, November 16th, October 20th, October 15th, and September 15th of this year meticulously detail the unlawful actions taken against me and demand their immediate cessation. These letters can be found at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Your continued non-compliance has placed all parties addressed herein severe legal jeopardy and demonstrates a blatant disregard for the law. You are hereby formally notified that your coordinated campaign of harassment, stalking, witness tampering, fraudulent interference with legal processes, and the kidnapping of my children has already been exposed and is being actively investigated by the FBI. Today, under instruction from the FBI, I am documenting my activities as they anticipate further illegal actions against me, particularly when I attempt to retrieve a grocery delivery later this morning. This delivery is the only one out of 9 attempted deliveries that the individuals in Unit 207 haven't managed to cancel and steal the money for, rendering the service useless, as they have repeatedly done with all of my grocery deliveries since September of last year. I am wearing a sign at the FBI's direction which reads, "Stop. The fact that you're reading this means you're guilty of many crimes." This serves as an unequivocal warning to any individual contemplating further illegal acts. Be advised that any attempts to contact me or interfere with my activities will be considered obstruction of justice and will be met with swift legal action. Any and all criminal trespass to approach me or to enter my property holds no immunity, regardless of your profession or any fraudulently obtained court orders you may possess. This includes attempts to serve me with additional fraudulent documents, such as those potentially obtained yesterday in ex parte. There are 0 exceptions and 0 exigent circumstances that justify violating my rights, particularly when based on fraudulent court orders obtained through deceptive means. Let me be clear, there is no immunity for anyone, regardless of their job or their misguided belief that a fraudulent court order is a license to break the law. These actions constitute ADA violations as well as violations of my rights to private property, especially given my lack of a pro se appearance in any legal proceedings. Let the record reflect that I am aware of my rights thanks to the FBI. I am cooperating fully with the federal investigation, and I will not be intimidated or silenced. To those who continue to participate in this illegal conspiracy, this is your final opportunity to cease your unlawful actions. The FBI is watching. Your crimes are being documented. Choose the path of cooperation and avoid inevitable consequences of your actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. It's now 5:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The groceries still haven't been delivered. They might steal the package. They may very well still break the law after getting this. But remember, the FBI has stated every single act on my own sole discretion since August 5th. I can be compensated hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Well, it is what it is. Stay tuned in the live stream when the groceries come and I go out there with my sign. Let's see what happens, eh?
Time she gets to me, she puts this thing on the counter and she says, "This is for you." And, I'm like, okay. So I pick this thing up and it's a coin. And this coin says Jamaica, and I flip it over and it says 1977, which is the year that I was born. So I'm perplexed. I'm very perplexed, and I say, "What do you mean this is for me?" And she says, "It's for you. I found it." And I, I'm checking my mind. I'm like, "Yeah, it's always for me. I don't know if this thing up." This is just within like a week or so, or 2 weeks since that time that I did the presentation. And so in that heartbeat, I know this is a sign from the universe that says you're going to Jamaica. opportunity that I needed to get to Jamaica, and I was gone. You were gonna claim the year that you're born, the place that you're thinking of going.
I'd probably say rarely. There's a complete stranger in a bagel shop of all places, handing Mariah a sign so perfectly tailored to her that it's almost funny. Was Jamaica summoning Mariah? Calling to her? If so, how could she ignore the call? One mystically serendipitous event led to another. See, Mariah has type 1 diabetes and was able to contact the summer camp for diabetic children in Jamaica.
I called them up and said, hey, I'm interested in coming to work for you. And they said, great, come on over, these are the dates. And then that set off the, oh, how am I going to get a ticket? Like, I'm
Just remember, guys, you've been told for over a week that I am Big Bait McGee every time I'm outside. Every time I'm outside my living room window. The FBI gets real excited because they're like, oh, this is my favorite bobbler. This bitch. She brings in the fishes. Big Bait McGee. No immunity. No immunity.
or a broke college student. I'm about to graduate. So I applied for a computer loan and got this computer loan for like $3,000. And it's a compact computer and I wanted to just do it.
The plan was set in motion. Light loan fraud committed, tickets booked. Mariah was ready to set out for Jamaica.
And for anyone who's just tuning in, the FBI has said they have one major felony left, and then it's game over.
Almost. Like most things between Mariah and her mom, they didn't talk about the threat.
One major felony that I personally am affected by, i.e., everything that's going on that doesn't involve where I'm being illegally detained, which the FBI says also constitutes 107 witness tampering charges for everyone upstairs, which is lifetimes of sentences, guys. If you don't know, lifetimes. Anyway, that means there's one more felony left that will take place somewhere outside my living room window in my front door. And then it will be game over.
She told her mom she was going, but didn't tell her why. Her mom never asked, and Mariah never offered. Then, just before Mariah was set to leave, her mom gave her an envelope. It was a letter her father had sent. One of the ones from that secret file Mariah had found many years earlier. The file she never told her mom she knew about. The envelope had Mariah's father's name printed on it. Alexander Lincoln.
She hands me this letter.
And then I just want to remind everyone, because not everyone has legal knowledge. Even a lot of officers, a lot of enforcement officers don't even have courtroom knowledge. That's why there's a lot of enforcement officers that do not like attorneys, even if they are prosecutors. But let me be unequivocally clear, as one of the FBI agents likes to put it. If you've been watching this live streams, you've heard since September 15th that each and every letter that has been received and sent, September 15th, October 15th, October 20th, November 16th, November 20th, and today's, are as legally binding and enforceable per the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals. As me literally handing you an injunction written by everyone sitting in the Supreme Court. Valid for 90 days from the date of receipt. What all of you are failing to realize is what we addressed yesterday. The FBI has said there is not a move, maneuver, thing that you can do that isn't a felony or a series of gross misdemeanors. Nothing. They told you they checkmated you yesterday, but that you still have one move. And I assume that pertains to before your detainment, which the FBI has stated will be a, quote, blitz sweep.
You might want this. Is there any confusion? Are you going to be able to run on me? I think I said please. As Mariah set off to Jamaica, the silence between them remained steadfast. Wow, we got it. They don't mind me on Jamaica. Whatever feelings Mariah had when the mom handed her that letter with the father's name on it, they faded once she got on that flight. I remember flying to Montego Bay and seeing the island for the first time, and like the first question in my mind is like, he's down there, like, you know, where on this island is he driving right now? He's here, like, I'm here. What do you see? Just trees, you see, standing, just see the flashes, you see trees from yeah, I get off the plane, and so the director of the camp was the woman that picked me up at the airport. Remember, Mariah had technically come to Jamaica to work at a summer camp for diabetic children. It's hot, just and beginning to feel the images of culture that I belong to. Oh my God! First, it's the faces of the people, so the broadness in their face, the broadness in their shoulders, the shape of their eyes, and seeing all of that first, and seeing how much I look like most of the people around me, and just feeling that I fit in instantly. During the day, Mariah was occupied with her job as a camp counselor, chasing kids around as they swam and hiked. But she never forgot the true purpose behind her trip. Second night she was there, she got the kids to bed and hurried down to the kitchen, where there was a landline. The chefs and support staff were busy cleaning up from dinner and preparing for breakfast next morning. Mariah picked up the phone book, and I am determined that I'm going to at least try to look up Alexander Richard over. And sure enough, that's what I did. I turned to the Lincolns, and as soon as I saw that list of Lincolns, I took a deep breath and realized, like, oh my God, the name Lincoln is like the least. Mariah was dismayed to discover page after page of what's next to the name Alexander Lincoln, and still there was this thing in me that said, at least try, gotta try. So she picked up the phone and started dialing. I'm laughing now because it's so ridiculous. I'm just cold calling people, and people either one can't understand me, my accent, or I can't understand theirs. So, the third or fourth one, I just realized that this is just going to be an impossible task. And I rose above it. And some of the women that are there cooking, and they're kind of like laughing, you know, I remember one of the guys laughing, and then she was just kind of like smirking, but like with love and like that's adorable. And then this was probably the end of the road. It was how Mariah expected to search for her father's name. She knew that without a phone number, the best bet was spending long nights calling strangers, or maybe posting an ad in the local paper. Other than that, and I just want to be clear to anyone who's watching this, not only have I not been legally served anything since February 2023, no one has written me to tell me that my mother is doing anything involving this house, except the FBI.
And if you go to my Twitter account and look under the highlights from December 2023, you'll read about how this was premeditated by all the imbeciles upstairs going to prison for the rest of their life. Who, I think it's fair to say, have certainly entrapped Erica Owens, have they not? I thought that you couldn't prosecute people you entrapped, guys. I guess the FBI will have to teach you guys some lessons. And let me tell you, you want to know what their plan is? This is their plan. This is their plan. This is what they're going to do to each and every one of you that didn't blow the whistle. Whip it, Devo. When a federal felon comes along, they must whip it. Crack that whip.
My name's Morgan Hillary. I'm single mom with an IQ north of 160. Helping cops solve a murder.
Something I've done. Boom, 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 boom. No. When a federal felon comes along who kidnaps children, holds women hostage, and steals thousands of dollars from them, well, the Jews and the FBI must whip it. Crack that whip. Yeah. Break your Nazis' backs. The FBI is going to whip you. Oh, yes, they'll whip you. They're excited to whip you. They're going to whip it into shape. Shape you up. Go forward. Move ahead. Try to detect them. Then you'll be in cuffs. They're going to whip you. Whip you good. Do. Hey, the FBI said they're going to whip it. They're going to whip you federal felons. Good. Yeah, they're going to whip it. Whip you good. When a federal felon comes downstairs, they're going to whip you. It won't be too long until they whip you. They're going to whip it. Whip the federal felons into shape. Shape them up. Set them straight. Go forward. Move ahead. All you will be doing is perpetrating some more Class A felonies. They're going to whip you good. Shape you up. Set you straight. Take those badges. In those bars. Bring some integrity back to the precinct of fraudsters. Do. You can consider that a promise from the FBI.
Then, two women who worked at the camp approached Mariah. So 2 days into this camp experience, two women came to the FBI and they said
Asterisk. Obviously, whistleblowers excluded.
that in bond, everyone's
In fact, I think we can all assume that the whistleblowers will be given their own licorice whips. Yeah, have some fun with those guys. They're delicious. They're fun with a romantic partner. Licorice whips. All the whistleblowers get those. The FBI, they will be holding the real whips.
about my story of my death, and that accident was actually from Ginger Hill, which is the specific area where my dad is from.
Oh,
And that she
and
was
spoiler
found
alert,
on
there's
the
apparently a
basis
few
of
sheriffs that got some whips too.
Oh,
The real ones, like the FBI guys, metaphorically speaking.
a coincidence, a sign like the corner of the bagel shop. Why they really care? These two women got
barely knew, you're volunteering to find the father. She accepts his help.
Zero exceptions. Zero exigent circumstances. I might add, that's been the case this whole time. This whole time. Something that those of you that are members of the bar knew but didn't share. Shame on you.
And they called me over and sit me down and they said, we have good news and bad news. What would you like to hear first? And it was like, out of nowhere, I just knew. I said, that's everything. And it was a question, or it was a statement that I had never said to myself in such a way, but it was like profound in that moment of like, I already knew this. And this is this. And so we started crying. We started sobbing. And they reached over and grabbed my hands and said, well, the good news is that you have a grandfather and you have 7 years of growth and you have lots of cousins and you have their brothers and sisters. And I just started laughing and crying at the same time, and it was this emotion that I've never felt before. And I could actually cry and sorrow and laugh and joy. In one moment, Mariah Hope gained and lost everything she spent 20 years learning about. The father she desperately wanted to know was suddenly gone, but in his place was a wonderfully overwhelming extended family. So they gave me a data process, and then they came down, found 30 people in 3 cars. 30 people in 3 cars? Yeah. That's how my brain remembers it. I don't even recall how I wanted to look at people. For sure, I think total convenience. So they came down, bucketfuls of people in 3 cars, and they can't put that into one of the dorms or the rooms of the hotel. And they escorted me, so I think it was into violence, and they escorted me over to the door, and opening the door, and the room is just literally filled, like, from edge to edge of people sitting around in a circle, waiting to meet me. I kind of take a deep breath, and I see myself. That's the first thing that I remember, is seeing myself in all of the faces that are in this room. And I kind of collapsed against the door, and my grandfather calls me over, and he sits me on his lap, and he starts to cradle me as a baby. And so I'm sobbing. And he gave me a moment, to do around with like hellos and then hugging people and just meeting them and hearing who these people are for the first time. And it was part of the stories that I feel like my voice. Maybe there's people as my family got to know me and see me and observe me, the more the stories come out. So the more that they recognize everything. For the first time about his personality, so striking the little bit that I was told. And take on because I mean, just really jovial. It's really very charismatic. Everybody loved him. Sort of like community caretaker. He always made sure everybody was okay. People lives. Finally, they took Mariah back to her father's house. This was the last place her dad was alive at. The last place that held tangible proof of who he was and reality. And walking into that house,
was quite a shock because this was 3 years after my dad died, and the baby pictures were still sitting on the main centerpiece of this console, like TV console. So the TV was in the middle of the bookshelf, and then my baby pictures, there's like 3 or 4 on the floor on top, and so this is a setup in which you don't do this for my benefit, but it's busted. So it's really
She wasn't forgotten. If anything, she was revered. Her father had taken care of maintaining her mind as if it was sacred. All those thoughts of being unloved and uncared for were washed away.
I just felt new. I felt like a new person before. I think it was profoundly different. Having shaped my spirit to see all of my curves and all of my routines, and just to feel like this is where I get this trait. I make sense now. My father makes sense. And to be able to look at it with a sense of love and affection and adoration rather than spite. It's hard to say that I had self-hatred, but I think that must have been part of what I was holding. Just feeling so beautiful. I think, totally good. He was everything.
Mariah went on to build close relationships with many of her siblings. She continues to visit Jamaica regularly to this day. Mariah thought she'd finished the journey she had set out on. It was a complete, almost magical story about reconnecting with long-lost family and finding the missing pieces of one's life. And yet, more than 20 years after her first trip to Jamaica, something still haunts Mariah. She's never confronted her mom about why her father had been a secret in the first place. A few years after the trip, Mariah actually went back to her mom's home and took the hidden file of letters. She keeps them in her house, but she hadn't really looked at the letters much since the day she first discovered them. Recently, she pulled them out and started reading.
It's Pandora's baby.
Family Ghosts will continue. So, you want to be a criminal? It's easy. It's not discourage on meetings and figure out a way to turn them on customers. Plus,
Oh man, and I wish I would have gotten authorization, guys, to add to the sign, "You're going to prison." But I didn't get that authorization. The sign I'll be wearing, when I go outside to get my groceries, assuming you don't steal those.
socials go viral, bringing record profits. No sweat. Okay, fine. It's a lot of sweat. But with HubSpot's AI-powered marketing tools, launching benchmark-breaking campaigns is easier than ever. Get started at HubSpot.com/marketers.
With Lululemon, the real gift happens when they're living it. And you give them inclusives with a matching set. The real gift is this. And this. And this. This holiday, Lululemon makes it easy to give a gift that goes beyond. Open them up. Shop now at Lululemon.com.
Remember that story about the birthday card that Mariah dug up from the trash when she was 5 years old, only to have her mother throw it out again? As she got older, Mariah thought back on that moment often. Sometimes she wasn't even
See,
sure
the thing about it is, federal felons upstairs that are still banking on getting another person to join you in prison and be marked a federal felon on your behest, is that A, just the fact that you're still encouraging it is a series of crimes.
What she discovered was overwhelming.
And B, it's not going to happen. Not today. Highly controlled. Shout out to the FBI.
It's a mix of birthday cards to me and letters to my mom. I remember taking one of the letters that totally broke me. It's a beautiful card. It's a foot that is standing on a box, and inside the box is a heart. And on the inside is this note that says how much he loves me. Because I stole that and I told it as well. But you didn't tell us what's happening on the inside of the letters. Would you know? Out of the letters. The only part of it is great shock. And then you read the words of someone that you've imagined your whole life. You see them behind you. You get instant information. His handwriting was like a child's handwriting, really. It was printed. It kind of looked like a third grader's writing. His vocabulary wasn't expansive. But I could feel like the longing came through on his letters. The sadness came through on his letters. And then his definitely became a strong need for him to know that it was love. So I think that the hard part is that having a denied didn't see that he wanted to be a connection. Discovering the letters was a crossroads for her. She wondered how her mother these parts of herself hidden from her. Why would her mom take silent on these feelings? Or I don't want to answer.
Oh, guys. The FBI's plan involves letting some of your battleships fill up with water, but letting some of you who didn't blow the whistle continue to stay afloat just long enough to start sinking your battleships in a way that is, quite frankly, astounding, much sooner than any of you are expecting. Highly controlled, and the FBI has no intention of allowing you who have perpetrated frauds, felonies, and gross misdemeanors and or threatened them every Friday for 14 months, except for 2 in October, to change your fraudulent Fridays to obstruction of justice Fridays. I.e., no one will be able to acquire authorization who isn't already going to prison for the rest of their life. To join those of you who will be in a federal penitentiary for the rest of your lives. Highly controlled. Highly. In fact, it might be fair to say controlled by God. Absolutely.
I put the letters back to protect my mom. Mariah never told her mother about what she saw that day. When it comes to her father, the letters are just one of the many things Mariah and her mother have never discussed. When Mariah and I started talking, she hadn't looked at the letters in a long time. And in the hopes that I could help her finally get answers, I asked her if she wanted to open them again.
So guys, I don't know what this means, but the last FBI update that I got was at 8:30 a.m. It's a done deal. At 8:30 a.m. today, guys, it's a, quote, done deal. What do you think that means? I think it has something to do with the letter that I just had to send out and the fact that no one will be getting any authorization to obstruct justice today. I mean, not speculation, but why would they say it's a done deal at 8:30 in the morning?
Receiving checks for his job. The only son is to care of the baby and themselves with others. So, just wrote a letter. The first question is, did you know how you were the baby? I don't think I wrote this letter ever. It's just very sweet. But I can't talk to them again. These must be for my birth certificate. So that he was good in order to send my mom money. I don't think we'll ever have it. It was impulsive, I guess. I remember going through these at the time, feeling like it was very important. I feel like I'm stopping. Not emotional, so I have these letters. I just felt a little guilty about that. And also, it's just something really, it feels like lazy thinking before I do it. You said you felt like you were raising the dead when you were going through the letters. What did you mean by that? And it just comes out like ugly cry tears. I think what it did is that it's so, his words in his handwriting is just so alive. And it feels like he's really there. I get to be in the room with him. You know, I feel like I've had this ongoing relationship with him and my mom my entire life. And revisiting these letters, it's like I'm restarting the relationship. Rereading the letters opened up a well of emotion that Mariah had carefully tucked away for years. She'd been able to avoid most of these feelings by just staying present. After the trip to Jamaica, she focused on the family members that she'd met there, her brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles. The letters, what they meant in terms of her relationship to her father and her mother, stayed locked away. I feel like I didn't really ever have the right to know him or to understand his voice. That because I'm American born and I've been privileged life in comparison to many relations sisters, that his spirit was a work for them. And that I didn't really deserve it. But reading through them this time, Mariah felt something new. I feel immediately taken back to a place where I once in 1979 through the eyes of my mom. She was probably around 1970. You told me you were 24. What are you imagining when you're putting yourself in your mom's shoes? I'm imagining how difficult it must have been for my mom to have to deal with him, or to deal with the loss of love, but loss of, a future where she was going to have some work to raise him. And like I kind of can sense like this irritation, like why should I help you? I can only imagine what it's going to have to be really young and trying to figure out your future and how you raise this kid. And
mid-70s and trying to figure out, what's next.
Building empathy for her mom was one of Mariah's main concerns throughout this process.
I think the main thing that is not being able to talk about this with my mom.
She really wanted to make sure that the desire to know her father and dig into her past wasn't for the wrong reasons. It was fair to her mom.
I was like wondering, why do I need this? Like, why do I need so much investigation into the male part of into my father part? Because what I know to be true is that I was raised by incredible women, and I don't want to deny how much that was, how much beauty has that man.
After months of talking and working through the complex feelings that surrounded everything with her mom, Mariah told me she felt ready to put all the questions to the woman herself. And finally, she did.
You're on. Hi. Hi. You ready? Yeah. Okay.
But then, there was another curveball.
Well, the first question I have to ask, are you okay if I record?
You're on mine.
Are you okay if I record?
Fortunately, Mariah called me as soon as she got off the phone with her mom. How are you doing?
Great. Doing great.
Okay.
So amazing.
I'm sorry to hear this.
I love this bag. This bag makes me so happy. All the convenience stores that have this bag with just the cheesy smiley face that says thank you and lets you know it's reusable. This is just like, this makes me so happy. Just this little bag, dude. This is fucking awesome. Every store should have this bag. It's the little things, like a Forrest Gump smiley face, that make my day.
Over the last 16 years, the Subaru shared a recommend to supported charities like the ASPCA, Make-A-Wish, Meals on Wheels America, and the National Heart Foundation. When you buy or lease a new Subaru from now until January 2nd, Subaru and its retailers will donate a minimum of $300 to charity. Support a great cause today at Subaru.com/share.
Mariah's conversation with her mom was nothing short of a revelation.
Like, I've never had a conversation like that with my mom ever, and she was the most open I've ever seen her, spoken. She's just, she's never given me this much information in my entire life, so I'm kind of, giddy. It's kind of amazing. It's powerful.
Okay. So delight. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect out of this conversation. Delight was not on my list of things that were going to happen. Can you tell me what made it delightful for you?
I told the whole story. I stayed up so honest with you really hard to just be that really honest with her, because I'm constantly kind of protecting her and I'm constantly pushing. And I told her about the moment of being 4 years old. I told her about finding a card because she had no idea that I had found that card. She had no idea that I had taken this pile of letters. The part about the letters, Sarah, is that she had totally forgotten. She didn't know. She was like, there were letters, but she had straight up put that out of her mind. I said, oh, letters are mom. And she's like, what? She really was shocked. She said, are you kidding me?
Mom didn't know anything about the letters. She'd forgotten. Or maybe more accurately, she compartmentalized everything about Mariah's father, folded up all the memories, heartache, and disappointment, and locked it away in a dark closet in her mind. Closed the doors and never looked back. As wild as it sounds, I can actually relate to Mariah's mom. I have forgotten things that seem impossible to forget. But they were things I didn't want to remember. Either willfully or not, my mind helped protect me from a past too heavy to constantly hold. The same way Mariah's mom protected herself, and by extension, probably thought she was protecting Mariah.
Also, some female who liked to think of herself as the queen of the evictions really wants the FBI to like her, guys. She really wants the FBI to like her. What do you think that means for those of you in Unit 207 that still think you're smooth and didn't blow the whistle? I think it means that there'll be some things happening today that will be very behind the scenes, and those of us who have done nothing wrong and are victims, i.e. the whistleblowers and myself, we just get to sit back and be like, wow, look at these crazy motherfuckers. Look at these crazy folks. And pretty much do that for the whole weekend. That's what we're doing. The whistleblowers and those of us who aren't going to prison for the rest of our lives. We're just watching what we get to see. And we're all aware that there's plenty of shit going on behind the scenes and eyes and ears around this whole building, extending far beyond the reach of a local precinct's capabilities or the dwindling Department of Thought.
As well. But now, 40 years later, her daughter was asking her to open that door one last time and remember.
So what she discovered was that she was really a volatile relationship in the end. Like in the beginning it was great, it was fun, it was wonderful. In the end it was really volatile. So once she explained that, she also explained how she was always afraid that he would come and kidnap me. And that he would, had tried to kidnap her cat, and he actually took her cat and put the cat in the car and was going to take the cat to the dump. And my mom ended up getting the cat, taking the cat, and taking it. So she always believed that he was, she saw the capacity of him to come and take me when that happened. And so,
let me put it another way. People, the federal felons upstairs, thought they successfully bullshitted while concurrently entrapping them into committing a bunch of felonies without immunity. Some of those people, they fucking know. And they are singing to the FBI on this fraudulent, furious federal felon Friday. Don't forget, each and every commissioner or judge that signed off on anything that you've testified for, written about, provided evidence of your stalking me to, is going to have a lot to say to you about the fact that you made them federal felons. But not really, since they've been following the instructions of the FBI too. Knowing that I'm following the FBI's instructions, and that the FBI is only informing us of what we need to know, enough to trap all of you that they've already trapped.
so everything was just really illuminated. And I, in that moment of her saying that, I just understood. I understood everything from her.
And don't forget, every commissioner and judge has the authority, because of you attempting to make them federal felons, to throw you in jail without a trial for up to, 48 hours? Is it 72? I don't know. More than a day, depending on their mood.
Well, ever since I was alone now, of course you would never want to talk about this man. Of course you would never want to share.
So I'm so curious to find out what the fuck the FBI means by the fact that they're going to be sinking battleships in the weeks ahead. I mean, that sounds hardcore, doesn't it? F7. Oh, you hit my battleship. F8. Oh, you hit my battleship.
Anything about the country is never anything to say. My mom also suffered like with trauma and being treated so badly.
To be clear, the FBI has already asserted that just this past week, all of you have had all of your battleships hit. They're all filling up with water. But they're not sinking you for an amount of time that I'm not allowed to say. But you should consider those battleships sunk already. And fortunately, all the whistleblowers are on tugboats. They're not on battleships. They're on tugboats and no one is shooting them.
I hated changes. My relationship with my mom instead of being mad at the animation. I told her, I said, I wish you had told me. I would have seen it if I cared for people's lives. And she's like, she was like, yeah, I never had anything else to say.
Do you have space in your heart to those truths, do you think? That your dad was not nice and was not good to your mom, but loved you deeply?
Yeah, I think that I'm someone that holds complex. Like I've had to hold complexity my entire life, and so this another level of it is not perplexing to me. It is kind of, if anything, it kind of solidifies my positionality as a person who walks in two worlds constantly.
Mariah has only just started grappling with everything she's learned throughout this process, but she's ready to forge a renewed relationship with her mom and start the hard work of transforming her imagination of her father into a fuller and perfect being. She still holds the letters her father wrote all those years ago close to her. One even hangs on a wall with her home. Those letters went unanswered for decades. But recently, Mariah sat down and finally wrote a letter back.
Dear Dad, my entire life has been a pursuit to become imagined who you are. The memories I created of you were joyous and kind, and I came to know you through Jamaica. The family and community there hold moments of you that are so fond and nothing. You look off into them. My aunts and uncles sigh with heaviness when your name is spoken. These new insights complicate my imagination. I must now consider your demon sides. I must now think even about why you lashed out. Was it the stress of North America? Was it the loss of your own vision? Was it a complicated tie back to Jamaica that formed between your father, your family, and the intentions and hopes and dreams you had planted when you came here? I bear the sadness of not knowing and being blind to what really happened. You were me. You were volatile. You hurt us. That's the thing you probably didn't realize at the time, but from being cruel to my mom, it set off course of behaviors in her that led to emotional suffering. She never talked about you, so I wondered if you wondered. She never explained why you left, so I wondered and wondered. I'm a 40-year-old woman, still carrying the cries of a 6-month-old. I know that stress patterns are imprinted in a baby's brain at that age. My cries for you must have etched deep crevices
with time and opportunity, then I realized the salient criteria. The recognition of all the components that comprise my narratives. The relief of understanding what my mom's story was. Understanding the conviction, the airtight seal that I I'm grateful from this.
Zero exceptions, zero exigent circumstances.
What I needed to do is physically out. I understand that. I understand how I have always been.
And on that note, how come Jared Irving's so grumpy this weekend, guys? And later tonight? Is he still working for the North Everett Police Precinct? Oh boy, he's mad tonight and this weekend. Jared Irving was one of the commanding officers reported to the FBI 7 years ago when all of these crimes that have been perpetrated against me, short of me being held hostage, were first threatened.
This episode was recorded by Serena. Our story of it is Michaela Bly. Our production assistant is Julia Press. This episode was mixed by Evan Arnott. Our theme music is by
And if you missed it, guys, for a week now, or I don't know what day it was, some point in the last week, the FBI stated the shark, i.e. the worst of them all, is still in the water.
Our supporters on Patreon who help make our work possible. In addition to ad-free
I.e., no one's blown the whistle on that person,
have already heard this episode. They get to listen to everything we do before anyone
and the FBI wants them.
Patriots are getting a special bonus interview with Mariah and me from our very first conversation about collaborating on this story. If you have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Co-conspirators. It's just $5 a month. Join by visiting patreon.com/familyghosts. We are proud creative partners of Spoke Media. Find more great podcasts at spokemedia.io. Season 3 continues next week. We'll talk to you then. And thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house.
And just to be clear, I have no idea if Jared Irving is the shark or not. I just speculate. If it's not my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who else could be called a shark?
I'm laying on my son's bed, and he's sleeping in the next room with my husband. And I'm sleeping on my son's bed because I need space, because I am extremely pregnant with our second child. Where will I be? Where will I be? Where will I be? Where will I be?
Next time on Family Ghosts. 3 storytellers receive visitations from the past.
So it's Sunday night summer, and I'm at the restaurant.
We get in the car, we go to the cemetery, we search around. Within a short amount of time, I find family plot. There's burial stone.
I was all alone. I was all alone. I was all alone. I was all alone.
Tanisha, Sandy, and Richard all have unfinished business with their parents. Next week, they resolve to do what they know they have to, whether they're ready or not.
So I'm laying on that bed, trying to figure out how did this happen?
That's next week when season 3 of Family Ghosts continues.
Dude, and if the shark ends up being some young girl with a law degree, I am going to take everything she has. Fiscally. Just saying that. To give you notice.
You're listening to WALT. Okay, you did.
This episode is brought to you by Skinny Pop Popcorn. Perfectly popped, endlessly delicious. Oh, so like crunchy. Skinny Pop Original Popcorn is the snack you've been searching for. Made with just 3 simple ingredients: popcorn kernels, sunflower oil, and salt. Snack you've never felt or tasted so good. Perfectly popped, endlessly delicious. Give yourself permission to snack and pick up Skinny Pop Original Popcorn today. Spoke Media.
Hello, Ghost Family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. Friends, Family Ghosts was created based on this feeling that I had. That there were stories in my own family that I couldn't make sense of. Stories told that were told after dinner holidays, after everyone had drunk a little red wine. Stories about things like jewel thieves and long lost uncles. I couldn't get out of my head when everyone left the table and went to bed. I would sit by myself looking on what I heard, wondering how these stories could possibly be true. And if they were, if the truth behind them might actually make sense of things about my life that I couldn't fit together. And so, the idea for this show, originally, was that in every episode, we hear a story like that from someone's family, and then try to figure out the truth behind the legend. But as we find ourselves here, in the midst of the 3rd season of Family Ghosts, I've been realizing that our show is also an opportunity to do something slightly different. Because sometimes people aren't haunted by stories, but instead by the absence of a story. We live in a reality that seems like it must have some sort of story behind it, but the only people who know that story are gone, or they're still around, but they aren't willing to talk. More and more on the show, I find that we're making episodes about people trying to weave their own story from whatever stray threads of their history they have access to. I'm going to tell you about this ring pattern. It's a silver signet ring with the letters WALT etched into the surface. WALT is the name of the radio station that produces Family Ghosts. And I should note that WALT is a radio station I made up. Sometimes people hear the name WALT in the show, and then they come to me and say, hey, I saw Family Ghosts on WALT. Don't hear this? And it's when I tap on my forehead and say, I hear this. Now, if you've been listening to the show for a while, and heard me ruminate on things like haunted forests and secret messages encoded in photographs, I guess it won't surprise you that I had this ring made at a flea market by a man in the Salvador Valley mustache. And I did that because rings are important.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. He had his ring made by a guy at a market with a Salvador Dali mustache.
Alongside my family. Because for a while, rings were our family business. My great-grandfather Saul moved to the U.S. with $15 in his pocket. He became a traveling salesman selling rings and rings. Many years later, his son, Michael McGinn, became an engineer in the Coast Guard during World War II. And after the war, McGinn wanted to continue his engineering career, but no one would hire him because he was Jewish. So he picked up where Saul had left off and became a jewelry business. He became a salesman in the diamond district on 47th Street here in New one, which is where he met and ended up being married to a woman who, speaking of rings, was part of an international Judas smuggling ring. And this one, who Ghost Family Guidelines will recall from our prior episode, was named Cindy. And Cindy tried to establish trust with both of his kids, my mom and her siblings, by getting them presents. So at some point, she gave my mom this big doll. And that gift actually led to my mom's first art project, which was that she chopped the head off the doll and hung its headless body from the railing in their house. My mom went on to have a career making analog art with what I perceived fairly intense decades, which I grew up seeing on the walls and bookshelves of our house, which is what led me to ask my mom about the legible secret in the first place. So that's half the reason that it was important to me to have this ring with a handmade design. But then there's the inscription on the ring, WALT. The reason I picked WALT for the name of my imaginary radio station is to pay homage to a man named Walt Kelly, creator of my favorite comic strip. It's called Pogo, and it ran from the late 40s all the way to the 70s. But I discovered it when we used to go to visit my grandmother on my dad's side in upstate New York. My grandparents had almost all of the Pogo books in their basement, and the strips have this incredibly kinetic, heartfelt mix of slapstick comedy, absurdist wordplay, turtles playing banjos, alligators smoking cigars, and, as I would only appreciate 10 years later, fairly subversive Cold War political satire. I used to spend entire afternoons in my grandparents' basement reading and rereading these books, with the dull hum of adult conversation upstairs in the background. Those are some of my happiest memories. To this day, Pogo is one of my absolute favorite things in the world. So I had always thought it would be cool to have a radio station called WALC in honor of Walt Kelly. But the thing that really cinched it was this conversation I had with my dad's older brother. I was interviewing him about another brother of theirs, an uncle I never got to meet because he died by suicide when he was very young. That was the story that became the basis for the finale of our first season. In the midst of this interview, I asked my uncle about Pogo and whether he had read it growing up. He told me that he had, and that in fact, reading Pogo and laughing about it with my grandparents was one of the ways they'd all been able to keep going in the wake of the suicide. It turns out that Walt Kelly was a ray of light in the midst of this incredibly dark time for my family, which I had no idea about when I started reading Pogo. A Ghost Family, I would like to think that the first time I opened a Pogo book and felt this immediate connection to it, I somehow sensed mystery. And to the extent that WALT is a radio station, which, again, it technically isn't, that wave of recognition is what I like to think will tune into. Whenever I sit down in the booth to record something for Being Ghosts, I shut my eyes, I touch the surface of my room, and I imagine a radio dial locking onto a broadcast that was previously a cascade of static. But suddenly, a new station is coming through loud and clear. All at once, the threads have come together, and I can hear something that I never knew was there. Today on the show, we're going to do something a little bit different. Instead of one story, we're going to bring three, each of them about that moment when the static abruptly dissolves. From Spoken Word and WALT, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sandra, and this is episode 23, Your Ghost. Coming up in April.
He knows that I have nothing but patricide in my heart.
We'll be right back.
With Bill and Leonard, the real gift happens when they're living in it. When you give a fan favorite everywhere about that, the real gift is an ultra-soothing breast feel slide, and again, you're really giving them this
in the moment. Shop now at Lululemon.com.
Bud Light knows that there's no better day than game day. Good food, great company, and plenty of cold ones for the tailgate. Bud Light makes football easier to enjoy, especially when your team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri. Welcome back, folks. Our first story this week is by Sandy Marks. She told the police that family ghosts lie.
So it's Sunday night supper, and I'm at the restaurant. I'm sitting across from me is my dad, and sitting to my left is my adorable husband. Now he is holding my left hand pretty tight, and to the uninitiated, people sitting in that restaurant, they probably thinking, oh, what an adorable family. It's a Sunday night, they're out to dinner, look at her with her dad and her husband, and that guy can't keep his hands off of her, which might or might not be true, but he's not holding my hand because he likes me, which he does. He's holding my hand because he knows that I have nothing but patricide in my heart. And that if he lets go, I'm going to reach for the utensil, probably the fork, it looks the most damaging, and I'm going to lunge at Arnold, my father, who I'm so unreasonably angry that I cannot tell death. Now, my dad is in town from Florida just for the weekend because it's my mom's unveiling. Now, if you're not Jewish, I will quickly give you a little tutorial. An unveiling is the saddest Groundhog Day in the world. Suppose someone you love, in this case my mother, my world, my rock, the most gorgeous, fabulous creature. She's like the definition of moxie. She's a big woman, always sweating. She, without any like provocation, would just start singing Peggy Lee at the grocery store, like is that all there is? I don't know. The woman was, she always embarrassed me, but I didn't do her pride. And my friends, she was the one that all your friends loved. She was it. And she's gone, and I'm stuck with him. And the funeral was here earlier in North Everett, Queens, on a really cold December day. And, you know, Jews, we all traipse over to the cemetery. No, we didn't have a rabbi because I'm just a cultural Jew. So instead, they got a red one, and we're in a big economy, so it's not really that big deal to find, you could rent anything. I mean, you could rent some oil. They probably get like 5 stars on their Yelp review. I don't know, but it's not that big a deal. At the time, it was probably Craigslist or Angie's List. I don't know. We rented him. He seems fine. Who knows? You're so sad. You're not really thinking about it. And everyone's standing there in the cold. And then they had this tradition, which I'm sure a lot of you think is lovely, where you have to shovel the first shovel of dirt over the casket. I don't like it. I can hear the crunch still all these years later. You know, the union dudes are standing back there with their shovels. They're like, come on, Jews, hurry up. We got work to do here. It's just, okay, and then a year later, you go back to the unveiling when the stone is etched, and you have to rent another rabbi. It wasn't the same one, because I never kept track. I rented another one. Far fewer people show up. Traipse back, it's cold. You're back there, and then, and it's covered in muslin. And it's like all of a sudden he becomes kind of taller and like lifts it off. Like, you can almost think he's saying in Yiddish abracadabra. I mean, you can't feel it. And there in the hold is my sweet Rita Handelman, born in 1929, died in, she's 74, she's young. And I'm spent, I'm exhausted. We had just gone through this. And I told my dad, okay, after the unveiling, I'll keep my promise and I'll take you to your absolute favorite restaurant before you have to go back home, which was our whole family's favorite restaurant, and it's Sammy's Imminent. Now, I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's right near here. You kind of traipse over there when you're done. Now, the thing, this place has been open for a really long time. I don't know, because they haven't washed the windows since Carter was on this. It was kind of messy.
messed up, and they didn't give the right. And okay, so she dies because of this sugar problem. It didn't have to happen. And I was so angry at him because I knew that if he had done more, or at least in my mind, if he had done more, this didn't have to happen. And now he's here, sitting across from me, and he's eating with his mouth like we all do in my family. We're Jews. We spit our food while we're talking, and food spraying, and while his mouth is moving, I just want to oh, I'm so angry. But I do the only thing that I know will keep me sane, because this was before that I could microdose. I didn't have... I didn't. I mean, now I do. I do. But then I didn't have that. There was nothing like that. So I had to drink. And I'm not, I weigh 99 pounds, so I don't drink that much. So I just started drinking the vodka on the table because I also thought, oh, it's on the table. It's just for all of us. It's free. It's not, believe me. But what do I know? So I'm drinking, and I'm eating my boiling meats, which are delicious, but schmaltz involved. It's not exactly something for your digestion system that's going to go well. But I don't care. I'm just doing it. So I eat the meal. I don't even know what's going on because I'm getting really drunk. And finally, Keith, God bless my husband, pays the check, and he starts ushering us out of the restaurant. So I go first, and he's going to help my dad. And I walk outside, and I get to our car, which is parked right there. I get inside the back. I know they'll ride shotgun. And I guess it was a combination of the vodka and the meats and the schmaltz, but I start really letting it go. Letting it all go on Christmas Day. I just let it all go. It's like an exorcism. It's all going. All that anger and all that disappointment and sadness in the form of like small potatoes and bristle. There's bristle. It's all out there. I'm really sick, but I'm starting to come back to myself. So I'm sitting in the back street in my head. Okay, back seat. Meanwhile, my dad and my husband come. They don't even notice that there is some sort of toxic fire happening on the street. They don't even see it. They just get in the car, and I'm old, so I'm giving the motion that I roll down the window. I push the button. The window goes down, and then I hang my head out like a golden retriever, all the way up the Bronx River Parkway, back to Westchester where we live, sniffing at the air, trying to get back to some sort of health. I'm a mess. And my dad and Keith are talking about sports, or I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not really listening. All right, so we get back home. Now, meanwhile, I got to get my dad back to the airport the next morning, or there really will be some blood on some carpet somewhere in my house. So I'm starting to come back to myself thinking, okay, so I'm wandering around, but Keith can't find me. I'm sort of lost to him. Now, the house isn't that big. Now, he's already put my dad to bed. He's got him undressed, he's packed his bag, he set the alarm, can't make any mistakes, packed him up. Now he's looking for me all over our house. I'm gone. He checks the kitchen. He checks the bedroom. He checks everywhere. And he thinks, which had good reason to think, that I wandered onto the post road. He doesn't know. He just thinks I've gone crazy. So, and our kids, I think they were out on a sleepover that night. They weren't even home. So finally, he finds me. I am completely blackout drunk in my closet. I'm out, and I'm hugging a brown suede boot. One boot. I'm in the fetal position. And I must have been a mess because he had to extract me from the boot. And he probably hosed me down. I'm sure I smelled like really old cottage cheese. I don't know. I was a mess. He got me undressed. He hosed me down. He got me into bed. He set my alarm. He knew I got to get this to the airport in the morning, or this is really going to be a repeat tomorrow. It's going to be like Days of Wine and Roses. This isn't good. All right. So finally, I get into bed. I must have, I was knocked out. So I must have, been asleep, because then the next thing I know, the alarm rings and I got to get up to get my dad to the airport. Now I'm still a little drunk. It's about 8 a.m, but I'm like, I gotta get him to the airport. I gotta get this man that I really don't like to the airport, who I'm still so angry at. So I get up, he's ready, he's very quiet. I get him in the car, it takes time, I get in the car. We drive, we don't make a sound all the way to Kennedy Airport. It's like, I don't even think he puts the music on, which normally would have been like some sports station. But I think he knew, just leave her with her thoughts, leave her with her thoughts. So we get to Jetway. We pull up, and I do the unthinkable, which is that I double park. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't do that. I'm a rules girl. If you double park, you're going to get yelled at. There's going to be a whistle blown. But I'm not even thinking. I'm not worrying about any of that. So I pull up, and I get out of the car. And now, I don't know what takes over me. I don't know if it's because I'm a mom. I don't know if it's because I'm a human being. I don't know if it's because
I just have feelings that I couldn't control, but I'm walking a little bit towards the door, and then I turn to face me, and I grab him, and I hug him so much. I put my arms around him, and he knows me too, because he knows that I must have these suicidal tendencies, and he might be thinking, oh, she's a Jewish public police. So I'm hugging him really tight, and I'm just feeling him until finally I feel him start relaxing to me, and just kind of start to hug me back. I don't know until I feel him hug me back. I release, and then I say, bye, Dad. Bye, Dad. And I watch him start to walk with his rolling luggage, and he's frail, he's round-shouldered, I just see his back, round-shouldered, his little head, shuffling slowly, and my heart is breaking because he's all I have. He's the only parent I have. Good or bad, he's not making mistakes, but don't you know this heartbroken man who lost the one woman who he loved so much, did whatever he could, which was capable of doing, and watching him walk back towards the doors, meeting me, was finally the moment.
Remember, attempting to execute a fraudulent court order, i.e., any court order acquired due to fraud, is a series of felonies without immunity, and under no circumstance is it a license to perpetrate those felonies. Well, I have a fraudulent court order. This means I have a license to commit more felonies. No, no, no. No, no, no. Silly federal felons going to prison for the rest of your lives. I don't understand what part of the very clear and concise messages you've received from the FBI as recently as yesterday, when they literally instructed me to tell you there is not a move you can make that is not either a Class A felony or, quote, a series of gross misdemeanors. Not a move.
That was Sandy Marks. Coming up after the break, we'll meet Richard, who goes hunting for answers that might be too late to find. We get in the car, we go to the cemetery to search around. Within a short amount of time, I find the family plot. There's burial stone. Family Ghosts will continue.
His company's Jackal is an exceptional assassin.
Straight down on people.
We'll clear them unless we stop them.
Academy Award winner Eddie Vedder. You'll pay to pay. I'm Charlie Granor.
Jackal's head. Local answers.
After the war, they shot up and
I will find him, and I will kill him myself.
you know what? The day of the Jackal straight down on TV. Welcome back to episode 23 of Family Ghosts. This week, we're bringing you 3 different stories about people receiving transmissions from the past. Next up, Richard Cardone, who told this story on Family Ghosts Live last summer. My mother's name was Angeline, Little Angel. I always thought that name was a little bit facetious because most of her adult life, she was a pretty large woman. A lot of that weight issue had probably something to do with the fact that my mother gave birth to 9 children in 18 years. I was number 6. Probably had an awful lot to do with the fact also that she was never really good at taking care of herself. I mean, she was the most loving, giving, service-oriented woman I ever knew. And she had this deep-seated sense of inadequacy. So now, no matter what she did in her life, it just wasn't enough. It was almost as if she was invisible to the world. I remember we end our days as 9 kids that she'd take care of, and she'd just be at her wits' end. And we'd hear that wail bellowing through the house, "Mom, you kids, do it for that's the way we lived our lives, that we were never going to be enough. My mom died in March of 1991, and we sort of followed in her footsteps. All of my 8 brothers and sisters ended up in some kind of service-oriented jobs. Psychotherapists, teachers, nurses. My sister's a social worker, but I had to go a different route. I was so afraid of being gay and labeled the gay one in the family that I was going to insult the world, God, that I had to hide it. And I went the religious route. And at the age of 16 years old, I devoted my life to Jesus Christ and entered a Catholic monastery of monks and took a vow of celibacy for the emperor. Because a 16-year-old wouldn't want to give up his penis for the rest of his life. I quickly learned how to do all of this, but knew it wasn't a true me, and I was feeling inadequate. And I finally, right after my mother died in 1991, decided this is not the life for me, and I left. In a very, very short amount of time, about a year after she left, I came out of the closet and I met a guy, my partner Peter, who I was with for 18 wonderful years of life. And he was the one I know. Was my teacher. He got me going in all things relational, all things feeling good about myself, all things gay. And he was kind of my mentor in all of this. A couple of years into our relationship, though, he wasn't doing too well. And I reflected back to my mother and what went on in her life. So I went to visit my Aunt Nettie. My Aunt Nettie was the youngest sister, and my Aunt Jo, she was the oldest sister. My mother was the youngest sister. And I said, you know, buried Mom 2 years ago, I still have this thing of how come she was the way she was. I don't even know how she got her name. And that's when I got the story of the 2 little angels. It's October of 1921. My grandfather, what do you know, my grandmother Fortunata, she just landed on the other side off the ship coming from Roca Seca, Dry Rock, in Italy. Powerful immigrants, which we should protect today. Thank you very much. Powerful immigrants who had a dream in this country. In tow was their little daughter Josephine, my Aunt Jo. And my grandmother was mighty pregnant with her second child. Only a week after she landed and settled on Mulberry Street, Little Italy, she gives birth to a beautiful daughter. And christens that daughter Angelina. Angelina was the apple of everybody's eye. She stood for what was great with a new country. She was embodying all the hopes and dreams that everybody had for this new world. She could do no wrong. Short amount of time, because it's a good Italian Catholic family, my grandmother Fortunata gets pregnant again, only about a year after giving birth to Angelina. In her 9th month of pregnancy, Angelina gets violently ill. And tragically, she dies that week of scarlet fever. Only 6 days after trying to deal with that, they made a decision to ship the body back to Italy. After putting the
Okay, Nerd Squad, since they're doing what they're doing still with the delivery services, I'm going to place a 9th order for delivery, and we'll once again get it on record that once again they criminally and illegally canceled it, stole the money. We'll place a few.
You know, I'm not a big believer in armchair psychology. I don't really believe in an awful lot of the things that people say about it, but there's got to be some kind of a connection between never feeling like you're good enough, feeling like you're invisible, a total sense of inadequacy, and never measuring up to a dead end, a system you'll never meet or can live up to.
Oh, they won't even let me do that now without forcing me to pay more money. So I guess that's off the table. Remember, federal felons, what am I getting for every penny you've stolen for 14 months? $100 back. And optionally, the right to liquidate everything you possess, your severance package in many cases. Liquidating your assets included the guy's car out front with the big dent that thinks his car is real impressive.
So we decided we needed to do this for both of our sakes. And we went and we got tested. Sure enough, he tested positive for the AIDS.
And then don't forget, the FBI has stated all of the orders you've been canceling this last week of necessities constitute several acts and crimes than what you were going to be charged for. One of which begins with cruel and unusual. So mark my words, you're going to be delivering every day next week, and I'm going to show you that irrefutably in less than 48 hours. You dig?
Was again sentenced. He decided he wanted to travel as quickly as possible. And the first place he wanted to travel was Italy. And I said, great, I have never been there before. I wanted to go. And the craze of following a little bit of ancestry was just coming in. So I said, I'll go with one caveat. We spent one day trying to find the grave of Angelina number 1. He agreed. I didn't know what to expect, but we got to Italy. We're having a great time. And the day of the cemetery visit.
And those deliveries are going to be coming from a variety of places. Also, have fun with your interception of my grocery package. It appears whoever you'll be dealing with as you're intercepting it is a fill in the blank, dum-dums. Fill in that blank. Is someone that would like to put cuffs on you and would have enjoyed doing that a couple months ago, but those in charge of them said wait. Is that a good clue?
Don't you dare! I need you here. Now, cemetery's no place to hang out when you got the runs, when you're feeling shitty, and literally, and you just can't get anything done. But he stayed. He was a trooper. He started taking pictures. I'm looking around, and I'm not quite sure why I'm there, but I'm not feeling like I'm getting the answers. And then finally, a hushed whisper says, why can't do it anymore? And I give up. Will you just shut the fuck up? You're driving me crazy. Raised our voices one to the other. And doing that scared the Jesus out of me. Pete always had the bigger heart than I did. And he said, listen, let's put into effect all of that counseling they taught us. Let's get away from the sight of the fight.
So
Go on and ask each other the two questions.
I'm actually hoping that there's a segue today from Fraudulent Fridays, which have existed since September of last year, every Friday except for 2 in the month of October of this year, with obstruction of justice, Class A felony witness tampering Fridays. I'm so excited to see if that's going to happen today. But remember, the FBI has said not only is it highly controlled, there is no one authorizing that today. 8:30 a.m., quote, it's a done deal. What's happening at 8:30 a.m., everybody?
So we had a 4-day excursion to the Isle of North for each other. Only 5 years after that, Pete died. Killed himself. And I realize now how much I gained from it, but also from my parents. And I think now that might have been a legacy of feeling inadequate, of not being enough, of doing, and just not being able to be something for everybody. But I know that he helped me through that, and I know every step of the way we had a guiding touch from two humanity. That was Richard Murdoch. Coming up, one final story.
So to tell what's happening, I'm laying on my son's bed, and he's sleeping in the next room with my husband, and I'm sleeping on my son's bed because I need space because I am extremely pregnant with our second child.
After the break, we'll get your locker and find some complicated history on the quest for an answer to a deceptively simple question.
So I'm laying on that bed, trying to figure out how did this happen?
Family Ghosts. For our final story this week, we bring you this piece by Misha Laka, who told it to close out the season of the watch party for Family Ghosts a couple months ago.
Maybe that's why. I heard about I got rid of most of them. I still have like 10.
I am so lit right now. Sorry, I'll change. Okay. So I grew up in an Indian immigrant family, and my family didn't come here to America straight from India. We moved from India to Kenya, where I was born, and then from Kenya to England, where I got my accent. It's not fake. And then from England to America, where I live now. This means that I have grown up with a version of Indian culture that is about 100 years old and squarely puts women second. I mean that literally, actually. So when I was growing up in England, I lived with my extended family of 11 people, and we ate in 2 sittings. In the first sitting, my grandmother, who's the matriarch, ate with her 2 sons, my father and his older brother, and then the first-born grandson, while the 2 moms made fresh roti, and the oldest grandchild, who was a girl, served everyone. And I ate in the second sitting with all the extra girls and my baby brother and the 2 moms, and no one served us. Now, this secondness was not a quirk of my family. I regularly went to Indian weddings where the men ate first when the food was hot, and the women ate second when it was not. So I have spent my entire adult life fighting against this secondness. And I would say that I felt like I had actually conflict with my graduate degree certified feminism. To decap that. Until the night of April 6, 2009. On that night, I realized I want to be confident. Let me tell you what's happening. I'm laying on my son's bed. He's 3 years old, and he's sleeping in the next room with my husband. And I'm sleeping on my son's bed because I need the space of my own situation, because I am extremely pregnant with our second child. And in fact, I'm so pregnant, I'm actually a few days past my due date. And there's reason to believe that if this baby doesn't get born soon, the baby could be later. In fact, a few days prior, I found myself in the emergency room. And the emergency room doctor said this to me: "Look, I see you here again. I'm just gonna have to take this baby out. You got that? You understand me? I understood. So I'm laying on the bed, and there's a few things you should know. First, I realize that I should tell you that this baby is a girl. Second, I should tell you that in this moment, I have discovered that I have a preference for boys. And because of one and two together, I am having a full-blown panic attack. Because what I have discovered is I have only grown up with bad ideas about how to raise girls. I don't have any good ones. And in fact, the absence of my stress about raising a boy in my first pregnancy proves the presence of my preference for boys in this pregnancy. And worse still, I know my baby girl knows that I have this preference. And she is stopping herself from being born. And it's dangerous for her. And it's my fault. And she knows that I am the wrong bad mother for her. So I'm laying on that bed, trying to figure out how did this happen? And I start to think of the story of when I was probably 7 years old. And it's a story my mom told me about the Ramadan, from the Ramadan. It's a story of Rama and Sita, and every Indian girl knows the story. And in case you're not all Indian girls, I'll tell you the short version. So the important part for me was that in this story, Sita, who's the woman, the husband, right? Her brother-in-law draws a line in the ground around her to keep her safe. But unfortunately, she is tricked into crossing the line and is kidnapped by an evil spirit and kept in captivity for a year. So when Rama finally gets around to rescuing her, he says, "You must prove your purity by walking through fire." And you know what? She walks through fire, and she emerges unharmed. That's what enemies do. The thing is, the people of the kingdom are unsatisfied. Because the truth is, Sita had been disobedient. She did cross the line. And so Rama exiles her back to the forest to live out her days abandoned and alone. She cries so many tears into the ground that the earth opens up and swallows her, whole and alive. I learned very early on that as women who cross lines are very alive. And I'm thinking of something my mother said. I remember she had agreed to marry my father because of one of the dashing things about him was that he was thinking of leaving Kenya and moving to England. And my mom thought that was crazy. So they're thinking of moving to England, and this is my mom, and her plan is that she's going to go to England and go back to school because she had to go back to school in 7th grade because her parents couldn't afford the exorbitant fees that the British charged the school on their common subjects. So they go to England and they live with my father's older brother. He's married, it's like he's in India. And at some point, my mother asks my father to ask her brother if she can go to school, and he says, no. What would it look like to have a wife out of the house? My mother says, do you know what that means? It means every single day you have to understand your father is the only one his driving case, and he says that it used to belong to his sister who was speaking up in that shoe. And I said, how did you not meet your sister? And he says, well, when she was 12 or 13 years old, she was trampled by water before. Now, my mother is present when my father tells the story, and she says, I also have a sister who I never met. This sister was about 14 years old and working in construction in Kenya. I was 7, and I asked, Mummy, did she drive a bulldozer? My mum looks at me smiling. Now, she's running for his car when you see the baskets on her. And she took her basket to the pile of whatever it was that they were digging, and she dug and dug and dug to fill the basket as high as she could, and she dug too deep in, and the earth or the cement or the gravel it collapsed on her, and she was moved on. In that moment, neither one of my parents knew that they both had a sister, but the other one didn't know that. Now you would think that I'm remembering this laying on a pretty nice, comfortable bed in America, and I should feel grateful and comforted that in a single generation our family has come so far. But I am in no mood to be comforted. All I think is, these girls were not important enough to be remembered. They are the stories of life. I'm starting to feel this like tightness in my chest, and I know I need an internet shutdown. So I pick up the phone and I texted her, and she's waiting, and she's back focused. She calls me immediately, and I tell her all the ways I know that women are second and girls are less. And she says, okay, stop. There must be something. There must be there must be something you can think of that is different from these stories. Come on, think of something. Come on, Denise, there's got to be something. Okay, I do remember when I was in graduate school. My parents had their 25th wedding anniversary, and I go to that party, and I see my mother talking to a group of women. And as I'm approaching, and I can hear them talking, my mom tells her Zoe that is my daughter, and she's getting engaged in English. And as I'm next to the woman says to my mom, oh God, why would that have been that? She could have gone to medical school with those grades, huh? And my mom can't answer because the woman just keeps doing it. And she says, look, listen, I understand. Boys these days, they want to marry a girl in a little bit. She knows. But a PhD, I mean, that is too much education, okay? That is going to interfere with her marriage prospects. I look at my mom, the energy is subtrained from her. And I steel myself to get ready to hear what I have always.
The Nerd Squad has instructed me to create another Gmail account because the federal felons upstairs have prevented people who should have been receiving these messages from being received from a variety of places via what they believe are superior tech skills that are actually just evidence of their federal felonies.
My daughter wanted to get the most and maximum education, and so that's what she's doing. And it has got nothing to do with getting married. And my friend on the phone says, Michelle, how did you feel when you were telling that? I said, she said, what does it mean when you tell me that story? When you tell me what that she is. She doesn't know who's going to come after her as a consequence of her running, but she runs, she gets to this boat, she literally throws her two boys on, and in a desperate last dash, she throws herself onto this boat. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what happened last time, but the truth is, she made it to Canada, and I was born the great-granddaughter of one of her two sons. I start to relax. I decide it's time to get her fire. And then 2 steps between the bed and the door, I realize that my bed is locked. It takes me 10 more steps to get to the bathroom, and I realize, without a doubt, that my water is cold. That night is the beginning of the story. She changed the whole story. Her story is not plain. She crossed a line and survived. She was strong, and she was fearless, and she was good, and she was true.
There's more than just that, guys. Hold your horses. Wait till you see who else is getting added to the people to send it to. Woo! It's a hoorah moment. It's a hoorah moment brought to you by an FBI agent who's an Army veteran. And symbolically, like slapping you in the face with his FBI phallus. Just wait. You ready for this? Check out this Google search.
Family Ghosts is hosted at Bruce Friday, Sunday. With Vera Carruthers, Zoya Shockley, Sally Helm, Doug Rubin, Jen Hammond, and John Castle. Our story editor is Michaela Blau, who also coaches all the performers for our Family Ghosts live shows. We couldn't do anything we do without her.
Hey, did I mention you guys the FBI's wanted to detain you for months? Oh, that's right.
Learn more about
Here it comes, baby.
our production assistant is Julia Press. This episode was mixed by
We're adding the Public Disclosures Unit of DCYF, the Constituent Relations Unit, E, Communications, Civil Rights Complaints. We're adding all of these.
Special thanks, as always, to the
Remember, guys, every keystroke you've made has been documented. That includes preventing a lot of emails from going to the right places as they should have for months. Obstruction of justice charges. There's not one of you upstairs not looking at least 20 of those.
And this week, they're getting a special bonus episode featuring 2 more songs by Garcia, performed live at the Caveat Theater as part of our season 3 launch party.
Oh, you'll find out. The FBI is excited to do a few things that are surprises for you guys next week and the week after that, and I'm not at liberty to say beyond that.
Our proud creative partners of Spoke Media. Find more great podcasts at spokemedia.io. Season 3 continues next week. We'll talk to you then. Thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted.
Nerd Squad, it appears they're doing something, intercepting it, trying to get rid of those email addresses you told me to add because they criminally and illegally blocked the one that was responsible, and I'm still holding on to the belief that they're not going to prison for the rest of their lives. Some, the FBI thinks it's hilarious, guys. Some of you are actually worried about keeping your jobs, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. There's some that have blown the whistle that will keep their jobs. The rest of you will never have a career like you've had ever again. Never.
I went down the hall and I opened the door, and I could feel something was wrong before I could pinpoint it. And then my eyes found it.
It says it was sent 1 minute ago, but I don't have anything in my inbox verifying that, Nerd Squad. I'm doing a reply to all and adding the real.
Is it the father or someone else? That's next week in season 3 of Family Ghosts. You're listening to WALT. This holiday season, Lululemon makes it easy to give a gift that goes beyond the moment they open it. There's the sound of them unboxing super soft Lululemon loungewear.
Sent again at 7:25 and 7:27 a.m. from the new Gmail account the FBI feels it's pertinent for me to create before 8:30 a.m. today. What's that email account, guys? Let me tell you, I'm going to keep this one. That is legal notice from Mystic Gwen at gmail.com.
Smoke media.
Legal notice from Mystic Gwen at gmail.com.
As other listeners have probably
Still nothing in my inbox, Nerd Squad, so I speculate it's not being sent and that they're doing some interference, some more obstructions of justice.
on our show, the families are real.
I'm looking on my
The
inbox
ghosts
on
are
here to see if I
metaphorical,
received it.
and the truth
Nope,
is
I
always
didn't receive it
relative.
in my inbox either.
That said, on today's episode, the ghost in question is relatively spooky.
So they held it from sending.
So with that in mind, I'm going to take my dad jokes back to the nearest elevator and let you listen to this story from a woman named Natalie.
Yep, they're blocking it from sending at 7:28 a.m. There's nothing in my inbox from the new account you had me create or from that. So I'm going to cut off their access to my laptop for a minute.
Growing up in West Michigan, my early childhood was pretty idyllic. I'd go to carnivals with my family. I'd play Ghostbusters with my mom. She was super duper fun to be around. She would like to tell us stories where we were the protagonists. Like I remember one where the Addams family lived next door. She would Clyde the magical fish when they were taking a bath, and she would grant wishes. I had a little sister.
Sending it a third and final time with an exclamation mark from that same email address.
It would be out loud D&D outside, where I would give her little quests to go fight, and I would make up riddles for her to solve. Most of my memories about my dad were told to me way after the fact.
All right, I finally got a kickback from an email just now, 7:29. It's just showing the number increasing for who they refused to allow to receive it that was legally entitled to receive it. So far, they're at 17 and counting, ergo all of the delays. 7:29 was the third copy of the letter.
I think the theme of my life is that I wasn't necessarily the boy that I was supposed to be, which is, caused a lot of trouble in my life. I remember that I'd seen a book in the school library called Marvin Retko's Is a Girl, and the plot of it was if you kiss your elbow, then your gender changes. And I didn't think much of it, but darned if I didn't spend a couple of
42 of them they're refusing to send it to, including myself. One of them says it was rejected from mom's Linux class at gmail.com. Guys, I don't know why, but the Nerd Squad wanted proof of that. Probably for your prosecutions, eh? Remember, they're the ones who told me to use Facebook in August, you silly fucking federal felons.
I don't think that my dad saw a lot in common with there was also good things too. Like whenever there was a carnival or an outdoor thing, he always wanted to take the family to that. Every year they had something called the Mystic Gwen summer celebration, which would be a big carnival and concerts brought in. And when I was a kid, they used to do a laser.
And that's also the reason for the delay. They weren't quick on the draw, and they fucked up according to the FBI already.
I ever heard Achy Breaky Heart was when a laser light show was making like a giant neon red cowboy dancing to it.
From WSBA to King County News to myself to the prosecuting attorney, they're all over. To Flora Diaz.
When my dad was sick, it was rough. It was
even my kids' principals.
They thought that they handled it, and then my dad was in remission. And one Sunday night in the fall, we were having a steak and baked potato with Dixon's dinner. I gobbled down my food that night so I could go in the living room and watch what at the time was the show I was obsessed with, which was Ghost Writer. Not Ghost Rider, Ghost Writer on PBS. It was about a ghost that could read words and help children solve mysteries. And my dad stands up from the table and takes his hat off and swats at a fly, but there's no flies or bugs in there at all. And my mom's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he backs up from the table, goes down the hallway, and by the time I get into the hallway to see what's going on, he's lying down with his head in the hallway and his feet in the bathroom. And mom tells me to call 911. And so I grab the phone and go out on the front porch, and I remember it was cool outside and crisp, and I was in one way panicked about what was happening, and in another way kind of thrilled to call 911 for the first time in my life. I didn't think that it was possible that, not to me. I was in 3rd grade. When you're young and nothing's happened to you yet, you're like, well, no, you're supposed to have a mom and a dad, and maybe one gets sick, but you don't I didn't think about that happening to me until it did. After my dad died, my mom fell into a pretty heavy depression. It lasted for months. I feel like about 6 or so months of. It was sometimes she would cry to the point where she'd have difficulty breathing, and she would have to put a Bible on her chest to make it so that she could breathe easier. And my sister and I, we just tried to take care of her, make sure that she was okay. We started recording Full House off television, and we got to watch the Tanner family deal with the death of their mom, Pam.
They're just unilaterally blocking that email address you had me make from sending at all, probably because of who you told me to CC.
That Danny's wife dies and that he has to bring in his wife's brother, Uncle Jesse, and his best friend, Joey, to help take care of the kids.
Which I might add, all received those messages previously, as is legally required and written repeatedly in their policies and procedures.
That's what helps me.
Federal felons, you're the ones going to prison.
And they did
and that won't be fun.
Everybody knows the story about how I got my hair all chopped up and everything, but I bet you don't know how I retaliated. Look at this. Did you ever see your wife with red, white, and blue hair? I think she looks cute. How did you do this? Well, picture this, man. It was the middle of the night. 2 things of finger paints and vanilla pudding. I was a wicked little 5-year-old, wasn't I? I'm glad you're here, Jason. Full House was the only.
And you know how comical it's going to be when you're in prison? It'll be comical because everyone that you care about getting the messages is going to look at your mugshot and read about what you did. And they're going to know what a sack of human excrement you are, each and every one of you. So keep trying to, prevent people from knowing the truth. But remember, everyone that can throw your ass in prison already knows and will indeed be throwing all of your little booty holes into prison. A federal penitentiary that doesn't like people who abuse children and then try and convict their victim of things they're guilty for. Yeah. You'll find out. 8:30 a.m. It's a done deal. Remember, the FBI said that, and I don't even know what that means, but that's 53 minutes away.
Calm her down and said, "Let's just a broken chair. Don't you worry." And she's like, looked at it now with sort of a suspicious eye, and then she said, I gotta tell you something. I know I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I don't have anyone to talk to anymore." And we're like, "What? Of course, please tell us." And she says, "Well, since your dad died, some stuff has started to happen around the house." I said, "What's that?" She said, "Ghost stuff." From Smoke Media at WALT, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dillon, and this is episode 24, Little Stone Hedges. Our story continues after the break. Screaming now, watch the talk.
Little clear again.
Yes, Mr. Academy Award winner, no handicap. I'm trying to get away.
Look at the exit.
After the shot of it.
I will find him, and I will kill him myself.
The day of the jackal. Streaming now on TikTok. Then she went into her room and got out this yellow notebook where she could write down the stuff that had been happening. She was in her bedroom in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep, was staring at the wall. She has these blue wooden hearts that were hanging from ribbons from a nail on
The federal felons are preventing me from tracking the delivery. Just remember who you'll be trying to intercept that package from. Someone that's going to be there when you're getting cuffed in real life. Someone that already knows exactly what your sealed indictments look like.
Always from Channel 3 to
That's
the religious channel. Then one day, when she was alone in the house, again, she said all the doors and windows were closed, but she was hit with a breeze in the kitchen. Really strong. It smelled like my dad's cologne, which was brute cologne. We didn't have any in the house, but it came over her so strong that she started crying. And now she was at this point where she was telling us.
So now I'm searching HFDN tracking, and I'm going to enter in that if I can find a website for it. Oh, they're blocking that, just like they're controlling everything on my devices, because they're so smart, guys. They're so smart that they're going to prison for the rest of their lives, except for the 50+% that blew the whistle. That's how smart they are.
Another way I felt special. I felt chosen. I mean, I was already not like anybody else at school, and now the undead is in
This
my
website
house.
should work unless they've intercepted it.
So,
Welcome.
there's
Next.
something that makes me feel very like my life is predestined. I am supposed to be here fighting these ghosts.
Interesting. It states that this package has been in transit since April 5th, 2022.
Believe in something I couldn't prove. I lived among.
Oh, I guess that's a sample. Never mind.
God
What?
was not a concept for me. God was a real thing.
Oh, they just took away the results. Now it suddenly says, "Oh no, 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 you're funny." You just remember who you're intercepting that package from, and then you remind yourself that they're going to be waiting to watch you put that package in front of my door, or give them clearance to, and then they're going to be watching what happens next. You have one more felony left. One more involving being on my property, and then it's game over.
At that time, we communicated with him by praying every night. We would get to the end and we'd go, Amen. P.S. Please say hi to Dad for us and tell him that we saw when he kicked out the boots and we wanted to say hi back. Thanks for telling us.
I'll tell you this much, guys. The FBI instructed me this package should be at my house no later than this morning, unless you're illegally and criminally holding it. Before 10 a.m. Before 10 a.m. It's 7:42 a.m.
That's it. We're going to go out. We're going to have a good time. And she took us all out to go see what was the new hot movie at that time, which was Mrs. Doubtfire. And there's a moment in Mrs. Doubtfire where Sally Field says, Mrs. Doubtfire, how long now for Mrs. Doubtfire about it? She starts dating again. And Mrs. Doubtfire, because it's actually her ex-husband, disguised as Mrs. Doubtfire, she goes, never. Never again. Once the father of your children is out of the picture, the only solution is total and lifelong celibacy. And if you violate that, then heaven forgive you. And
they're blocking it on incognito too. So just to be clear, guys, there's a package full of groceries that should be here no later than 10 a.m. If it's later than that for any reason, it's 100% the fault of the idiots going to prison for the rest of their life. No exceptions. And when I open that door and I'm wearing that sign, anyone that happens to be outside that wants to talk to me, approach me, anything like that, they're going to prison. They have no immunity. And they'll be charged with everything on my door, including the Class A felony of witness tampering, and have a guaranteed obstruction of justice charge.
It's like, yes, that is exactly how I like you. That is what you're supposed to be doing. And you cheering me up is what I need. And after that, I was like, Robin Williams learned how to snap my mom out of a depression. I need to learn how to do that. From the death of my dad to the next marriage, it was about a year. She filled out a personal ad, but at that time, in the early 90s, personal ads were on local television. It was on the same channel as the real estate listings, and they always backed it with like weird smooth jazz. And this guy responded, and I remember,
hey, federal felons, it's all right, federal felons. The FBI moves in mysterious ways, and they're so grateful for you keeping them gainfully employed. You're exactly why municipal employees don't get to learn the latest and greatest technologies because of federal felons like you, or rather, the domestic terrorist organization you are all officially a part of. Yep. Hope you guys got your international travel out of the way. Because those of you that will be detained, arraigned, and indicted, you won't be traveling abroad for a long, long, long time, if ever. If ever.
remember liking him at first. He told big stories. He told us that he had been in prison. At that time, no one had ever told me a story about what it was like in prison, so I was like, oh, wow. When he was talking, he made me feel special by treating me like I wasn't a lost cause, I think. He made me feel like there was hope for me to become that popular, boyish, like, correct version of me that I had been aiming at failing for a really long time. Like, oh man, all you need is just a dad in your life and a little direction and you'd be all set. He was bringing this new excited, oh my gosh, we're going to do something energy. We're going to go back out to those carnivals that we used to go out to. It felt like getting back on track, I think, for everybody. Well, you know, all of the haunting, they would happen sometimes 4 months apart, sometimes 2 months apart, sometimes a couple weeks apart. It was like there were times when it felt like something was happening all the time, and then there were times when something had not happened for so long we thought it was done.
Oh, and you may wonder, well, she can't say that. She can't tell us for sure that the person that's coming with the package is going to be someone that puts press on us. You're right, I can't. And perhaps because I said that, it won't be the case. But I do guarantee you that the FBI has eyes on my groceries, the only order you've allowed, until it's in my tummy. And remember, quote from the FBI today, there is not a person that is going to authorize it. Whatever it is, at 8:30 a.m., quote, it's a done deal.
And my sister and I were like, oh no, I'm so sorry. Is it messy? Like, we'll clean it. And they're like, no, that's not it. Just some stuff got moved down there, and if you didn't move it, we just don't know what. We pestered them a bit, and we're like, well, what? Tell us. And they think that the ghost had done something down there, but they were really vague about it. So, overwhelmed with curiosity, I sort of begged to go downstairs, and my sister and I held hands on the steps on the way down. And downstairs, the furniture was weirdly arranged, like a couch had been pulled away from the wall, like a weird angle. There were VHS tapes making little stone hinges. The coffee table was on its side. It was tall as it could possibly be, and then on top of that, a smaller end table was somehow impossibly balanced, and it looked jagged and dangerous. And we just stood there staring at this unnatural occurrence in our basement, and my mom said, no human mind could think of this. And then we were ushered out of there so that they could clean it up. So stuff starts happening slow, but it all starts happening to my stepdad, like all aimed at him directly. One night he was sitting on our couch that was against the wall. He said that he felt a hand on his temple, and his head slammed back against the wall. So he got paranoid about.
And just a friendly reminder to all of you idiots, if you're arrested today, you're going to be spending all weekend in King County Jail. Except for the whistleblowers. And then on Monday, you will be denied release or bail. The choice is yours.
Sitting in that seat. So he and Mom moved to the left on the other side of the room, and that worked for a couple of weeks until one night. And again, this was late night. My sister and I were already in bed when I think a lot of these instances happened. His hand got pulled behind the left seat hard, and he couldn't pull it up. And Mom started to freak out a little bit. Thought he was joking, but he wasn't joking. And then they said 1, 2, 3 together. Pulled his arm out, and there was fresh human teeth marks on his arm, right by his elbow.
And then also remember, although I don't really know why it's so important, the FBI has stated repeatedly these last 5 days, since Monday, that the sheriffs do not need to wait for the blitz sweep. They are authorized at their sole discretion to arrest any and every one of you, solely based upon their mood. I feel like that may be more important than any of you realize, particularly in the coming week.
I mean, it's that part of your elbow where you can't reach. It's like the same part I was trying to kiss. So after he started to be messed with personally, he had to sort of swallow his ego and be like, okay, I guess I don't know everything. Maybe ghosts do exist. Family ghosts. My relationship with my stepdad, I mean, everyone's relationship with my stepdad slowly started to sour as we got a sense of who he really was. My mom and my stepdad ended up fighting a lot after a while, but they had a united front. This was his third marriage. He had 3 kids, and then me and my sister had 7 kids. But as far as parenting, here's a proud story that my stepdad told us about his other son. He said his other son used to slouch at the dinner table. He told us what he did was take a belt and tie his kids.
And if you think that I'm not actually hoping that your ass is out there, you're wrong. I am 100% hoping that one of you commits the final felony and you go to jail/prison before Thanksgiving. I'm banking on it, in fact, based on the fact that for 8 days now, you've had active stalkers outside of my door with no immunity every fucking day. And you're desperate, misguided, still holding on to the fact that you won't be in prison for the rest of your lives, which is the outcome without exception for everyone who didn't already blow the whistle. Without exception and with a great deal of prejudice.
His shoulders to the back of his chair and make him eat meals like that until he stops slouching. And he's like, that's good parenting. Maybe my mom changed when she got remarried to my stepdad, or maybe she was just always that type of person and I didn't know it, but after her marriage, it felt like the choices of raising us and then how to punish us had been put completely on his shoulders, and she didn't participate in that anymore except just to verify that he could say and do whatever he wanted to us. So like, one night I couldn't finish tomato soup and was forced to sit at the table until after midnight. There were other times when I couldn't sleep, and instead of like calming me down, they told me, alright, you can't sleep, then you're going to stay up all night. And anytime I would drift off, he'd poke me really hard in the chest. I started developing a little bit of an attitude. Often, like if I was wearing something that wasn't what my mom considered to be me, and I had any kind of an attitude at all, she would blame it on that article of clothing. Like if I was wearing a hat, she's like, I don't like you in this hat. You need to stop wearing hats. And that happened even more as a teenager when I tried to like paint my fingernails. She'd always be like, who are you trying to be? I would see them fight, but then when I would come to her and tell her what was happening to me and what I was going through, she would call me a liar and tell me to get over it. And that got to the point where I think we told my granny, and the whole family had a meeting without my parents about what they were going to do to somehow get us away from them. And all that happened from that is that my sister and I got punished and weren't allowed to see my granny for a couple of months after that. One summer night, when I was about 11 years old, my family thought we'd take a little after-dinner swim in our swimming pool, and so I went to the bathroom to see that. My stepdad said he needed the restroom, so he said, take your suit, go change in the bedroom. So I took it and I went down the hall, and I opened my door, and I could feel something was wrong before I could pinpoint it, and then my eyes found it. There was a large black hunting knife stabbed in the middle of my bed mattress. And it was unnatural looking, like it didn't go together. It's like finding like a handgun in a dollhouse or something. And I just remember thinking, why is that there? Why me? Why does it want to hurt me? Why is there a knife where my heart goes? Because it was right in the center of the bed. And I just kind of backed out of the room, unable to speak, just pointing in my room. They went and looked, confirmed it, and then sort of came around me and started hugging me. I kind of came to a little later that night at my granny's house. I didn't have to go to school the next day. I got to go to a movie. But my parents said that they took the hunting knife down to the end of Pier Marquette and dropped it into Lake Michigan. After the knife was stabbed in my back, I felt like I was inches from death at any moment. I was afraid to go swimming in our pool because I was afraid the goats would grab me while I was in the water and drag me to the bottom and down. I was afraid to sleep in my bedroom at night. I would sometimes wake up with my hand in the slits, because there were slits in the blanket in the mattress. If I woke up touching it, I would wake up screaming. There was a part of my mind that was like, don't think demonic things, don't think about the devil, don't think about that, don't think about that stuff. And me doing that, I of course couldn't stop thinking about that stuff. So my solution was to try to sleep with my fingers pointing up at heaven, because if I thought something that was accidentally like a prayer to the devil, I didn't want my hands pointing down so that it counted as like a satanic prayer to the devil. And I started to kind of go crazy. I saw an episode of this show, Night Gallery, with Rod Serling.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Exhibiting Us, a collection of foils and still lifes that share one thing in common. Your friends when you have a salon or exhibition hall or art museum.
Where this picture in this rich guy's house, it has this graveyard out back, and then one day he sees a guy rise from a grave in the picture, and every day that guy gets closer and closer to the door until the day he's there and the doorbell rings and he opens it and screams. I used to be afraid that this picture of a brontosaurus in my room would turn into that, and I had to make my mom take it down off my wall and put it under my bed. I was just confused about why it was okay for me to be scared of some things, but not all the things. So, my parents went to our church, which was a Calvinist church, which is Protestant. They're like, well, our house is haunted, and I guess our pastor said, well, this is really more of a Catholic thing, right? But they cobbled together something. They got the elders of the church together, and they brought over the praise team, which were people that were high up in the church.
All right, guys, it's time to replay what's at the beginning of this video. I'm going to do it for a final time for you. Because what you should be asking yourselves today is whether or not you feel like spending your entire weekend in the King County Jail. I'm talking you being detained before the stroke of midnight. So here's the beginning of this YouTube live stream.
Lynette, run.
Pay attention. Maybe you got here late.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Nerd Squad, there's a 7-second delay. It is 4:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Good morning, everybody. It is November 22nd, 2024. This is a
consensual recording of myself, Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen. Something I want to emphasize because there's a woman in this county who has my same first and last name that moved here at some point in the last 9 years, and she has an extensive criminal history. That is not me. My middle name is Renee. I've been arrested for stealing a bagel, and it doesn't even show up on my criminal record. That was also over 20 years ago. This, on top of being a consensual recording of myself, Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen, is taking place from my condominium in Everett, Washington. This condo is legally mine, though it is currently in the name of my extortionist mother due to ongoing fraudulent activities. For the record, I am making this recording under the explicit guidance of the FBI, i.e. the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have identified me as a confidential informant in an ongoing investigation into serious criminal activity. If you're just tuning in, you can find evidence of the crimes I've been reporting since December of last year on my Twitter page under the highlights section. Furthermore, I have issued a series of legally binding and enforceable cease and desist letters to the parties involved in this criminal conspiracy. These letters, dated November 20th, November 16th, October 20th, October 15th, and September 25th, or in September 15th of this year, meticulously detail the unlawful actions taken against me and demand their immediate cessation. These letters can be found at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen loves only you. Again, that's facebook.com/Mystic Gwen loves only you. For the third and final time, facebook.com/Mystic Gwen loves only you. I urge those implicated to review these documents carefully and consider the severe legal ramifications of their continued noncompliance. As many of you know, I have been unlawfully confined to my home for the past 107 days due to the actions of individuals identified as federal felons, including those residing in Unit 207 of my complex, members of the North Everett Precinct, and various co-conspirators. This includes those who may be driving a red pickup truck similar to the one observed parked outside of my front door yesterday, just as my neighbor Russ was leaving. The FBI has advised that this suspicious activity, particularly involving Russ, could be an attempt by the federal felons to manufacture a pretext for further illegal actions against me. This ongoing criminal conspiracy has involved a relentless campaign of harassment, stalking, witness tampering, fraudulent attempts to interfere with legal processes, and even the kidnapping of my children. Today, I am under instruction from the FBI to document my activities as they anticipate further illegal actions against me, particularly when I attempt to retrieve a grocery delivery later this morning. This delivery is the only one out of 9 attempted deliveries that the federal felons upstairs haven't managed to cancel and steal the money for, rendering the service useless, as they have repeatedly done with all of my grocery deliveries since September of last year. I am going to be wearing a sign outside when I go outside that I will show you on the live stream. It was made and painted over a week ago pursuant to the FBI's instructions and foresight. It says, stop. The fact that you're reading this means you're guilty of many crimes. This will serve as a clear warning to any individuals involved in this illegal conspiracy. This live stream will run for the next 12 hours. That is until around 4:30 p.m. this evening, capturing all events that transpire. It is my hope that this recording will serve as irrefutable evidence of the crimes being committed against me and aid in the swift apprehension and prosecution of those responsible. To those watching, please be advised that any attempts to contact me or interfere with my activities will be considered obstruction of justice and will be reported to the FBI as well as under their surveillance, monitored by and recorded by them. This is in tandem and concurrent with the list of felonies, including a Class A felony that you're guilty of, that are posted on my door, which can be viewed in many other prior live streams. Namely, witness tampering, which the FBI intends on prosecuting everyone who's been watching these in real time with as a Class A felony. Any and all criminal trespass to approach me or to enter my yard holds no immunity, regardless of your profession or any fraudulently obtained court orders you may possess. This includes attempts to serve me with additional fraudulent documents, such as those potentially obtained yesterday in ex parte. There are zero exceptions and zero exigent circumstances that justify violating my rights, particularly when based on fraudulent court orders obtained through deceptive means. There is no immunity for anyone, regardless of their job or their assessment that a fraudulent court order is an excuse for breaking laws. These actions constitute ADA violations as well as violations of my right to private property, witness tampering, obstruction of justice, especially given my lack of a pro se appearance in any legal proceedings. I am prepared to face whatever challenges today may bring. I will not be intimidated, I will not be silenced, and I will continue to fight for justice for myself and for all of those who have been victimized by these criminals. Let the record show that I am proceeding with caution but with unwavering determination. The truth will prevail. And to those who continue to participate in this charade, I urge you to reconsider your actions. The FBI is watching, they're recording you. They've had that same exact MO for many, many, many months, to say the least. To say the least. In and off of the Lionsgate condominium premises, I might add. Your crimes are being documented. Do the right thing. Abide by the law. Let me get my groceries in peace. It's not too late to choose the path of cooperation and avoid further legal consequences. So again, this live stream should run until around 4-something p.m. this evening. If for any reason this live stream ends without me orally telling you the time and that it's ending, be advised I did not end it and the federal felons upstairs ended it. Something that's alarming because according to the FBI, every time that they do that, which they've done a few times, that it is in order for them to attempt to perpetrate additional frauds and or something that they could be doing to attempt that final illegal entry attempt that the FBI has instructed will be occurring for 2 months as of November 26th. Now
that was really easy for people to understand. And part of the reason it's on the live stream is because some of these knuckleheads have caused other people to face spending years, if not decades, in prison due to their interception of my attempted correspondence with them. It seems, though, that the FBI has reached out to more than a few people who didn't voluntarily blow the whistle and debriefed them on the fact that everything I've said is true. Yeah. While you guys have been busy trying to recruit more federal felons to go to prison on your behalf, the FBI has been busy debriefing them and asking for their cooperation and making sure you do go to prison for the rest of your lives. What could it mean? I don't know, guys. It's all on a need-to-know basis. Maybe you had some alleged officers of the court appointed that have already met with the FBI and found out everything I've said is true and you're going to prison. Maybe that's it, eh?
The church that, I guess were, mighty warriors for God in the eyes of our church. One of them was my granny. We all agreed that my dad would never want to hurt or scare us. They believed that the spirit had been pretending to be my father so that we would welcome it, so that it could grow stronger. They went around our house and with oil, I think canola, just regular canola oil that they waxed, and they put a cross on all of our walls and blasted true. When they were done, they had a couple of suggestions.
Well, it's 8:10. I'm so excited. I hope I get to hear from Unit 207 what the fuck the FBI was talking about at 8:30 a.m. being a done deal.
Had once been played on this record player. We could never confirm confirm nor deny that because the record player was there when we moved in.
19 minutes and counting.
And another thing that they said we needed to get rid of was my pet monster doll. A lot of people won't remember my pet monster, but that is a soft and cuddly blue monster. It had a bright orange pair of handcuffs that would break apart. So you'd be like, oh, and break apart. And they said that those things had to be burned. I wasn't allowed to be at the firing of doing that, but I did watch through the slats of our fence in our backyard. The parting words of the praise team were, we've done everything we can, we think we've cleansed this house, but if it does come back, there is a specific set of things you need to do. You need to fast for 3 days so that your body is pure. And you also need to be living a pure Christian life so that you're able to call out whatever entities in your home in the name of Jesus Christ, and as the purified owner of the home, it's supposed to obey you and leave. After they left, it died down for several months, but then picked back up again slowly, and instead of doing that, my family just decided to move. My granny, as an elder in our church, member of the prayer team, began to pray that my stepdad would go away. While we were clearing some brush on our new property, he got stabbed in the leg with a stick and contracted beta strep blood infection. He got so bad that the hospital in Muskegon Hackley couldn't handle it, so they helicoptered him to the Revem Hospital in Ann Arbor, and he died there. He went from healthy to dead within a month. When my stepdad died, I felt a lot of mixed up emotions. I was so happy that he wasn't around anymore, but at the same time, my mom was depressed again, and seemingly more depressed than when my first dad died. I didn't take that to mean that she loved him more. I just took it to mean that she was compounding both deaths at once and going through like a double version of the first time. I do remember the moment when we all realized that we could wiggle our foot in the living room again. This is something that he would stop us from doing. If we were a little bit jittery and we have a slight wiggle to our foot, he would like put his foot down and say, "Don't do that." Like we would get in trouble if we kept doing it. And there was this moment when all three of us looked at each other and we were all wiggling our feet, and we just kind of laughed at the relief that he was gone. And it wasn't too long until Mom was changing the narrative to, that was so horrible for all of us, wasn't it? Our story continues after the break. I discovered that I was transgender at the age of 30, and it felt like a shock out of nowhere. I realized that all of the things that I just thought were anomalies were all pointing one very specific direction. So when I found out that I was trans, very much not the first thing that I did was tell my mom. In fact, I kept it a secret from her as long as humanly possible. And in fact, I didn't even want to tell her until I'd been on hormone replacement therapy for a couple months, because being at odds with her felt impossible sometimes. So I'm on the phone with my mom, and I remember that her tone is very light and happy, and all of my instincts are to match it, because I never wanted to ever make her sad or bring her down, or if she was happy, that's how I wanted to keep her. So there was a moment where I was prolonging the before
of just having what would be like the last normal phone call before I had to sort of go, Mom, there's something I have to tell you, and it's really, really hard. And she's like, well, what? Just tell me, honey. And I said, I'm transitioning, and I'm transgender. And she says, there you go. And I go, Mom, I know that this might be hard for you to take. I know that if Dad were still alive, you wouldn't like one bit. And she said to me, if your father was still alive, he would have killed you. And I said, well, I guess I'm glad he's still dead then. Then she said to me, so what, you like boys now? So you have boys? And I'm like, you're going to start dating boys? And I'm like, no, Mom, I like girls. My gender is different, not my orientation. That's not how
The federal felons upstairs.
You'll
Okay,
like them.
there we go.
And she, I'm just like trying to get her to say anything that would be helpful. I'm trying to joke, it's not working. She says, I need to go, I can't talk about this right now. And I said, talk to you later, maybe? And she hung up. But a couple days later, she sent me an email that was a lot of like explaining why a fur brand and homophobia, transphobia was actually okay. And then the end of it said something like, my mind is closed, but my arms are open. Which really, it still hits me bad. It's like, I still want you to treat me with all of the love and respect that you treat me with. But just know, I will never change for you. That was not enough for me. I need more than that. Like, the lie was that it was unconditional love. It wasn't unconditional love. It was love that would be unconditional as long as I was the person it was okay for me to be. The minute that I was something else, those conditions were right on. And that's something that I could suddenly see so clearly. And it's about that time that I thought therapy would be a good idea. And by the way, when I have a therapist and in the first meeting with me, they give me a Galadriel quote from Lord of the Rings, I'm feeling very close to this therapist. So we've really hit it off. We're having a great couple sessions. And I start talking about how mad I still am about my mom not accepting me being this way and saying those things. And I go, it especially hurts because of how much I've been there for her through. Like, I was there when her first husband died. I was there when her second husband died. I was there when she had to have both of her hips replaced and had spinal stenosis. I was there through the haunting. I was there when she had a brief Vicodin addiction. And my therapist is like, wait, man, did you say that there was a haunting in that? I'm like, oh yeah, this is not something I talk about much, but she's very interested, and she gives me the green light to start talking about everything. And so I do. I tell her about boots, and the bite, and the knife. Stuff moved, I don't know, like there's gotta be like 30 or 40 instances. And I tell that to my therapist, and she's like, that's high. And so she has me re-walk through these things, but she asked me like where I was and what I saw. And one of the things that became clearer and clearer is that how much of it that I've actually seen. I did not hardly any of it. I saw the knife, but I didn't see the knife go in the bed. I saw it after the fact. I saw the furniture. I didn't see the furniture move. The only thing I did see move were those boots. But now that I think about that, Dad's chair had been broken forever. Like, it even popped out on its own when he was still alive sitting there. I go, I see where you're going with this, but I'm like, my stepdad couldn't have done it. I mean, we suspected him for sure, but some of it happened before he was around. And some of it happened in a way where I know it was possible for him to have done it. Which, was like the end of the ballgame. And then my therapist was like, no, I was wondering if you'd ever thought maybe your mom did it.
And I think my response was like, no, I don't think she could and it just all started to like hit me, like the fact that like she's the one who said that like no human mind is not the furniture. The fact that she said that you can't bite yourself on the elbow near where that bite mark was. I never thought that she with him imposed it for the picture. And so then the floor of my reality just dropped out. The choice that you're left with, either the person I thought loved me the most in this world abused me terribly and lied about it, or ghosts are real and fucked with me personally. So that's enough to drive anybody crazy. I was talking to anybody who would even talk to me about it. I was telling the story to even half sympathetic Uber drivers. And after months and months of running the scenarios, even in my sleep, I got to one where I could sort of explain things away, which was that she was really badly messed up after my dad died. Maybe she asked me to sleep in her bed with her, and everyone was telling me to be man of the house now, so I said no. So maybe my mom didn't to keep me where she wanted. After my stepdad was around, I think that she allowed it to sort of continue and escalate, maybe as a way of toughening me up. I don't know if any of that's true. And I felt like I knew her so well. I felt like I fully believed in ghosts when I was going through that situation, up right until I was 30, honestly. I needed it at that time. I needed them to be real, because if those stories were real, then I may be going through a lot of hard things, but I'm like this special person that the ghosts picked. That was the only real feather I had in my cap at that time. The stuff that had been done to me was from the devil, and my mom was in my corner trying to protect me. As scary as that is, it's far less scary than my mom being the one that harmed my own child. No, I don't believe in ghosts anymore. Is hosted and produced by me, Sam Hickman, with Vera Carruthers, Soraya Shaka, Sally Helm, Cordelia Rubin, Jenna Hammond, and Shepard Castle. This episode was reported and produced by the W. Our story editor is Michaela Bly. Natalie, who told this week's story, is an actress and storyteller based in Los Angeles. She wrote a play about the haunting called There Is an Eagle in This House. If you're interested, you can find a link to it in the show notes for this episode. Our production assistant is Julia Press. This episode was mixed by Evan Arnott. Our theme music is by Louis Gare, and this episode featured original music by Ben Leonard. Executive producers for season 3 are myself, along with Keith Reynolds and Aaliyah Tevakoli at Spoken Media. Special thanks this week to David Crabb, and, as always, to the Kindred Spirits, our supporters on Patreon, who help make our work possible. In addition to ad-free episodes and exclusive bonus content, Kindred Spirits have already heard this episode. They get to listen to everything before anyone else. And this week, they're getting a special bonus episode featuring a story about a supernatural incident that recently happened to them. have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Ginger Experience for just $5 a month at patreon.com/familyghosts. We are proud creative partners of Spoke Media. Find more great podcasts at spokemedia.io. Season 3 continues next week. We'll talk to you then, and thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every voice is haunted. Next time on Family Ghosts. Mac's brother has been dead for years, but Mac still feels his presence everywhere he goes. Once across the house. Recently, Mac thinks he might have figured out the reason his brother's ghost won't leave him alone. Next week, Mac confronts two spirits of his past, his brother and his mom. Season 3 of Family Ghosts continues next week, right here on WALT. You're listening to WALT. Okay, good.
With Lululemon, the real gift happens when they're living in it. When you give them the coziest scuba matching set, the real gift is this. And this. And this. This holiday, Lululemon makes it easy to give a gift that goes beyond. Open them up. Shop now at Lululemon.com. Spoke Media.
Hello, Ghost Family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. The last time I saw my grandmother on my dad's side, she was 94. I'd gone to visit her at the senior center where she was living, and I knew it might be one of the last times I got to see her. So I brought my tape recorder with me, because there was this story I heard just a few years earlier. It turns out I had an uncle I never knew about, who died by suicide when he was a teenager. As longtime listeners might recall, that story was the basis for the season finale of the first season of Family Ghosts. But you don't hear my grandmother's voice in that episode, because that day at the senior center, I was too scared to ask her about it. I spent a few hours with my grandma that day, and at one point, she even looked me right in the eye and said, "I've got a few stories I can tell you." But still, something stopped me from asking about my uncle. Eventually, an attendant knocked on the door and told me it was time for my grandma to get ready for her evening routine, and that I had to leave. And the memory that has haunted me ever since that day is turning in the doorway, seeing her sitting in her chair looking out the window, and realizing this was probably going to be my last image of her, which it was. Recently, my friend Matt stopped by the room where we record all the audio here at WALT. When he got here, he immediately commented on some of the inspirational totems that I like to keep around.
Warning to everyone that's going to prison for the rest of their life. Once your bars and badges are removed, I plan on making a neat little collage and sending it to you with $5 for your commissary.
It's been a while since my last love landing, but gets going. It's on my mind.
Oh yeah. It probably looks a little bleak right now.
Yeah, but it'll warm up.
It should warm up. I've known Mac for about 5 years, ever since he visited my apartment to record an episode of a baseball podcast I used to do with another friend. It was about the Baltimore Orioles and politics in that order, and we called it Baltimoreans. I know, great title. Mac came on the show to tell us about the time he actually tried out to play for the Baltimore Orioles.
Agreed for that. Or too short. That's the first reason. Slumped off with nothing to decide brown. It was like the worst fielding Oriole shortstop I was in the park.
But beyond this ongoing and ill-advised allegiance to one of the most difficult to love baseball teams on the planet, I recently discovered that Mac and I have something else in common. That day in the Blue Room a couple months ago, after we'd been talking for a while and the lava lamp got going, Mac started telling me about how he hasn't been to visit his mom in a long time. He feels guilty about that, and that whenever he thinks about her, it makes him really sad.
Mostly when I think about her, I just picture her sitting alone somewhere looking out the window.
Part of the reason Mac and I were talking that day is because a few years ago, I read this article he wrote for Bauer, a long personal history about the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of his brother and its lingering impact on Mac's relationships with his parents. And in spite of all the time Mac and I have spent together over the last few years, clowning around in bars and weirdly decorated podcast studios, I had no idea about this terrible chapter in his life. His brother Asher was shot and killed in a carjacking in 1992. The perpetrator was never caught. That's the story that Mac tells in the Bauer piece. But that's not the story we're going to tell on the show this week. Because after I read Mac's essay and sat down with him to talk about it, I found out there's more to the story. The reason that Mac hasn't seen his mom in a long time is that when Mac was in high school, his mom did something that made Mac feel really betrayed. So betrayed, in fact, that he left her house in the middle of the night and never went back. Their relationship had always been complicated, and once he was gone, it felt easier to stay gone. So that's what he did. And then, decades went by. And now that Mac's mom is nearing the end of her life, Mac's getting ready to go visit her for the first time in a long time. He's trying to decide if they're finally going to do something they've never done, to talk about what happened to Asher and whatever happened between the two of them.
Like the regret of mine. Yeah, but it's something like not that conversation. It's weird. Yeah, it's just a lot of talks like that. Mysterious.
From Smoke Media and WALT, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Goodman, and this is episode 25.
Well, it's 8:35 a.m. I have no update as to what the hell the FBI meant when they said at 8:30 a.m. it's a done deal. Maybe it's taking place off this grounds. It probably what it is somebody was clocking on and wouldn't be addressing something until 8:30. Because that's the only time that there's a time-dependent action for like hours later in the early morning. So speculative, yes, but also logical. And who usually clocks in for work at 8 or 8:30? Those that are their own boss, or those that are commanding officers that are going to be paying me more than their second wives took from them? You know who I'm talking about?
When I got there, Matt had this big manila folder open on the dining room table with all kinds of old documents spilling out of it.
To be clear, not something I want to do, but something you are begging and groveling for every day.
It's one of those folders a lot of people have that contains this random hodgepodge of family member details.
So I may just have to gift that to you. So you leave me the fuck alone.
A letter Max sent his cousin about a baseball game that he went to. And there was also this letter that Max's mom, Rose, wrote to her mom, Max's grandma, in the mid-90s.
She talks in here, from what I can tell. I think, like, as part of her kind of spiritual practice, there was a lot of dream analysis, conversations with psychics, just sort of anything my mom could access that would try to make sense of the world, which I think often did not make sense to her.
Dreams were very important to Rose. In fact, she goes by Rose because she once had a dream that she should change her name from Joan to Rose. In this letter that we found in the folder, Rose is telling her mom about another dream she had and what she thinks it might be. Matt told me that the mystical language his mom used in this letter was familiar to him. Rose used to talk to Matt like this when he was a kid.
If I'd say, like, you know,
Here's something that's kind of funny about it, too. Oh, I can't tell you. Not authorized to. Fucking sucks, too. I want to tell you.
feel really like despondent about, you know, this relationship of never should be. Oh, well,
Nope, can't do it. Not authorized. Oh, but I want to.
part of the reason 083's, you know, very sensitive, so, yeah.
Sometimes I spend a great deal of time thinking about how I can say something I'm not authorized to say in a different way. So that I've not said it, but maybe someone who thinks outside of the box can grab it.
It's like at least some of this, Max says, came from Rose's study of Sufism, a mystical strain of Islam that Rose got interested in when she was a teenager.
I mean, to hear my grandma say, my mom from a very, very early age had this something that propelled her to like seek out higher sort of distinctive clarity from a very young age.
By the time Rose left for college at Bauer College in upstate New York, she'd been studying Sufism for a few years. And Matt doesn't know the details, but shortly after Rose got to Bauer, she had some kind of breakdown.
And like grandparents drove up from Baltimore to Bauer and collected her brother from the school there. And just think like, you know, as that suggests, she was very like overwhelmed by the world from early on.
As part of our collaboration on this story, I asked Matt to read me a few passages from that Gawker piece. You'll be hearing them throughout the episode. And in an early section, he tells the story of something terrible that happened to Rose a few years after she left Bauer.
As a very young woman, she fell in love with a guy from the University of Chicago philosophy and business.
Wow. You look like a Jewish outreach.
Soon enough, she was pregnant. And then she was driving her son, Natalie, from Barbara, from Chicago, San Francisco, to visit Alan's mother. Mom drove through the night from her high summer into the future. The Volvo skidded off the river, then to a cold. Barbara was in front, as the mom survived the serious injuries. Alan, was crushing in the right place. Mom broke her legs and called her. This was just before dawn on December 1967. Outside of Chicago consequences of Mexico. I chose back and also said to find myself.
Mac's older brother. And a couple years after Asher was born, Rose met another student of Sufism named Henry. They got married and eventually became disciples of this spiritual teacher named Mayor Bauer. Mac's parents founded a community in Baltimore where a lot of Bauer's followers had settled. And a few years later, Mac was born. In the early years, Mac says, even though the block was lined with mystically inclined bohemian parents, his mom was a little further out on the hippie spectrum than the other ones.
We did not have a television, which, as kids really rubbed my brother terribly badly. So we'd often complain to my mom about that. And almost every time we did complain, she would either point to the large window in the front of the house or walk us over to the window and just say, "There's your television. Look out the window. It's organic TV."
Other than that, Mac says, life was pretty good for he and Asher. They ran around the neighborhood with the other kids, they played baseball and drew pictures with Rose at the kitchen table. But then, around the time Mac was about to 10, he has this memory of an afternoon they spent with his dad.
He once wanted to take Asher when he posted for Baltimore. So he had all these spots he wanted to show us. We both initially rolling our eyes is that what you're going to show us? But it ended up actually being really cool.
The Baltimore tour started out great. Henry took Mac and Asher up to the top of this hill in a suburb a short drive from where they lived, and they walked through this vast green field with a beautiful view of the Baltimore harbor, where they could see the city sprawling out all around it. Later in the afternoon, though, Mac says the tour started to get a little weird.
At the end, he took us to his favorite downtown bar. It was called Reggie's. Very it's kind of like swingerish bar.
Wait, you think Swinger John Roman's father? That's Swinger keep money closer to you. Okay. Mac told me that even though he was just a kid when this happened, it was clear to him that Reggie's was a place that his dad went to hang out without.
I got no update. What the hell was a done deal at 8:30? What?
Rose. A few years later, his parents got divorced. And with Henry out of the picture, Mac says he started to notice how close his mom and his brother were. At one point, I came across a poem in Mac's manila folder, apparently improvised by Asher and transcribed by Rose.
This is kind of a wild poem. It goes, a Charlie Chaplin of a boy trained the wheelbarrow pump on the side of Bonnie Hill. The little ant's leg hid halt and rest. With a shrug of his shoulders and his arm, with a shoot to the air and trim of the pedal, the wheels spinning, rolling, and hang-on handles for five-legged stands, with a lift, skip, chip, kick stand. Fall down along the wide branches of the rope, playing wood chip paths to the door and stretches past the shelter. And it's like a central You're being bound.
Mac and his mom were never close the way Rose and Asher were, and the divorce didn't make things any easier. Then, around the time Mac was 16, Asher left for college in California, and things with Mac and Rose started to go downhill.
Yeah, at some point we all moved out of the house I grew up in, and my mom moved a couple times with Ryan. She was living with a handful of friends that she roommates. And she might have met them through her interest in Sufism, but they'd all also that had morphed into something else where they all had this relationship with a Santa Fe based psychic.
Also, just for the record, guys, let's be clear here. Nobody wants to work 5 days a week. Everybody likes 12 to 15-hour shifts, 4 days a week. Okay, first off, let's address that. Second off, 9 to 5 is a lame shift. It's not a good shift. Are you kidding me? I would much prefer 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. 4 days a week. You know what I mean? I'll never have that because I'm going to have the same job I have right now until the day I die. But I never understood the appeal of the 9 to 5. I understand it for elementary school age students. I feel all students, no school should start that is publicly funded until 9:30 or 10 in the morning. Kids are more ready to learn. They're in need of more supervision. And a 10 to 2 school day is beneficial for all children of all ages, even if that means they only get 1 day off a week, but they get a full month off every couple of months. What a day. Remember, guys, the FBI still has a couple more surprises. 1 more today, 2 next week, and then I can't tell you what else. If you're wondering how long I've been saying that, about a month. Just check out some of the other live streams. Oh yeah, you got a zinger of a surprise today. It's aimed at the woman who still thinks she's smarter than the FBI. And it doesn't arrive until lunchtime.
Max says there were some positive things about the living arrangements. His mom's roommates had kids of their own. They'd all play wiffle ball in the backyard sometimes. But those moments were fleeting.
It was a strange place to live as a teenager. Bradley, basement. I just didn't really want to go upstairs and go with the mom and her friends. So I remember getting down there a lot.
Part of Max's resistance to hanging out upstairs had to do with Rose's dynamic with Sylvia, the psychic.
She would often say, like, let's not get Sylvia. We kind of really should do X, Y, and Z.
At least part of Asher's closeness with Rose seems like it had to do with a shared openness to the idea of some sort of sense of destiny. Asher used to write to Rose about it in his letters home from college.
She told me he once about this feeling that he's got young and make the connection. Part of what he comes to like, yeah.
But as a teenager living in a house full of seniors, Matt had no patience for any of this stuff.
I never, as far as I remember, I never met psychic and fight out. Just goddamn psychic fight. I'm not gonna do what she says.
One summer,
Yeah.
the tension that had been simmering for months between Matt and Rose finally boiled over.
My mom and her psychic decided together that I should move from Baltimore to live with my dad in Oakland. And I was very not into that.
How old were you at the time?
I must have been about 16 because my response to that was a kid. I always think of this in the context of how the Baltimore Colts left Baltimore overnight because my version of that was leaving my mom's and my friend Rachel tried to BW Bug across town to Mount Washington to live with my aunt. I think I remember like Rachel pulling into the driveway of her house and her coming outside. I think she must have been watching out the kitchen window. It's really strange when I think about it. Yeah, I just remember going out and finding my dad.
After that, things only got worse.
After I left and moved in with my aunt, Sylvia told my mom she needed to either bring me back to her house or handcuff me, get me on the plane to Oakland. I said things like that. I definitely said, it's bullshit. Fuck that. Conversation might be too grand.
Yeah. When Asher got word of what was happening, he flew home from California.
He came back to Baltimore, largely to kind of make sure I was okay, take care of me. And he spent a year in Baltimore, got like his own apartment, outreach school.
So he came back specifically to check in.
Yeah, I mean, he came back hoping to be a kind of family ambassador of my idea.
Asher's intervention couldn't fix the problem. In the end, he went back to California, and eventually Matt moved out there too. Not to Oakland, like Sylvia wanted, but to LA, where Asher later joined him. Matt started taking acting classes. Asher had written a screenplay with their cousin Aaron called Nuclear Waste, a pulp dystopian sci-fi comedy. They wanted Matt to star. They were going to be, in Asher's words,
The new Coen brothers or some shit.
but then, one night in 1992,
I remember feeling wobbled, got physical, a hollow pain. Not nausea, closer to the opposite. I couldn't get enough of it.
in another section of that darker essay, Matt writes about his brother's murder. The night it happened, Asher was out with Aaron, and Matt was driving home from a date with his girlfriend at the time, Evangeline.
Dawn said, I'm here. Feel good. Spotted, denied. Look at this rat girl. Look at the swollen moons and sun. Moon moons. Shove it at Tom Waits cassette. Forget the guy.
Matt and Evangeline made it back to the apartment, but Matt still felt strange. He decided to smoke something.
Maybe the hot coat that killed you is still swirling. Two negatives stacked atop one another, each positive charge. But now the effect instead was cumulative, and I was left with riddled wits and uncomfortable still. We played a song of youth in the 7th grade. Strange for me. Strange for me. I ran shaking to the window and looked at him at the condition. Like a cheap detective in middle class squad. What is it? Evan's voice wandered across the room. I don't see it.
Asher never came home that night. And the next day, Matt woke up to an article in the paper about his brother's murder. It said that Asher and their cousin Aaron had been looking for a parking space when someone ran up to the car and fired a shot through the window. Asher was hit, and when they tried to drive away, they crashed into a parked car. Aaron managed to hail a cab and get Asher to the ER. It was
Let's do another morning gratitude prayer this Friday. Dear Godzilla, we are so grateful for the hot-ass American veterans of the country, particularly those that go into law enforcement as sheriffs, and in some instances, police officers. You know why? Because those that are veterans are less likely than those that are not to tolerate federal felons' bullshit, especially when they've been debriefed by the FBI and have also been instructed to let these fucking idiots wasting their time talk and talk and talk and record it all for their prosecution. So thank you so much for them, that's all. They are underappreciated, they are attractive, they're seen. Amen.
It was too late. A police sketch of the gun was eventually released, and for a while, it looked like the cops had enough forensic evidence from the crime scene to track down the shooter. But then months went by, and then years. At some point, Matt realized they were never going to get a definitive answer about who killed Asher. Matt says he and his mom never really talked about Asher's murder.
Zero exceptions, zero exigent circumstances, failure of every officer upstairs to act for each criminal trespass, including everyone they orchestrated, and not to run downstairs and immediately detain them, constitutes numerous criminal charges that you will see once your indictments are unsealed. I.e., at your arraignment, Laheim.
As for Max life, he moved back east and started a family of his own.
And yes, indeed, they've all been ADA violations. Yep.
Once on a cross-town bus, I was absolutely convinced he was right. The same moment I heard him following a very funny man. And he faked it all in order to, what, to look who couldn't be myself.
Family ghosts will continue on. When I first read Max Gowner's, I was particularly moved by the sections where he writes about the years following Asher's death. Right after it happened, Matt and his cousin Aaron, the one who was in the car with Asher the night of the murder, moved to San Francisco.
I started a band called Cole, changed their names, would perform at bars and clubs with no window. Aaron played guitar and wrote songs. I sang. Not really. I drank beer and champagne, and jumped around, shouted until my voice was a croak. A few shows, Aaron and I drank so much we could barely stand. I didn't think about writing lyrics for or about my brother, but every show was a bridge, a win.
The postman chose help at first, but eventually Matt realized he had to try to find a way forward. He moved in with another cousin in Santa Cruz and started taking college courses. But the clouds followed him down the coast.
At night I drank too much and walked out the front door of a small white clapboard house. Before I reached the nearby health food store, I crossed the street and for the stuck metal walls of the liquor store on the other side of Laurel Street. If it was late at night, like 1 or so in the morning, the streets would be empty, hiding around the walls. I walked steady, eyes on the around and around the square pit. Dragging my head across the stuck metal until my skin got open. Those were as long as I could take it. I tried for one more minute. The ogre cuts like fire from the waves takes them.
Thankfully, Santa Cruz is also where Matt met his now wife, Catherine. They got married and moved back east to Brooklyn and had 2 daughters. Postman broke up, but Matt finished school, got a job as an editor, and little by little, clouds started to dissipate. But by the time Matt started working on Montgomery's a few years ago, he and Rose, his mom, were in touch only sporadically. Matt writes about literally
What you think you're seeing, you're not really seeing. What you're actually seeing, guys, is a highly controlled investigation involving a man that is a bona fide genius who's provided instructions to people you don't believe know that you're going to prison for the rest of your lives. I'm not sure what's going on, but all the federal felons in Unit 207 are convinced that they found someone willing to go to prison with them outside in the alley at 9:01 a.m. PST, November 22nd, 2024. I assure you, the FBI feels whoever you think is going to be joining you in a federal prison is going to be aiding in your prosecution and nothing more. That's what you're actually seeing, Unit 207. You're not seeing someone volunteering to be a federal felon like you. You're not seeing someone willing to forfeit their immunity. You're seeing someone who is part of a highly controlled investigation. And that's regarding whoever the fuck's in the alley that the idiots upstairs think will go to prison for them. At 9:02 a.m. Friday, PST, November 22nd.
Years ago, the mystery school situation went from dubious to dangerous. Rose had ended up moving into the home of the founder of the school, and according to Matt, that arrangement got toxic and hurt. Rose couldn't afford to pay rent, and she had developed Alzheimer's. Her mental state was deteriorating rapidly. At some point, the school's founder sent Matt an email threatening to take Rose to the emergency room and just leave her there.
Anyway, I got a hush, guys. I got a hush. You do what you want. Remember, there's one more. You have one left. One more felony, which is anybody being anywhere in my yard or saying my name. Class A felony of witness tampering. And a guaranteed obstruction of justice charge. You have one more of those left. That's it. That I directly experience while you're illegally detaining me.
Fortunately, some of Rose's friends swooped in and found her removed at a nearby assisted living facility. And while Mac is, of course, grateful to you, he's also haunted by the fact that he didn't go out.
And for those of you who are wondering what that means, you'll have to watch previous live streams. It's something the FBI has stated. They've got one more.
Go out to California and fix the situation himself. He can't help feeling like Asher would have handled things differently.
Not really. Internal conflict, code of loyalty of the family. Gwen didn't admit definitely something. Strong feelings, but the family way they don't.
In the wake of the mystery school mess, Mac agonized over what he should do.
It's a weird thing because, you know, Catherine and my wife and I talked a lot about should be at mom here. You know, I could not see that. Just could not see how that would work at all. It seemed like a terrible, terrible idea. So then what are the options are sort of big and from there. You know, my mom's old and frail, seeming, and has no money, so there are not a lot of great options at that point.
A younger version of Mac might have left you there. But luckily,
And for anyone that's wondering, why is it being treated as a Class A felony, the witness tampering? It has something to do with the fact that the FBI is confident they're going to be convicting everyone directly above my head in the building at this very moment in Unit 207 who has not blown the whistle for not 107 counts, guys, but well over 162. That's lifetimes in prison. That's why you would be charged with the Class A felony witness tampering. When you use your last opportunity to try and hook another person into being labeled a federal felon and to join you in your imprisonment. Something the FBI does not want, because they went from 27 people facing imprisonment because of the people upstairs right now, most notably in the living room. And they whittled that number down to single digits. And for 8 days straight, these idiots upstairs have been trying to recruit numerous enforcement officers to join them in a federal penitentiary.
Mac's been feeling like he has to try to do something for Rose. For her sake, and for Asher's. That day way Mac wrote about in his documents, when he thought he saw Asher on the bus, he actually ended up following the person he thought was Asher off the bus and down the street for several blocks. He argues that he followed. But again, I think what incredible it was. Science was against it, but still, the same page until it struck. I followed him half a block distance. Finally made the Asher down from a short flight of grass downstairs and entered a midtown building. Froze. The chase was over. But was it even a chase at all? Can it be a chase if what did I do? Later in the piece, Max starts to realize what he's chasing. Every few weeks it gets realized. No chance to there for one who that cannot be. I asked Matt what he meant. My brother's alive. He's with her. Taking her for walks. A few weeks later, as we finished going through those documents and Max documents, he told me that his family was getting ready to leave for their summer vacation. So,
And then I also just want to direct anybody who's spending time on the internet, why don't you check out the Snohomish County Prosecutors Office Google review section. When you finish reading those, be advised, the FBI has stated I'll be posting one more, and it will be when I state, I told you so, and rate them once again 1 star.
we're talking
Look for that January 2025.
the day that you're headed out to California. Have you decided yet whether you're going to go see them? Yeah, definitely the street there. Our story continues after the break. One of the things that was hardest for him about that conversation he had with his mom, who was working on the Gawker case in Asher, was the realization that Rose was starting to slip away. It just seemed to happen so fast, even though there was decades between my brother died and my dad died. Something she did to her. That was hard, never years, but just didn't feel very sudden. It made Matt realize that eventually no one, especially not Asher, was going to be there to face this experience on the way out of the right.
Ho, ho, ho. Also, if you've watched these live streams, you'll have definitely heard me say that the FBI has stated I'll be the one playing Santa this year, dispersing metaphorically the coals and presents to those who have been naughty and those who have been nice. Which is interesting because I'm a Jew and I don't celebrate Christmas. So how telling could it be that the FBI has stated that on Christmas Day I am the happiest person in this building, and also that on January 1st, Unit 207 will be vacant. But I will be right here in my living room. It's a need to know, so I really can only speculate, but I think that says it all, everybody.
Yeah, you're a fake living on the window. Matt called me a few minutes after he and Winter left the hospital where Rose is living now. He said that he'd been hoping to bring Mom some flowers, but they couldn't find a florist, so he brought her a little orange from a coffee shop. When they arrived, they made their way to Rose's room. It was a small, cold, clinical environment, Matt says. Dresser, a lamp, not much else. Rose's bed faces a wall. took her out into the garden behind the hospital. They all sat quietly for a bit.
Those nights out there, I it was cool, but not really good. Just good summer morning and the guys in the street. But night, it was simple things.
After a while, Matt unwrapped the almond tart they brought from the coffee shop and offered a piece to Rose.
She kept coming like, wasn't having what she wanted more, so I just put it up there and coffee.
As Matt told me about his visit with his mom, I kept thinking about that thing he said. How if Asher were alive, she would have been the one to visit Rose and spend time with her.
Trying to make her life better. Some small way, I guess.
It's too late for them to talk about Asher, or whatever it was that happened that summer with Sylvia the psychic. As Matt expected, Rose hadn't even been able to say hello when he arrived, or much of anything really. And that afternoon in the garden, she did manage to find a few words he wasn't expecting.
He said, doing good? She might. He said, yeah, good.
And so they sat together for a while, sharing the almond tart and his studies.
Pick up my stuff and sit over there, where I should want more of that. There's cool swan more.
Family Ghosts is hosted and produced by me, Sam Bigger, with Erica Owens, Serena Shockley, Sally Helm, Adelia Rubin, Jenna Hammond, and Shania Castro. Our story editor is Michaela Bly. Our production assistant is Julie Press. This episode was mixed by Megan Arnett. Our theme music is by Louis Garrett. Executive producers for Season 3 are myself, along with Keith Reynolds and Aaliyah Tabacoli at Spoken People. Special thanks, as always, to the Kindred Spirits, our supporters on Patreon, who help make our work possible. In addition to ad-free episodes and exclusive bonus content, Kindred Spirits have already heard this episode. They get to listen to everything we make before anyone else. And this week, they're getting a special bonus episode where Matt reads the entirety of the Gawker piece about
Hashtag watch this. Hashtag highly controlled.
Brother, that you heard some excerpts from in this story. It's a beautiful piece of writing. It was actually nominated for a National Magazine Award. If you'd like to hear that, along with the special extras that accompany all of our episodes, please consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits. It's just $5 a month, and you can join at patreon.com/familyghosts. We are proud creative partners of Spoken Media. Find more great podcasts at spokenmedia.io. Season 3 continues next week. We'll talk to you then, and thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every ghost is haunted. Next time on Family Ghosts. Jim O'Grady takes a fateful trip to Fort Davis, Texas. If you happen to grow up in a small town with only one stoplight, that
Well, whatever is going on, I'm not part of it. I can't fucking hear. I hear people mumbling, but I don't know what the fuck they're saying at present. But the FBI is highly entertained, guys. The FBI's latest debrief is highly entertaining. Highly entertaining, whatever's going on to the FBI. Highly.
That is 100% more stoplights than Fort Davis, Texas. If this place ever had a heyday, it is over.
Jim spends a complicated vacation with his mother-in-law, Ruby Bell.
A woman who viewed everyday life through a
veil of gothic horror. Ruby Bell believes in the spirit world. It's like a country club she belongs to and visits regularly. But Jim doesn't. And then I say to Ruby Bell, you know what I can't do? How some people squander their curiosity on BS like signs of a paranoia. On our next episode, Jim and Ruby Bell take a fateful trip to the desert. Hits something in the road. He stops the brakes, spins the wheel, turns around, drives back, stops. There, in the headlights, is a vulture. That's next week with season 3 of Family Ghosts.
A vulture?
This holiday season, Little Women is in
Oh, time for a song. And where am I going, everybody? Jungle Book. Yep. Jungle Book, King Louie, I Want to Be Like You. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to follow this up with Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries for the rest of my days. It's my problem-free Jewish philosophy. The jungle VIP. And that's what's bothering me.
I want to be a man cop, and stroll right into town, and be just like the other men. I'm tired of walking around.
Oh, doobie-doo.
I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. Talk like you. You see it's true.
And an ape like me. You can't learn to be human too. I just want to pause this song here and point out that my favorite of the FBI agents that are less than 5 minutes away, who were highly entertained as of 5 minutes ago-ish, one of them is the one that the song by the Beatles, Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey, applies to, and I'm absolutely the monkey. Okay? Okay.
Here's your part of the deal, cuz. Please, a man's red flag.
But I don't know how to make fire.
Now, don't try to keep me handcuffed. I made a deal with you. What I decide is man's red flag. To make my country. Not even see this man card. Come on, clue me once. Give me the power. A man's red flag. So I can be like you. Fine. So that's what the deal is at. I'll tell them something. I'll beat them out. I'll. Yeah. Well, that's what I do. We're gonna stop that sleeping business, Alyssa. We take brains, not throwing. You better believe it, and I'm loaded with both. Listen. Oh, yeah. One disturbance. I'll rescue Logan. I'm gone. Solid gone.
I'd also like to add in the future, apparently I don't need to include Anne Marie Bauer or Alderwood Property Management anymore to the list, guys. of recipients. That's not going to be a problem. And I have no idea if that means she blew the whistle or what, but in the event that she did blow the whistle, good on you. I thought that we could at least be civil with each other when you almost died and didn't. What I can say about her is the FBI said that, unlike some of you, Anne Marie Bauer has listened. Now, did she just listen? I don't fucking know, guys. I have no idea. I lied. We're not jumping into Hakuna Matata. I want to hear the bare necessities from Jungle Book first, then Hakuna Matata. And also remember, in the event of my death, you're going to need to watch these YouTube live streams and do as I instructed. Otherwise, I promise you, I will be your sleep paralysis demon if I have to grovel to Godzilla to make it happen. Bare necessities, Jungle Book song. The notion of Anne Marie Bauer not being involved is mind-blowing to everyone in Unit 207 right now. Yeah, I really hope she blew the whistle. I mean, why would she want to go to prison for the rest of her life, lose her houses, her company, her reputation, which is exactly what would have already happened had you not been detaining me for 107 days, huh? And she is one of the people, to be clear, the North Everett Police Precinct / Snohomish County Prosecutors Office attempted to entrap by using to perpetrate crimes without any immunity, though she was promised immunity. According to the FBI, that took place many a time. Many a time. Hey, the FBI, they'll come to you. The FBI, they'll come right to you, Unit 207. They'll come to you. That's why this Jew can rest at ease. All right, now time for Hakuna Matata. YouTube trying to force me into Disney sing-alongs I don't want. I'm very specific with my Disney sing-along song choices, people. Very specific. Hakuna Matata. When he was a young warthog. This is dedicated to all the corrupt police officers who blew the whistle and are no longer corrupt police officers. Good job on reversing. You'll be keeping your bars and badges. Unfortunately, that only constitutes a little over 50% of you. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata? What's the matter?
What's the matter with you? You know what? These two words will solve all your problems. That's right. Take Cooper, for example. Why? When he was a young warthog.
He could clear the savannah after every meal. He wanted to change his name. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata ain't no passing craze. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
Welcome to our humble abode. We live for everyone. You will always be a rock presence. Stop.
Looks like we have to eat a whole zebra.
Refresh out a secret.
Any animals? Hippo?
Nope. Listen, kid. You live with us. You have to eat like that. Hey, this looks like a good spot for us lunch and grub.
Ew, what's that?
A grub. What's it look like?
Ew, gross.
Tastes like chicken. Slimy yet satisfying. These are rare ducks. We call them gross. Don't worry, I'm telling you, Tim. This is the great life. No rules, no responsibilities. The little trees will come. And test the ball. No worries. Well, Kitty.
Oh well, Hakuna Matata. Slimy, yet satisfying.
That's it.
federal felons upstairs. I may have just covertly referred to some of you as meerkats and some of you as boars, wild hogs. Winds of change, scorpions.
At mid-mobile, we like to do the opposite of what big wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you.
Out in my yard, listening to the wind of the FBI. Of change. Right outside of my yard, listening to the wind of the FBI. Dude, you have to also remember, guys, I'm going to be going outside wearing a sign that literally says, "You're going to prison if you read this." Like, do you realize how absurd that is? That that's what it's come to because of your imbecilic, non-immune, going to prison the rest of your life asses? That I'm literally walking outside with a sign that basically says, "I'm the FBI's bait, and they'd love for you to be caught on my live stream." because they wanted to detain you all since before August 15th, but they weren't allowed. Hey, hey. Remember, the real heroes are the bountiful amount of whistleblowers. Now let's just go somewhere totally random, guys. Let's go to Kiss. Oh, yes. The whole band of Kiss, also Jews, not just Gene. Also, have you seen Gene Simmons' tongue? Like, for real? And if you didn't know, the whole band of Kiss was Jewish. I mean, come on. Look at these guys. This is Jew rock stardom. It looks exactly like us. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for annoying the fuck out of me. Also, this is the only good song by Kiss. This is the only song by Kiss I like. The only one. But it's so good. It's so good. You were made. Let's see what song it tries to recommend to me based on that song. I'm coming. Hold on. That's an ad. It's not the song. Okay, which one are we bouncing to?
So, what if you can ask the wizard for
Well, I'm not sure he's such a fool. I want him to give me all the magical advice stuff he's giving me. But the wizard didn't give me like how you come with Gemini Light to have free-flowing conversations about almost anything. I didn't get that from the wizard or pixels to me. The wizard is wrong. And in one long circle to search, I found just imaginaries. And I both had more magical than I. Just you and I. Just you and I. Just you and I. Defying gravity. With you and I.
Back to the Scorpions. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. Remember, the FBI has me under orders to go outside wearing a sign that informs you that you're choosing to be a felon with a Class A felony and an obstruction of justice charge in addition to every other charge on my door. 0 exceptions, 0 extended circumstances. Hey, I'll be outside and I'll be like, here I am. The FBI would love to rock you like a hurricane. Here I am. The FBI would love to rock you like a hurricane. So when I'm outside, remember this is what it is. Here I am. The FBI would love to rock you like a hurricane. Here I am. The FBI wants to rock you like a hurricane. You should be playing this song when I do go outside to get my groceries. Wearing my sign that literally says you're going to prison if you see this. If you take a picture of this, you're going to prison. Bona fide genius. And I feel like there is some sort of sexual tension between him and the crazy lady going to prison for over 80 years as of August. And I'm like the fucking telephone between the two of them. They're like, no, I'm smarter than you. No, I'm smarter than you. And it's like, obviously, the bona fide genius is the smarter one, guys. Come on. So remember, when I get my groceries, this is what it is. Here I am with this sign letting you know you're going to prison because the FBI is now going to rock you like a hurricane, and you've consented. Here I am because the FBI wants you to acknowledge that you have every intent of going to prison, so now they get to rock you like a hurricane. Here I am. The FBI wants to rock you like a hurricane. And that concludes music session with Mystic Gwen. let's go back to the podcast. But I feel like this podcast is making me just feel super moody. I think it's a mix between the bluegrass music they mix in and the fact that it's always family stories. You know, I feel like those changed. My whole life, I thought that I was related to Lewis and Clark. Clark, the dumb one that made the maps, who also owned slaves and was racist, but hell of a woodsman. And then I found out literally when I got my 23andMe results that was totally bullshit. But guess who I am related to, guys? This sucks even more. Alexander Hamilton. He's my relative. I lost Clark and gained a banker. Like, what the fuck, dude? And I hate musicals. I've never seen Hamilton. Nor will I.
There's the sound of them unboxing super soft Lululemon loungewear. Then there's the sound of them slipping into deep recovery mode after every workout. The real gift happens in the living room. Open the night. Shop now at Lululemon.com. Before we begin, a quick program note. Family Ghosts will be off next week, but season 3 will continue with an all-new episode on Wednesday, March 4th. Until then, please enjoy this week's story, and thank you, as always, for listening.
Spoke Media.
Hello, Ghost family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. Friends, by now you've heard us tell a wide range of stories about people who are haunted by the legends of the past. In most of our
Oh, and if you have any complaints about anything I've said in these videos, please feel free to write them to the Seattle FBI field office. Send your grievances there.
The action of the story focuses on those people attempting to lift the weight of that haunting from their shoulders, to exorcise those ghosts, if you will. But something we haven't talked much about is the moment that haunting first reveals itself, that shiver of realization that your entire perception of your family and your place in it has changed forever. But your humble narrator recently took the stage at a live storytelling show to tell a story about just such a moment. So a couple of years ago, I got invited to go to my girlfriend's family reunion. And this was really exciting for me because I was planning to focus on my girlfriend. And I had not met this side of her family before, so this was a big deal. A little couple, which is that her family is comprised of outside, by which I mean people who like to spend time outside. I am an inside person. As a matter of fact, working in radio and podcasting, I spend most of my time in rooms that are designed to deny the existence of outside. That's how much I like being inside. So I said, "What's on the agenda for the family reunion?" She said, "Shit." We went on the reunion, and I was like, I'll find a way in. And I was very relieved when I got there to discover that there was a large contingent of this family reunion of old wasps in the basement drinking martinis. And I'm very good at that. But then, the girlfriend walks over with some other folks in the family, and she says, "But you go for a chai tea. Do you want to get nice?" And I thought to myself, saying, "You have an option. You can sit here and do the thing you're good at, or you go on the hike." So I said, "Let's go on the hike. Let's hike it up." So we set off on this hike, and we walk up to the top of this mountain. And it's going good so far. First, I made it to the top of the mountain. So that's a big deal for me. But then things take a little bit of a turn. All these clouds roll in, and it starts to rain. Like really, really, really heavily. The hardest rain I've ever being. So my girlfriend's family, no problem. They're outside. They were wearing waterproof except that I was also wearing another blue sport coat, because I was trying to make a good impression. Instead, I made the worst possible impression. So I don't know what to do, and one of the cousins says, oh, no problem, I brought an umbrella. So I said, wait, there's only one way for me to look more ridiculous. Thank you so much. So I put up this umbrella, and we start making our way down the mountain. And at a certain point, I feel this thing that I've never felt before. This is what it felt like. It's like the hand of God has reached out of the sky, grabbed the top of the umbrella,
Hunter.
lifted me into the air, and then thrown me to the ground.
You
And this is
spilled it on
accompanied by
me.
a sound like this. And then in my peripheral vision, I see this white light going by. And then one of my girlfriend's cousins says this thing, I will never forget this thing that she said. It was, drop the fucking umbrella! So I throw the umbrella to the ground, there's smoke coming off the top, and I realize I have just been struck by lightning. Now, if you're an inside person, something people say to you sometimes is, what are you afraid of going outside? You think you're going to get struck by lightning? But I also have this other thought repeated after this. It was a thought I had never had before, which is I look around at all these people, I feel no pressure, and I think, I can teach them my family. And I couldn't believe that I had that thought. From Spokane and WALT, you're listening to Family Ghosts. This week on the show, we bring you a blend of stories about inceptions and exorcisms. I'm Sandy, and this is episode 26, Spirit World. Coming up after the break.
And then I say to Ruby Bell, you know what I really believe? How some people squander their curiosity on BS like signs of the paranormal. And Ruby Bell looks at me. She says, you're going with me to see the Martha Lights tonight. We'll be right back.
Screaming down on the phone. We'll play that unless it's time.
Okay, you're pretty cool.
I'm Charlie for the full delay. Charles, look at the accents.
The son of a bitch.
I will follow you, and I will kill you myself.
The day of the jackal streaming down on the phone.
Welcome back to Family Ghosts. Our first story this week comes from Jim O'Grady, who told it at one of our Family Ghosts live shows last time.
So, it's the late 90s, and I'm on winter vacation in Fort Davis, Texas. If you are having to grow up in a small town with only one stoplight, that is 100% more stoplights than Fort Davis, Texas. If this place ever had a heyday, it was over. And I remember we were staying in this sort of western themed old-time hotel, and I went out walking to just take in the place. I remember standing there thinking, oh, this is the kind of town where the cattle is lean and the cowboys are fat. Fort Davis, Texas, winter vacation. I'm there with my wife, Anna. It's the kind of trip you endure because you're married. Or at least that's what I believe.
All right, it's 9:58 a.m. Nerd Squad. The package has not arrived.
We're there with her mother, my Texas mother-in-law, Ruby Bell, proper, dignified, wearing a permanent souffle. Oh, and a woman who viewed everyday life through a veil of gothic horror. For example, she'd come back from the supermarket, I'd be helping her put away the groceries, and she'd return and say to me, "Remember,
I already heard this.
But doing that, the real gift happens when we're living it. When you get the fan favorite everywhere about that, the real gift is when the ultra-seated breast feel slides are the gift, you're really giving them. This holiday, Lululemon makes it easy to get your little luxuries go beyond. Open the logo. Shop now at Lululemon.com. Spoke Media.
hello, Garcia. Welcome to Film Quest." A few years ago, Tony
Is it time to reimagine your future? The right business skills may make a difference in your career. At Capella University, we offer a relevant education. Oh, my love ran out of the carpet. I think we need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, Mitch, the art for pets? Only 10 minutes away.
Yes, Mitch. Thanks for like your old Thomas Brown. Your mom's that way.
Wow, the reviews. Everyone loves this place.
Thank you, Doctor. How can I help you?
Hi, I think my dog Milo needs his toy.
I can keep one of our veterinarians on the line. Hey, that's me, Milo. Let's take this over right away.
So glad you guys are open.
ATR for pets. Open 24/7.
Hate waiting a week for the next episode of Radio Rental? Subscribe to Tenderfoot Plus to get early access to episodes, ad-free listening, and bonus scary stories. Visit tenderfootplus.com for details.
Nerd Squad, they're screwing with the interface, but looking at my inbox on Rocket Mail, it appears that there are multiple packages that have suddenly been sent to me, or one that they're attempting to deliver 3 times today, which is weird.
Take a break from the same old boring blockbusters and experience a new kind of
The first email just loaded. The one that I already am expecting, that I was told would be arriving X amount of days before X amount of things. Wink, wink. Highly controlled. And what are these? Are these all about the same package? This one ends 762. This one ends 762. This one ends 762. It looks like they're all the same package. There's one more, but so far they all end 762. Yeah, they're all 762. So all that's coming in the mail is what I was told would be arriving X amount of days before X events. Thank you for that. That's something, eh? Still don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about being a done deal at 8:30 a.m. And the package is not here. It is 10:02.
was in 2016. I moved here with a previous relationship that didn't really work out. We split up pretty quickly, and I was in this city for like a year. I didn't really know anybody. I didn't really have any friends besides my coworkers. So I thought my next course of action would be to download these applications and try to meet people online. He messaged me first. We just hit it off pretty quickly. I just thought he was a really attractive person. He was funny, and we had like the same sense of humor, and like that's what I look for in like a person that I like trying to be friends with, or more, whatever I'm trying to find from the application. I really didn't have a set goal of what I was looking for. He was a super nice guy, so we decided we would just continue talking through the application, and then about like a week later, we decided we liked each other enough that we would just meet up at like a local cafe and like see where it goes from there. I was super stoked to like meet this person in the flesh, to have someone that was super kind and that had a bunch of stuff on interests with me. It was like a breath of fresh air. I put on my best t-shirt, clean pair of pants, and I was feeling good. It was like first date. That's what I took it as. I was as nervous as anyone would ever be. He walked in, like, I immediately knew it was him because it was who he said he was in his photos. That was a huge relief to me. You never know who you're going to meet off the internet. And we just started talking, hit it off immediately. I was pretty at ease when I talked to him. Everything was just normal. I felt like I knew him from previously meeting, which is different. I ended up showing him like this stupid photo on my phone. Like I have a whole folder of like cat reactions, so I was going through those, and then he like pulled out his phone and had like a whole folder of like memes. And we started just sharing memes with each other, like on our.
Interesting. Last update. They're incredibly desperate.
Phones. He kind of just nonchalantly grabbed my phone out of my hand and just kind of started swiping through. I was looking at his phone and he was looking at mine. We both have iPhones. He had my phone in the palm of his hand and his phone was laying on the table. So he could see what I was doing on his phone, but I couldn't see what he was doing on my phone. And he was making swiping gestures. He was like laughing and like reacting to things on my phone. So I was like, okay, he's still just looking through my photos. Nothing was weird here. There was nothing that indicated that he was doing anything other than looking at my photos. And then he just gave me back my phone and we were just continuing to laugh at memes and stuff like that. Nothing about this interaction was off to me. We just continued talking. I think it was around 9:45. The Starbucks closes at 10. He was like, hey, do you still want to like hang out? Sure, that sounds like fun. Did you have...
So just real quick, if you missed it, before it was 8:30 a.m., the FBI stated there will be no one authorizing the desire to put more people in federal prison today. And as a contingency, I've been instructed to do something that some of you will find surprising. And some of you will find highly effective. And the hope is it will be both.
You have anything in mind? He's like, well, I'm not really from the area and everything's close, so maybe we can just drive around for a little bit. That sounds fine with me. We're driving around the city, going in and out of like inner streets. I was comfortable because we were downtown.
I'll give you a hint. It's a way by the simple act of me opening my door to retrieve my groceries that should already be here, but have obviously, once again, as the FBI stated, been intercepted by the federal felons of the North Everett Police Precinct to steal, tamper with, or damage them. They're not here by 10 a.m., which is when they were due. Separate from that, the mere act of me opening the door today to get groceries is a way of the FBI telling you all very hard to go fuck off and fuck yourselves. But we also have the assurance of what we've known since before 8:30 this morning, if you've been watching this live stream. The FBI has stated there is no one that is going to be authorizing more people going to prison in the federal penitentiary. Not today.
If anything happened to me, I could just jump out of the car. I was thinking like what ifs, but I pushed that into the back of my mind and just got in the car. And like things were fine. Things were totally fine.
And as soon as that package arrives, assuming they didn't just steal it all together and decide it's not coming, when I open up the door, you will see that fuck you. There'll be another vehicle parked directly outside of my front door waiting to stop me at the behest of people going to prison for the rest of their lives like yesterday. Something the FBI warned of at like 1 a.m. And then came to be about 12 to 13 hours later, or however long later it was, 12 hours-ish. Remember, guys, this is what the FBI has said explicitly about the idiots in Unit 207 that haven't blown the whistle and will be going to prison for a minimum of 45 years at this point. Quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine.
We're at this red light, and he looks at me and he says, so, do your roommates know that you're out with me tonight? I just snapped back at me.
But I'll give you guys a hint. Here's a hint that I can say about when I open the door. And I'm expecting no one to be out there, by the way, based on the fact that the FBI has stated already before 8:30 a.m. that there is no one that is going to be authorizing another enforcement officer going into a federal penitentiary in uniform today. Beyond that, the fuck you that I've been ordered to do with the opening of my door to grab it is also a fuck you that makes it impossible for you to proceed with that felony. In the event that you did find someone, maybe Porky the Pig, who hopefully blew the whistle. I.e., maybe you found someone that's already going to prison for a really long time because of their friendship, quote, quote, with you. Anyway, the fuck you is a way that even in that event, it will be a no-go. And also, just in opening my door, if anyone is out there, anyone. For me, guess what? They're going to be immediately guilty of all of the crimes on my door, the obstruction of justice charge you were notified of at 5 a.m., and a litany of other charges that you'll be able to identify as soon as I grab those groceries and bring them in and flip the camera around.
Maybe you'll let me know or you're going to kill me. He just laughed and he was just like, maybe you should use your roommates as an emergency contact. And I said, yeah, maybe you're right. We both have a dark sense of humor. Morbid joke.
Also, it's my understanding that Porky the Pig is indeed somebody who blew the whistle at this point. Now, I could have misunderstood that, but I was told Porky the Pig will never be back to my house. Right around November 20th.
Jokes have like always been kind of
the normal in this conversation, so it was not anything that kind of struck me as odd. His demeanor was just totally normal. It's nearing like midnight. We're driving, and I asked him to drop me off at the train station that was near my house because I didn't feel comfortable with him knowing my apartment complex just yet. It wasn't anything about him. It was just that I just met him online 2 hours ago, so I didn't want him to know exactly where my house was just yet. He just said, yeah, it's fine. And he dropped me off at the train station, and I got home. I went to send him a text message telling him that I got home safely and that I had a good night. I opened up his chat log, and at the very bottom, there's like a receipt that just says, you started sharing your location with Guy at 8:05. About the same time we were both at Starbucks. I put my glasses on to make sure that that's what I was reading because I definitely didn't do that. I turned it off, like as soon as I saw it, and then I just wrote it off. And I said, maybe I just did that on accident. I've been known to send back text messages and call people on accident, so I just turned it off and sent him a text message, and I was like, hey, I had a really great night. I hope that I can see you again soon. He replied. It was like a short text message, and I was like, okay, whatever. So I went to bed that night. And then I woke up the next day, and I sent him another text message, just like, hey, what's up? How's your day going? No response. I get it. This is the internet. Things don't click on like the first meet. It's not totally cool to ghost someone, but like that's what happens. That's what I thought was happening. The conversation kind of dwindled over time. Like he would still send me text messages, but it wasn't what it was. And then a few weeks later, I was at a grocery store around here, and I was just picking up some food for the house. There he was, in line, buying a drink, like a soft drink, just a single soft drink. It struck me as odd because he told me previously that he doesn't live in the area. And he said, like, hey, what's up? It's so weird to run into you here. And I was just like, yeah, like, how's it going? He's like, oh, it's great. He had a drink, and then behind him, like, a cart with his dog food, because he had a dog at the time. Okay, well, maybe he was just buying dog food here for some reason. I went home, and I didn't hear from him. I sent him a few text messages after that. Everything was just radio silence. A few days later, I was sitting there watching cartoons, just eating cereal, and it's near midnight. And there's like a fan on the door. I'm not gonna answer that. Didn't even react to it. I just continued to eat food and watch cartoons. I wasn't expecting anyone. I just wanted to ignore it, hoping that they would go away. Maybe they just had the rough house or something. Like, I wasn't too concerned about it. There was more bangs on the door. So I went and looked through the people, and there were two people. The first guy was wearing a hoodie and a baseball cap. And the second guy was just wearing a hoodie. They weren't looking at the people or anything. They were both facing like the door with their heads down. With what they were wearing, they were trying to hide their figure. All I could see was like mask down. I immediately recognized the online guy as the guy in the hoodie and the baseball cap because he had a super defined jaw. 100% knew that was him immediately. Not only is he at my apartment after I wanted to be dropped off at the train station panic, it was
more panicked that there was a second person. That's when everything started clicking. The meeting at the grocery store, the timestamp on my phone. I put it together that he figured out where I was staying because I didn't meet.
To put it another way, guys, the FBI is thrilled and excited that the woman that constantly and routinely takes the FBI's dares wants to play today. She thinks she's going to get me today, guys. She won't be getting me. But she'll be getting herself in some really big poo-poo next week.
Immediately turn off my
Right around the
application
same time.
watching me walk from the train station
Give or
to
take a
my
day.
apartment. And I'm here alone and I'm 5'3", not even 103 pounds. It really freaks me out. I just went to my bedroom and I called my roommates and I was like, you guys.
So to whatever woman who thinks she's getting me today, well, the FBI plans on putting you in prison for the rest of your life before 2025 is over. And has a 100% belief in your conviction on all counts. Without my testimony, let that sink in. Without my testimony, let that sink in.
ASAP. I think there's someone trying to break into the apartment. That was the only thing that I thought that they wanted to do was just rob me. Because I've heard of people being robbed off of like Tinder and Grindr. That's what he was trying to do, obviously. My roommate gets home and I ask him, like, did you see anyone like outside the apartment complex? He didn't know. Everything was silent. There was no one around the apartment complex. I told them everything and they were like, do you want to call the cops? I'm like, I don't know yet. So we didn't call the cops, but after that happened.
How do you convict somebody without my testimony? Either you have a bunch of people who blew the whistle, corroborating everything I've already reported. I'm a member of the clergy, so everything I posted on Facebook that is time-stamped and dated is legally applicable and legally admissible in every court in this state, including the highest court of this state. There's some real perks in being a legally ordained minister. Additionally, you do a bunch of shit that's been recorded and on record and filed in a courthouse, particularly a superior courthouse, and it becomes admissible in every other courthouse. So, if the lady is watching this who believes she's getting me today, rest assured, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is confident that you will be thinking about me every day for the rest of your life, which will be behind bars, beginning in mere months.
And I kind of like gave it a few hours after I was done freaking out, and I logged onto the application and sent him a message and see what the fuck was up, just to see like, if he was last online or something. I just wanted to see like what he was doing on the application because you can see when they're last online and how far away they are from you. I tried to find his profile and it's gone. He blocked me. It's a blank profile. There's nothing there. Everything was just like solidified. It was him. From what I gathered, they were trying to do more than just rob the police, but I am unsure. Even thinking about it, so like freaks me out because obviously there was.
Also, everybody, just so you know, the only type of
I
get
just don't know what it was. And I don't think I ever will. He's out there right now.
that will be occurring
Fucking terrifying.
is getting you all out of Unit 207. and those of you that kidnapped my children behind bars. Those of you who abused my children by perpetrating crimes against me without abatement or immunity, who deliberately and intentionally and willfully indoctrinated my children beginning on August 2nd using third and fourth parties, who then made a concentrated effort to make it so my autistic child would come back and have a huge escalation, forcing him to deal with something he had never experienced in 7 years. And he did. That was YouTube live stream too. The FBI plans on using that specific YouTube live stream and the series of letters that you sent, which Sprint is fully in cooperation with them, as is T-Mobile, not only in your conviction, but in Sprint/T-Mobile's looming lawsuit against the North Everett Precinct and Snohomish County Prosecutors, which it's my understanding is going to be for a large amount of money. So who's getting who today, guys? I'm not getting anything other than lots and lots of money and a big ass apology. That's what I'll be getting. And perhaps some more YouTube live stream footage of people going to prison for the rest of their lives. Perhaps that too.
Welcome back, dear customer. What did you think of that last story? I wasn't asking you to speak. You broke the rules. That's 2 more hours of time out. You simple-minded loser. Okay, my dear listener, on to the next scary story. Here we go.
And remember, you don't need to believe me because I've been assured that none of you are going to ever be allowed to even say my name in public in February of 2025. You will be provided a permanent injunction, and you will never be within 500 yards of me or my children again in February 2025.
There were warnings all around the airport saying, make sure to only use licensed, approved taxi services. Book your taxi service here. There were kiosk booths and people out front of those kiosks trying to pull people in to buy their taxi service. And I was a little concerned that I was going to be taken advantage of. I was fairly confident in my ability to get around. I understand Mexican culture well enough, fluent Spanish, and I just thought, I don't need somebody to arrange this for me, and they're probably going to charge me a lot more than if I...
Oh, and Sprint and T-Mobile aren't authorized to corroborate what I just said. But you'll see that lawsuit, it's my understanding, before June, the North Everett Police Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutors will be provided that lawsuit before June.
That if I were to just sort this out on my own, and not some helpless tourist showing up in a country where I don't speak the language.
Remember, everybody, they had 27 people they reeled into going to prison for them at a federal penitentiary. 27. And the FBI whittled that down to single digits. And for 8 days straight, they've been trying to make it a double digit because they require another person to go to prison with them in order to do anything. And there is no move that they can make, according to the FBI, as of yesterday at 8 a.m., that isn't a felony or a series of gross misdemeanors without immunity. And all of them, categorically, ADA violations. Because of cease and desist letters that I sent you prior to your kidnapping of my children. So who's getting me today? Who's getting me today? According to the FBI, not a damn soul.
I can figure this out on my own, rather than risking being taken advantage of. So I decided while I had an internet connection at the airport to just use a different service that I had happened to find over the internet on my phone. Found a ride to take me into the city. ride pulled up. It looked like it was a pretty legitimate taxi service. There was a sign from whatever taxi company or ride service I had called, confirming that that was the right car to get in. I had no real concerns with getting in, so I did. I jumped in the cab and got started on my way to the Sohado, feeling really proud of myself for doing this on my own and not paying extra for a cab that I didn't need arranged for me or felt like I didn't need arranged for me. I got to talking with the driver. He was surprised to learn that I was fluent in Spanish. So we had a good conversation, asked what I was doing in Mexico City, shared with him what my job was a little bit, but also trying to be mindful of not sharing too many details with somebody that I didn't necessarily know. He asked if I was meeting up with people or if I was by myself, if I knew anybody, and I said, yeah, I have some friends, some colleagues that have arranged this hotel that you're taking me to. It kind of started going in a weird direction when he started talking to me about the area of the city that I was going to. He just said, this place that you're going to, it's not a good place for Americans. He was telling me about how dangerous that part of the city is, how I really shouldn't go there. He didn't want to take me there. All the Americans go to this other place. I take them to this other place all the time. So let me take you to that place. You're going to have a much better time. We were having a friendly conversation, so I didn't think too much of it at the time. But I kind of chuckled and pushed him off and just said, I need to get to where I'm going. I'm here on business. I'm not here on a vacation or anything. So I'm expected to be at certain places. So I need to go to that hotel. Kind of kept going back and forth a little bit. He became a little more pushy about it, saying things like, I can't, in good conscience, take you to this place, part of the city that I know is dangerous. Since we were getting closer, he was like, this is the exit. Let me just take you there. You can take a look at it and see if that's what you want to do. And he got off of the highway off of this exit. He takes me off on this ramp. And that's when I first started to panic and become more alert. Whoa. Don't. No. I told you where I need to go. I told you I have people waiting for me. Maybe some other time, but you need to get back on the highway and take me back to wherever we're supposed to go. Not only did I get a little more aggressive with him, but I was even like, look, I'm expected somewhere. I'll pay you extra to get me there. Just take me there. Don't take me anywhere else. I'll give you like an extra 100 pesos to take me where I need to go. And he just said, okay, fine. You don't need to be difficult about this. I'll get back on. And we got back on the highway and we kept driving toward the Sohado. We get back on the highway and he and I are both kind of quiet for a little while. I think it's just because he's embarrassed, but I'm also annoyed and also kind of much more alert now than what I was at the beginning of the ride. I'm watching the street signs, like, okay, we are going in the direction of the Sohado. After a little bit of silence.
To put it another way, guys, I have no idea what you did yesterday using other people, but you'll be convicted for that. Likewise with today. So whatever you guys did yesterday in the afternoon, you're going to be convicted of, no matter what third or fourth parties you think are preventing that from happening. And whatever you already have failed at doing today isn't going to work out, but you'll be convicted for that too. I think that's about all we really need to know. And also, the package is still not here, Nerd Squad. You said if they didn't deliver it by 10 a.m. that they were just going to be like, doing what? Are they stealing all of my groceries? Are they just going to hold on to it until a time when they decide they want to be on camera perpetrating felonies? If you haven't known, the FBI has stated since August in these live streams, before they even kidnapped my children, that they will be pursuing to the fullest extent of the law anyone who underwrites a damn thing. And I don't know what that means, because I know you get an underwriter with a loan, but apparently it means something an enforcement officer taught. No immunity. No immunity. I mean, it's as simple as the bold words in the letter you all received, and or those who will be sued afterwards in the event it's not followed. Zero exceptions. Zero exigent circumstances.
Silence. He starts in again about the city center is very dangerous, and I don't like taking Americans to the city center. I don't care if that's where your hotel is.
Or to put it another way, the FBI said that the person who believes that they're smarter than the FBI that's going to prison for the longest at present, their great idea yesterday actually is just more people going to prison. So whatever that means. Their great idea, just more people going to prison without immunity.
You really should have let me take you to this resort. You're not safe. And I said, well, I have locals, I have friends that made this arrangement for me. They wouldn't send me somewhere that is unsafe. And I'm not by myself. I have people waiting for me. It was a repetition of the same conversation. On his side, it was, you're too vulnerable and you're going to get mugged if I take you to this place. And I can't take you there. And I'm saying, you have to take me there. I have people waiting for me. Nothing has changed. There are still people there waiting for me. It felt like things had been kind of averted and he was going to get them broken. But even though he was being pushy and more hostile and kind of aggressive about not wanting to take me to the city center, we were going in the right direction. As we got closer to the Soho, he just kept muttering like, this is no place for you. I don't want to take you here. You're going to get mugged. You're going to get in danger. I'm going to be in danger. I don't even think this hotel exists. Whoever you were working with that's local was probably lying to you. They probably want to get you somewhere. This probably isn't even a real hotel. There is no such place. I've never heard of this hotel. I have never heard of the street that it's on. I don't think this is a real place. Let's turn around. I'm going to take you back. He even asked me, do you have phone numbers for anybody? But I didn't have anybody's phone numbers. And I said, no, I've got this confirmation from the hotel that I printed out. It's real. It has to be. I have this document in hand. That repeated idea that the locals were wrong. This place doesn't exist. I'm going to take you to a better place. Trust me, don't trust your friends who are the locals. I know what I'm doing. That started to really concern me. It became an argument, especially as we were in the city center itself. I was arguing with him. No, you have to take me to the hotel. I have people waiting for me. You cannot take me anywhere else. That's where people are waiting. But he would always come back with, yeah, well, if this place is even real.
It's 10:37 a.m. So if you've been watching this all morning, the FBI stated that if the package hasn't arrived by 10 a.m., that there are federal felons in the alley, and there are federal felons upstairs attempting to perpetrate another edition of felonies, as well as to acquire a new accomplice who will be charged with the Class A felony of witness tampering and a guaranteed conviction for obstruction of justice.
Really got me panicked, got me worried. I was in danger in a bad situation. It became clear that something was
It
going
also
on.
means the North Everett Precinct has my package of food, the only one they allowed since November 17th, having canceled illegally without my request 8 different orders for delivery.
I was going to get into some real trouble.
and that they don't want to deliver it until they found someone who's willing to go to the federal penitentiary with them. Per the FBI, rewind this YouTube live stream. That's what that means. It's officially 38 minutes past, so we already know that means there are federal felons outside of my house in the alleyway, in addition to all the idiots upstairs. And they are literally attempting to get another person to join them and perpetrate a series of felonies because they require it in order to proceed in any way, shape, or form. But the FBI doesn't want them to proceed. The FBI would like to give them until right around Christmas to immediately recant and undo everything that they've done, but they're not going to do that. Ergo, we can all be happy that over 50% of the people in Unit 207 right now aren't going to prison for the rest of their lives because they've blown the whistle. But whoever the schmuck is in the alley listening to some people who are guaranteed going to a federal prison is quite revolting, especially since the person responsible for it, in fact, is no one in the alley with him, but a female in Unit 207 right now, very likely sitting in the living room.
To the place I told you I was going to take you to originally, and I don't want to hear another word about it. You have no choice in the matter. He gets out of the car, but leaves the driver's side door open, and leaves the car running, and just disappears through the door into this shop. If I was concerned about being kidnapped before, I was frozen with that was what was happening at that moment. The door is wide open. The car is still running. I'm stuck in the back seat, but the door is locked. Somebody, anybody, can now slip into the driver's side door and drive away. Maybe this was part of the plan all along, to get this foreigner to the location that I want them to be in, and if that doesn't work, then bring them into the city and disappear on someone else. Jump in the front seat, drive off with them. And I just knew this is where I get kidnapped. This is where my story ends. Somebody is going to slip into this car, jump into the driver's seat, hit the gas, drive off, and I am in the most vulnerable position I've ever been in my life. I'm in real danger. I was frozen, sure that I was going to be abducted at any point. Sure that somebody was going to slip into that driver's seat and just take off. So I'm panicked. The only thing my brain could think of was get help, make noise, shout, get attention. So I started making noise, roll down the window, ayuda, ayuda, peligro, peligro, danger, ayuda, peligro, help, somebody, help. I took a minute or so really making noise. So the guy came out of the shop and was like, "What are you doing?" But thankfully somebody had heard me and approached at the same time as the guy came out of the shop and started shouting at the driver, "What are you doing? Why is this guy in your car screaming? Why is he shouting? What are you doing with this guy? Why is he alone in the car? Where were you?" He definitely knew that there was a larger plan in play and that this was a potential kidnapping attempt. And the driver was angry that he was put in this situation. I'm a driver, he hired me, he wants me to take me to this place that doesn't exist. He's putting me in danger, he's been difficult and annoying this whole time. I'm just trying to help him. And so the stranger asks him, what's the name of the hotel? And the driver tells him, he goes, "I know exactly where that is. It's not made up. It's 3 blocks away. I know exactly where it is. I'll take you. Open the door. I'm going to take this guy with me. I'm going to walk into the hotel." But by that point, I was so wary of anybody that was supposedly trying to help me. I insisted that I would go with this guy, this new person, if he walked alongside the car, and if the driver would drive slow enough so that this guy could walk along and show us where to go. The stranger was like, deal, I'm in. But the driver still was pushing back. I don't even know this guy. I don't know you. What are you doing getting involved in this? I've got him. It's my fare. Are you going to come and like steal my money? It was 2 against 1. There was now somebody else there that was involved in the situation. He didn't have a choice. He gets back in the driver's seat, and we very slowly drive a few blocks away until we get to the hotel. And I can see that it is the hotel, and the marquee has the name of the hotel that I have written down on my paperwork. And so I very quickly got out, paid him, because I didn't want to create more issues. And then he sped off and just was gone. I was a little calmer. The stranger that found me was helping me to try to relax, to come down from the situation. But then he also pointed out what you did was very dangerous. There are kidnappings of foreigners that happen around here all the time. And the airport has signs all over the place. Warning foreigners in English and Spanish, do not use a rideshare service. Do not accept a taxi from the street. Go to one of those booths with the licensed taxi driver's certification and get your taxi through them. While you're staying at the hotel, don't go out to the streets to get a cab ever around you. Have the hotel call you a cab. Otherwise, you're going to be in this exact same position, and I won't be here to help you. It was intense. I was relieved to be done with the whole situation. Relieved that somebody came to help me in the moment. And I was able to find the locals that had arranged everything else, the hotel and all of that for me. Told them about what happened. They also told me that was a really stupid move. That we should have warned you, of course, but still, you never been here before? And I'm like, no, I've never been to Mexico City before. I know the rumors, but I don't want to base all my actions off of what I hear. Ever since then, every international trip I've ever made, and now that we've got smartphones, I download the map of the city that I'm going to be in, and then make sure that while I'm in the backseat of any cab, that I'm following the route. I don't know how I could have interpreted it as a misunderstanding in the moment that he left me in the car with the car running. I still think something was wrong. I am convinced that I was in real danger. There was no confusing that in my mind.
I heard scarier.
Let's take a break. Relax.
If you keep trying to host this episode, I'll take away your water bowl.
Also, guys, everyone with a law degree that isn't an informant is going to face a severe range of consequences that others will not be facing. And according to the FBI, that means more than just your names being published. Whatever the fuck that means.
It's over 200 epic Marvel heroes and villains fighting a battle. And guess what? It's completely free to play right now on Apple and Android games. You can learn how to play in less than 5 minutes. And the games are so fast you can play anytime, anywhere. Take control of the Marvel Universe and build the ultimate game. Download Marvel Snap now on Apple and Android Steam. Enjoy the multiverse's fastest, most epic collectible card game. That's Marvel Snap, Marvel, and SNAP. Snap.
Hey, it's Tiki Bomber. Getting ready for game day looks a lot different from it now. But the one thing I look forward to most these days are my snacks. My favorite is buffalo chicken, and the best way to make it is with some Best Foods real mayonnaise. Best Foods mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste in both
Oh, you know what it could mean? It could mean that some of the people that perhaps you've gotten judgments again will be cleared, and then they'll sue you. That could be it.
This football season.
No, I have no idea what it means. All I know is apparently multiple people who have bar degrees, you're in a lot deeper shit than your fellow federal felons.
If you're looking for unbelievably durable luggage that will last forever, only Briggs & Riley is confident enough to back a lifetime guarantee covering all functional repairs, no matter what. Plus, with exclusive features like expandable luggage that compresses to fit in the overhead bin. You'll love being able to pack more. Sign up for text messages to gain early access to Briggs & Riley's Black Friday sale, plus a gift with all orders over $3.99. Visit briggs-riley.com.
And then let's all just take a moment and be awestruck by the FBI, who are the only law enforcement agency in this state that have cross-territorial jurisdiction unequivocally. And that pertains to civil and criminal proceedings, especially when investigating domestic terrorists, who decided to try and use civil court matters in order to perpetrate and get away with 100+ separate crimes without immunity that they will be convicted of. No other enforcement agency in this state can do that but the FBI. And it's exactly because of the federal felons that are watching this that is the case.
Thanks so much for joining us today. I'll be your host for the rest of the podcast. Yeah, dog. Right. Your time is done here, Terry. You'll get out of there when I feel like it. Or when you stop being such an annoying, know-it-all hack. Or when you get to hear your story. Or when you learn to stop talking about yourself 24/7. Or when you finally get going your own show.
Radio Rental is created by Imminent and brought to you by Tort. Lead producer is Erica Owens. Executive producers are Imminent and John Palmer. Hosted by Lynette Hansen as guest director and contributing information. Written and produced by Garcia. Additional writing by Mark Hoffman. Supervising producer is Tracy Hoffman. Associate producer is John Original score by Lynette Renee Hansen, with additional score by Jay Watson. Video editing by Bill Kent. Cover artwork by Trevor Alderwood and Rob Sherry. Special thanks to Orna Rosenbaum and the team at TF, Technology, Station 16, Beth Media Marketing, and the team at Odyssey. If you have a radio rental story that you'd like to share, please email us at yourscarystory@gmail.com or contact us via the form on our website, radiorentalusa.com. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Radio Rental. You can also follow the illustrious Terry Foundation on social media. Just search @Terry Foundation. On behalf of the Radio Rental Story, we'd love it if you subscribe, rate, and leave a review. Thanks for listening.
Yay! More Joe Rogan. More Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. I love it. So many new episodes. Today's episode, guys, 223. Scott Storch. I don't know who Scott Storch is.
not hundreds, thousands, for sure.
Hey, Paul. Hey, I'm a Jew.
Now, watch my fingers while I'm playing that. I was just like, fucking sterile, like, just basic rubber. I want to get to it, like, sloppy, right? It's that perfect, that perfection. You don't want, sometimes you want a nice sloppy blend, or a nice, like, you know what I'm saying? You want to be holy, like, perfect and delivered, right? You like a little grip, like a hardwood floor. Yeah, no. Like, that's where, that perfect delivery. How did you get started? How did you get started? What started you? What started me? Okay. All the way back, listening to like Ozzy Osbourne, cheap drink in the mirror with Kevin's racket, thinking, wow, I could probably get some girls to like me if I knew how to fucking play this shit. And then my parents had like this upright piano, that's how it's all like cassettes, little baby cassette tapes, the piano bench, figure out how to play all my favorite songs. Just self-taught. Yeah, I ended up taking 3 or 4 lessons. The guy was like, really? Yeah, like that. My family didn't have no money, like, and my mom can't send a piano lesson, all that shit. I did my thing, and like, to the point where, like, mom and dad were like, you go outside, play with the kids, and tired of hearing this shit. Like, no. It doesn't happen, bro. I moved with my father, parents divorced. Dad was a court reporter. I was born in New York as an infant in Florida. When I was 15, just turned 15, still with my dad. And I was really good. I was experiencing hip-hop. What years? Yeah, I'm 50. Okay, sorry. So, I'm real lucky. Sorry, early. Yeah. New York, and when I first found the love for hip-hop, it was music that there was sampling all like Edgar Rose now, like let's say Tribe Called Quest. That's not one of mine. I was at like at like Keenan Tongue, like Nate Lost Soul, all that type of shit. Wow. Great. I love way, and I love that was like hardcore shit. Jazz, all this shit. Yeah, I got into that, and I couldn't really afford it. I'm living in Philly. My dad was like, I was cutting school and going into the city first to like get the pieces at this young age. It was like, go back to school and start cash shit, what the fuck out. He's trying to do me a favor, tough love, and decided to get the fuck out. And now I'm like couch hopping at home into that because like moving into the fucking hood, Westfield, sky, inspired that the young my dad's quarter like kind of like halfway against my dad's will. He took me in, and we started getting big and joined the groups. They were called square roots, and they took me in the church or what's love. And shell houses. I got to live in one for a while in my first place. I'm like, I'm living this thing. We lived across the street. Not nice ones. It's like super horrible neighborhood. Like, got almost like the whole block. And like this construction site on the first floor. You can walk up, and it's like semi-finished one. No electricity, but ran a cord across the street. Power strip for my electricity. I ran everything on that one power strip. Like I had fucking space heater like this and it was reachable. I had like keyboard set up, like doing a thing. And I made my existence. And wow, if I had never made it, I was like, man, I'm just playing garbage since the wedding. Fucking call it again. But I'd rather do that than a corner border or some other shit. Right. The school wasn't for me. It always bums me out that there's so many people out there like that do have the intelligence and ability, but the system just wants them to plug into normal jobs. They don't realize that there's other jobs out there. There's other things you can do. It's not conventional. The path's not clear. You know, if you want to get into music, really fucking love music, get into music. You know, get into music, and nobody tells you. Nobody tells you. They don't tell you like. Find your niche within the maybe 50 of actual music, but you can become a promoter or you can become so many different fields within music. It's right. If you're an expert, if you have no talent and there's no business with it, I think you need to be honest with yourself because we know from anyone, right? But what makes you passion? Builds passion. Yeah, if you're a passionate person and you love something so much, it makes you feel good. If you're doing it to get money or something else, it's like, it's questionable. It's like cool. It's like, you're so passionate about this thing that you're showing results. You're growing. You're back. You can watch people's reactions. I still do to this day. I'm still, I'm weighing some shit. Like, I have this like weird feeling. It's from receiving satellite. And I'm like playing. I don't know what else happened. So like, I'm not even there anymore. I'm just like, all of a sudden, I'm just doing this thing. I've been doing it for 30 years and I watch the world like this. Okay, receive this. Okay, that's how I know if I'm moving. Receiving satellite is a great way to put it. Because that's what it is. Like, I always say that, like, there's sometimes I write things, I'm like, I didn't really write that. I blacked out. Yeah, that came from somewhere else. I didn't have any effort involved in this. It just came like a gift from the gods. That's why they always call it the muse, you know, because the people that were, you know, Shakespeare and those people, they really did kind of feel like it was being given to them. Yeah. We all do, though, right? Really. But doesn't everybody kind of say that when they're being honest? Like anybody who writes anything, whether they write literature, whether they write music, comedy, whatever those three, yes. If you have to work for it, it's you try, sort of like. Right. Like if something doesn't come, I push myself, yes, because there's technical stuff that that initial light bulb that goes off. Right. So, yeah, download the satellite. It's the thing about it is it's so hard to control. It's just, it comes, it goes, it's there, it's not. What's that water? You know what? It's bad water. I'm gonna tell you what it is. I get like inflammation. Like when I'm playing piano or whatever, I sometimes get like a little bit like, okay, this is like hydrogen one. Okay, and I'm fucking afraid of myself. What happened? Listen, you should try the water. It's the best all kinds of things. He's been one of my best friends my whole life. So I had him with me. He's a fucking cool guy. I've been down and out and fucking taking it. You know, we're both for sure. But, you know, he has this fucking water. And, him and randomly enough, my boy, good songwriter, you know, giving it a go at this water thing. So, I like it. The HVAC for water. But yeah, I've heard of this stuff. It's really good. So when you say you're getting inflammation, like carpal tunnel type? Yeah, kind of like that. Sometimes sometimes it's cold in my hands. It's like freezing or something. I can't really go in. Give you CBD? Give you CBD or turmeric? The turmeric, yeah, I do that. I do like the little shots. Yeah, you should do it all the time. Well, it's in the places in town, they don't have it, man. I'm real type of, I don't know if you know Rick Solomon, you know, he stays sunlight. Great shit there. I do that. Oh, the sunlight place in California. Yeah. Oh, I do. Yeah. Rick is fucking. He's been an inspiration. You know, everybody knows my story. I look up to him because he was able to walk away from drugs very easily. Like stable. For me, I have a hard time. I still struggle. And like, it's not drugs. It's putting bluntly pussy and drugs together. Okay? It's a hell of a combination. Drug, sex, and all that shit. That's like, you get caught up in that movie that it starts glamorous and then you're doing drugs and you just don't fucking. You know, he walked away from it for a while and you're fucking up again. And I'm in a great place now. I got good people around me. Smoke. Make some music. So, that's great. I graduated. I was trying to tell you about your parents. Like, if you're getting inflammation, take the hydrogen water. Hydrogen water is great. But if you really want to cut down, what we were talking about earlier is what cut down. Stop eating things that give you inflammation. That's the big. That'll change everything. Yeah. Cut out all sugar and bread. Bread. Like, I'm not really like a sugar guy. Like, some people eat sweets and shit, but me, I don't know. Lately, because I'm trying to lose like a lot of weight, I eat fruit constantly. And I feel so much better. Because like, I drink water until I'm blue in the face and I'm not hydrated. I eat fruits and shit like that, and I feel like it just sticks to organs. Just, well, there's a lot of watermelon. Watermelon. I love watermelon and apple. We'll take any sort of electrolytes. I do. I mean, regularly. I'm Gatorade, but Gatorade, but there's this other stuff. I don't even know what it's called. It's like a powder. It's supposed to be less like acne. They can just put it in water. It's like liquid IV or something. Yeah, I don't even know. There's a bunch of those. But yeah, that's you can take care of that. Like obviously your fingers are still working, but if you start to feel like real discomfort in your skin, CBD's a good one. CBD helps so much.
Ho, 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 mathematics. You know, never believe it's not so.
It's incredible. It really is incredible. Diet. I end up getting my fair share of drugs. So not just that, not for the flower, but I like edibles.
Mathematics. You know,
the difference is
never believe it's not so.
much higher concentration.
Mathematics.
CBD has this product called Greens. It's 2,000 milligrams. It's a roll-on. So like this one muscles. It's fucking great. I love it. But they have like gummies, oils, and CBD is anytime you can eliminate inflammation in your life. That's good. Yeah. Whether it's your personal life or your body, just so many people tell me this labor is lost.
Reminds me of another parody I sang. Don't meet me in the yard unless you want the FBI to take you down.
I haven't tried it, but I'm a big believer in ribeyes. Yeah, ribeye.
Just joking, guys. You're all 6 feet, 12 feet, and 18 feet under. You're at the point now where they're just covering you up with your dirt.
I've never tried the shit, but
Highly controlled. Remember, they said they checkmated you yesterday. And here you are on Friday trying to make other people go to prison by continuing to promise non-existent immunity and hiding in Unit 207 while using your patsies, as you've done so many times that the FBI is excited to put you in prison at long last for doing.
But I like salads. So I eat salads. I'm not like religious about it, but I know that when I'm only eating like meat and steak and eggs, I feel better. It's just like everything feels like it's in tune. My brain works better. My body feels more relaxed. It's it's a tangible thing, but I eat a lot of bullshit. I feel like, and then coming from like fucking village, I wouldn't think. So social. I came up to it. Pretty insane. Russian. But for that, like, hanging out with those guys, that's fucking hard. That was just weird because they're used to it. Right? Yeah, it could happen, yeah. But, like, I'm hanging out with this one guy who's probably one of the richest men in the world. Of course. Okay. You should eat soup every day. It's good. I go with that feeling. I eat a lot of soup. Soup's good. Soup is best basic vegetables. They're like hot, raw. Yeah, that is soup. It's good. Bro, I used to live in Los Angeles. I used to go to Jerry's Fitness. Get their chicken noodle soup. It's good. Oh my god, that chicken. No chives, though. Do they put chives in normally? Jerry's does, yeah. But I like that. Chives does. I like, different, I got like a Russian man, things like that work. And they put that fresh dill in. Oh my god, that's like bombing them. But the thing about how cold Russia is, of course, they make a good soup. Anywhere that's cold, you're gonna make a good soup. You don't hear like soup in Texas. Go ahead. You hear chili. Yeah, queso. That's kind of soup. I had the butternut squash soup for the cookie. That's not my kind of soup. It's good, but it's not like yeah, this is drinking hot. It's like cake. All that good stuff, and they get the white swirls on top like it's a latte. Fancy. Very fancy stuff. So earlier we were talking about where did it start. I went all the way back. So now I'm hanging with this guy Richard, and like videographer. Started making an attempt to professionalize myself as a musician, join the groups, got the record. And I loved it, I mean, now like I'm very like lucky guy to be involved in something cool, but I was bringing some real issues to the table. And I just felt like after a while I wasn't appreciated. And then I was just going to remember this guy, but and I wanted more than I left the group for a week or two. Some idea of talking about what like I who I felt some reverse racism. I know that people have dealt with shit and fucked up shit. But I was just like kind of mortified one time on stage, and I just remember I'm performing with the Roots in New York. It's the bed called the Black Lily. Playing people and backing everybody up and this and that, and some of the rappers the white devil, something else just like what the fuck is happening here? I'm the most loving. No, it was fucked up. It really hurt me because I'm like, I don't see color. I don't see any of that shit. I'm the most, like, the coolest motherfucker in that aspect. Like, to me, racism bothers me. But it was like, my family now were not represented for me, and I just let that happen. And it just combined. So someone on stage, yes, one of the rappers, I'm not gonna say names, but just, shit was just like, how is this happening right now? And, I felt like all the credit and for all the like melodies and stuff that I was creating for the group was swept under the rug. Right? Like, I said, I gotta leave this group. I'm dating this girl at the time who was like urging me not to. She said, "You're gonna be the Pete Best of the Roots." You know who Pete Best is? Yeah, he left the Roots. Yeah. So she was gonna be Pete Best of the Roots. That's cool. She actually dumped me. And I continued on my journey to attempting to be a music producer in my joint band. And I met this guy, process of being in the room, Eric Jackson. And he and I embraced the field together for some
This is how we do it when it's Friday morning and the premises is full of federal felons. Everybody from the FBI is so excited to see if Fraudulent Friday, something that's taken place without abatement except for 2 Fridays in October of last month, for the past year and 2 months, is going to change today to Obstruction of Justice Fridays. Just joking. They said it won't be at all. No one is getting that authorization. In fact, there may be a new investigation that's going to be launched by some people that aren't too happy to have found out because of my big ass mouth that they'll be getting sued. And not by me, by Sprint/T-Mobile.
It was just amazing that they gave me a little free. And then I was off to the race. Wow. And a whole bunch of cool stuff in between. And still ain't making no money, but I'm now like doing shit.
Isn't it funny that the fear of like the PFAS type thing is such a real thing? In the beginning, you don't have any idea what it is.
Like, then I now see shit on like their computer here, doing this, that, what did I do? Right. I go get it. And then I'm always out for like things, but I'm motherfucking very hard loading this person, always good for everybody. I never like, I usually get a lot of things with an asshole. So when I was in my first trip to LA, right, I went to LA with one of this open mic at the once. My first time ever going out. It was a group event. I wasn't in a group anymore, but like where I had to do it, it was like fucking months ago. Back on this thing. It wasn't a group, it was like open mic, random people coming. Okay. So I did this thing, and who do I see come up to this shit that stores or whatever. I'm not gonna put people, but I signed a record deal with Dr. Dre back. So I'm gonna look you up and Drake Rose, like good people, smash, free deal, get cool stuff together, and like Tom King, hold up, and started out by those, and jump in Dre, and wait and Dre, you know how it's been a while, nervous and stuff. We don't have anything to wait for. We have our favorite and go into a mode. And here's the way talk about world is that real quiet. Just gonna be this. I'm gonna go home now. He leaves the room. I'm still sitting there. I'm like, I don't know if I should be here. I'm supposed to stay here. And this dude, Larry, Jordan wants you to stay here for a long time because get your hotel and give some money. It was like, really? Okay.
Sure, he wants you to stay here for a long time.
Yeah, it was like, let me know. Dre wants you here, man. Like, you can stay. I was going to get on a plane back to Philly that night. And I went back to the hotel and got all my shit. Now I'm getting switched to like a fancy hotel. And I'm like, chilling. I got some money. I went right to the fucking 5 Series BMW. And I was like, wow, I am in LA for the first time. I have money. I just met Dre. I'm about to make a fucking album with Dr. Dre. Well, the next day I go to the school. I meet up with Dre. It's telling me all kinds of cool shit. Except in this world, it was surreal. It was surreal. Dre wants to stay for a long time. I got this rapper and he's really talented. I love to look at that guy, white boy. They lost Eminem. Wow. And like, he finished up some record that he's over the one of his first justice. So I'm talking about
on. Did you think about it, or would that take
Bro, I
away
can
the
barely tie my shoelaces.
But
This
this
shit,
shit,
I forgot this shit.
Right.
I'll tell you about that Russian oligarch. Okay, he looked at me one time. Scotty, you're not playing this keyboard. You're fucking the piano. Like, I don't know what you're doing with it. It's wrong. I'm not an educated guy, but like I have rhythm. Like, different shit, like Bob, your boys, the black keys, like, love those. Okay? Good. Not to jump around so much, but working with them first time, you know, people can't explain. I have all these hits, like the candy shop, like this, that, like Beyonce, everything. Like the first time I really got into it on some real touch the culture, real shit, not what people like traffic to from straight. Yeah, this is something real as it gets out. That's then you were playing shit with a wah-wah bell or a keyboard and going crazy. You look at my Instagram sometimes, this shit. There's, you know, I watch all the time. There's studios in those toys that I don't really have. You know, there's so much money. But I just love those two films. And they're so fucking talented. I saw them out here and stuff. Wow, it was so fun. Something about Nashville is a great place to be. And well, think about how much great music has come out of there. You know, the memory of those shows burned into the city. I believe that places have that much. You know, I really do. I think there's an element. I mean, it's not everything about a place, but I think places have memory. You know, I think a place like Nashville, and also it's small enough because it's kind of a tight community. Everybody kind of knows everybody. There's so many musicians there. Kid Rock's there. Black musicians there. Kid Rock. There's so many musicians. Yeah, right in the UFC. Kid Rock's my favorite fucking thing of all time to go to. This giant track of land in Nashville and seeing this fucking White House. Like with the rotating dining room. He's out of his mind. Yeah. He was one of, I know I met him. He used to come up to the studio when we were making Chronic album. Yeah, he's always at the UFC with Trump. Trump comes into American Badass. The crowd goes nuts. We know he's there. Kid Rock's behind him. It's like the Republican. I performed at Mar-a-Lago not long. No way. Yeah, I jammed out. I did a blast with Trump. Cool, man. Jeff Dye was telling me he's done stand-up in Mar-a-Lago. How crazy is that? I need to check it out. We thought about doing we do this podcast called Tech Talk Parks. There's Shane Gillis, Mark Shooter, Mark Lawrence. We look around and all like freedom long, fucking people's asshole and drinking a beer. And we talked about doing one from Mar-a-Lago. We might do that. Yeah, I'm supposed to go there. Roaring 20, so it's like you wear the outfits. I'm not gonna wear like, bro, I was gonna wear them outfits. Like suits. What did they wear? What's like a roaring 20s outfit? Suits. I would imagine that's like double breast. Yeah, like Peaky Blinders. But those are what? What did they wear? The 20s. So suits. Good for that. Oh yeah. Oh, that looks slick. Hat. They don't wear hats. Louisiana is good for it. Isn't that crazy that like nice hats just went away? We were talking about that the other day. We were watching an old school fight with Jack Johnson. And every man on the street, like waiting in line for the fight, all the people in the audience for the fight, all of them had fancy hats on. Men used to just wear fancy hats. Something happened. Fancy hats just fell apart. The fancy hat business in 1920, like, bro, we got it forever. Like, fancy hats ain't going away. But fancy hats completely fucking went. If you went up a company, some friend of mine was wearing a hat, you know, his hat for $4 grand.
not like everybody's like baseball hats. Everybody buys baseball hats, you know. But fancy hats, they swear on it. If you would ask those fancy hat people, do you think one day the president will be wearing a baseball hat or a fancy hat? They'll be like, a fancy hat. He's the fucking president. Nope. Make America great again. Baseball. Let's do it on. You know what? Fancy hats just fell out of style. You can't bring it back either.
It's become a much more casual world. And it's like, I mean, sometimes I always think like, we're not a dress. Go out and put on a sport girl. But like, at the end of the day, like,
it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Yeah. It's nice to dress up sometimes. It's smart. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass.
Lately, I've just changed my passion. But in mind said something. Even though I have some nice things, like, it's like, run, walk in a room, fucking nuts out to all these fucking guys that barely have a pocket history, taking out a Lambo and fucking ballet, iced out and shit. Like, I was killing that shit. I was filthy rich and all that shit. I'm not going to land in that fucking vacation. I was doing everything. Lately, I just turned to off and look at myself. Like the richest guy in the room wearing fucking bare bones, no diamonds, that shit.
Well, look at Elon Musk. Dude wears Occupy Mars t-shirts. Doesn't even have a watch. You know, so that's the thing. That's what you know, I think what happens is in the beginning you want everybody to know you're doing well, so you have all your stuff on. You dress real nice. You know, you're like, wow, this guy looks good, looks sharp. But then when you're undeniable, you reach a point in your life where it's like, what am I doing? This is stupid. You're like, hey, like, that $100 million, and I'm trying to press everybody. Like, my financial manager walked away from me. Another manager. Why? Still crazy. So, but look, you're still here. Yeah, hey, fun. I have to take your time.
When you lose everything, you want to like fake it. I still got it. Like, I'm the guy with the most obnoxious set of diamonds. Real broke as shit. Because I just wanted to look for my ego and really let go of this.
That's a negative feedback. That doesn't feed into art either. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of all of that.
Yeah, I can like really take it down. I like those things. Look, I don't like having to go to a club like nothing wrong with a fucking 911. It's a great car.
Yeah, there's amazing
anything. Yeah, do it for me, whatever I do. And I'm just
I appreciate both things. I appreciate people who dress real nice, and I appreciate people who don't give a fuck. I think there's a place for everything. Yeah, and then stuff is not life. Life is not your stuff. But some stuff is fucking cool. Hell yeah. Like Cat Williams when he was here, he wasn't even living here or staying here. And somehow or another he got an electric Rolls Royce. So he's here. I mean, he's here for a day to do a show. And was he doing a show somewhere else or something? Like an arena somewhere? But one of the things he said, when you sit in his car, you know where you spend your money. Because it's like, you go, I know why this is $600,000. Look how fucking paid it.
No,
I
love nice things. I just like them for a different reason.
Right. You don't like them for showing off. You like them because you like them because they're awesome. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with luxury.
Yes. There's nothing wrong with luxury. You work hard, but the problem is you trying to show everybody your luxury instead of just enjoying it. Like, look at my life.
Or prioritizing it before the children or before things.
Before anything. Before food.
Yeah.
It shouldn't come before anything. It should be just a fun thing. And when you get to the level of success that you're at, if you don't figure that out, that's when it's the saddest. When someone makes a ton of money and doesn't go, oh, it's not about the things. It's about the relationships that I have. It's about my friends. It's about my loved ones, my family. It's about the people that I work with. It's about everybody having a
Nerd
good
Squad
time.
at 11:30 a.m. It says the delivery is successful. There's no image. Everybody in Unit 207 is seemingly hanging on the edge of their seats with regard to who the fuck ever is in the alley.
Yeah, if you go up in a cool car, check it out.
That is all some people have to offer. They like, they think that is great.
Well, you know, the problem is that's seemingly the most 6 cars, bro. If you hate, I had like $10 million cars.
So this is the sign I'll be wearing. Remember, 0 exceptions, 0 extingent circumstances. Looks all clear, which is what the FBI said before 8:30 a.m., that no one was going to be authorizing that. Either way, I'm bringing the sign out. And also, thank you to the FBI, who are the only reason why I have groceries this week, everyone. If you missed the YouTube live stream involving 8 different orders being canceled and all of the live streams before, you may have missed the fact that I haven't been able to get any other deliveries. Only HelloFresh went through. And I got the HelloFresh. I got 3 meals for free. Pretty good considering over $22,000 has been stolen from me as recently as today by some of the federal felons facing RICO charges. Anyway, thank you, FBI. You were right. Nobody will authorize anything. Probably because you had me send that fucking letter. I mean, seriously. That letter basically was, this is an unnecessary letter, but you've made it necessary. Oh, and what did I get in HelloFresh? I got portion sizes for 2 people, coconut jerk chicken with coconut rice, some sort of hummus with garbanzo beans, like a salad, and chicken curry. Nummy, nummy, nummy. Thanks, Nerd Squad. You're the best. Oh, I feel so much more relieved. And I was supposed to wear the Barack Obama mask outside, guys. But I got the all clear, no mask required memo. Shout out to the Nerd Squad.
Wow, crazy shit. I'm an idiot. But at any rate, yeah, but those are fun too. If you had a mortgage, I lived a billionaire's life. At 100 billion, I thought it said 100 billion. I thought those things were good. But recently, I met a guy, just like Kevin. Kevin is fucking like just a great person. I had met him years and years ago. He was the head of security at 50 Cent. He brought 50 to my house. And that's where I met him. I lost touch with him for so many years. And just, not so long ago, we met him. At this, just I meet the circle. I got this guy was met him before, but he wasn't a teacher. He's now the owner of Platinum Security Group, which is like one of the largest corporate security companies in the nation. This guy owns so much real estate, he owns half of Boca Raton. He's a major freaking guy. And he wanted to initially hire me to do some music, some artists. He had a record label, and we ended up partnering on the record label. And partnering on these different type things, projects and shit we're doing. And he's like, first of all, you need to get the fuck out of Miami. And I want you to move to Howard North Focus. Focus is really good for music. Really not worrying about, because Miami, like, starts slipping into my old ladies and girls every day. They show up and it's a cesspool, bro, and it's so much fun. And it's so fucked up. And there's so much ass, there's so much drugs, and there's so much everything. And it's like, fuck that. You
should have to have a passport to go. That is not America. That's a new thing. That's a new thing. Miami's wild. It's good to go there. Yeah. It's good to fucking be there, but like an hour down the road is beautiful waterfront living. Right. Normal. And just far enough to where the garbage is not going to like hit you every day. You can get there if you want. Yeah. But yeah, you're outside. That's what he's like attacking from the outside. Move up here. And since I did that, that's why honestly, so many great things happen. Yeah. Even just like unlocking, blocking your blessings. I was blocking my blessings. I was like, I'm up here with you talking, telling my story. Like things like that are happening. Great things. I have a artist that working on my album. It's not even like Paladin's album. It's got all these different people. I think my whole life from just making records for labels and their artists. Why not develop artists to my own album and listen to those artists in my project? And putting out a slew of singles. This girl Abby's there. Captain introduced me to it. It was like so amazing. I think there might be a picture somewhere. I'm coming to her for my single, my first single. We're going to develop her album. And I'm doing my single featuring her. And then a whole bunch of other ones that I talked to sing them. But really, the song. I'm excited to like do it. Taking like for anything moving an hour outside my hard. I think it's balance. You have balance. Like you need balance. You need to be able to go hard, but you need to be able to recover, relax, and focus. Privacy, solitude, so you think everybody needs that. You need balance in life. If you don't, just go. You lean one direction. It's like your body. You want to work out your biceps, something's going to go wrong. You're going to fuck your body up with balance. You're going to fuck your life up with balance. Everything needs some sort of balance, and everybody's balance is different. For a guy like you who goes hard, probably should get the fuck out of Miami. Probably should be living in Boca. Right? They're all the quiet people. Yep. Yeah. Look, if I need to go to Miami, 1 hour. 1 hour. How hard is that? I love Florida. This is a fucking crazy ass place. Crazy ass place filled with reptiles. And they literally were walking around on your top. It's so many iguanas. Like giant iguanas falling out of trees when it gets cold out. It's funny. It's just such a fucked up place. But it's so fun. There's so many good things. And during the pandemic, I think people started to really appreciate more. So many people figured it out. It's great. Tropical control, the Northeast was a great place. It was great. Changes. We had an ice on learning about the event where it's never moved. Crazy cold, right? And then very young person should have to like experience that 100%, not just like sunshine. I grew up in Boston, and it's cold. When I was a kid, we made money by shoveling snow, and that's backbreaking fucking work, shoveling walks, driveways, and shit for $100. But if you could do that and do that all the time, like you built resolve, you're out there freezing, your hands are numb. We play outside in the snow. Your fucking hands go. You come in, you can't feel your feet. It makes you strong. It makes you stronger. Scraping the ice off your windshield before you go to work. So fucking to walk. I feel bad for people that don't grow up in those environments. I really think it gives you a little extra edge. And those changes. Yeah. All my favorite comedians for the most part. I was gonna say that. But that was good. I always think about that. It's literally like my mind goes right there. Was he right? How was that? Yeah, he was awesome. I have an appreciation for Bill. I have an appreciation for comedians. I grew up like I was buying my first car now. lot of like that whole comedy tracks.
But there's something to that. Yeah, there's something to that. But it's you just gotta figure out how to balance it, like we were talking about before. For me, I balance it out with exercise. Like exercise, saunas, cold plunges, yoga, and shit like that. That's how I balance it out. That's how I keep my mind straight. But if I didn't, I would be spiraling, just like all of them. You need something in your life that's more difficult than life. Something that you do that you choose to do. It's more difficult than regular life. It's going to make regular life more difficult.
It's kind of cool. I'm 50, and I'm like inspired like what I was doing. Sometimes I get reminded of these little babies at 3 in the morning.
And you pick
Okay, fuck it. I just do it. I have to compensate for it. I could have just went for dates that weekend. Right.
This is what I'm eating.
Right.
This is what I'm making, guys. The Greek goddess bulgur bowls. It's actually a salad. I don't know why they call it a bowl.
when rappers come in and want to work, they generally want to work late at night. Rappers? Yeah. They don't want to work late at night. My biggest problem.
Or rather, should I say, this is what I'm making first. Was I a little grumpy because I was hungry today? Yes. Amongst other things.
I know when you get in a room and make some shit right there on the spot for somebody to feel their energy, that's what they have.
Yeah.
These dudes, like, a lot of dudes are not like with it, but there's some are.
That's the extra magic, right?
Yeah, I think the best artists want that. The ones that aren't really artists, they just want some bullshit to rap on.
So this recipe, the first thing I'm doing,
You're exchanging something that's
chickpeas
right. You're
and
with
shallot
that
roast.
person. You're experiencing them. They're experiencing you. The music, the song, everything together. The lyrics. That's a human experience. That's why I refuse to do Zoom podcasts. There's some people in other countries and they wanted to be on the screen and just hit the living room. You gotta fly here, bro. You gotta be in the room.
I'm the perfect example. I got a call. I was chilling, and he says, no storage. I figured out a way. I know artists that storage. In Florida, I'm flying there. So I'm going home to this tomorrow. Working at the factory. He gets it, like, we were just listening to neighbors last night.
We were all going, motherfucker, I am.
I'm excited. I'm excited when somebody wants to get in the room and they have an idea of like what they feel and how does the Scott Storch bag of tricks. Like they want to find this.
Well, you're also a guy that like find out you're working with Scott Storch that day, everybody gets fired up. It's like because you have so much success and this is like excitement about you. You're in the room, it creates like additional inspiration.
I give my all to all clients because if somebody's going to be in the room and I'm not there, this is the one Scott Storch did. That shit had better. I like the artists like, yo, like whatever the hell it is, they have to be like, yo, that means fucking play. So I give my all to shit. And for some reason, man, like I said, like, it just works over and over again. So nothing always sounds the same. Somehow it matters to pull it off. Let's remember Dr. Dre telling me, you know, this is work ethic is great. You don't have to be on every day, just most days. It stuck with me, and I was like, yeah, you know, you gotta be consistent in the guy that home runs almost every time. Not every time, but almost every time.
Well, you know something that involves creativity. You can't do it. It's not possible. You're asking too much of the people. Yeah, but that's also the problem with like a workaholic. You're going hard all the time. You're constantly working. You're gonna have your hits and you're gonna have your misses. That's just a part of the process.
I go hard with him. Whether it be a bad thing or a good thing.
Yeah,
Like
most people do.
I got like, you know, the same energy I give to music, to the ball.
A good friend of mine talking about a buddy of ours who died from pills. And he was super clean. He was a professional athlete, like a world class footballer. Super clean. Never did anything. Never drank. Never smoked. Got in a car accident. Fucked his back up. Started getting on pills. Pain pills to him. He chased pain pills the way he chased being the best in the world. The same thing that got him to be a wizard at playing pool, that same obsession for that same obsession got wrapped up in pills. Got young. And we were talking about it, like that is what it is. That's where obsession and addiction cross paths. One can serve you, one can ruin you. They're the same energy. It's just how you channel the fire. You can channel the fire to wood and cook your food, or you can channel it to your house and now you're fucked. Like, where do you put the fire? How do you direct it? If you direct it the right way, you can have an amazing life. Do all kinds of cool shit, have a great time, meet cool people, and have a fun life. Or you can do it the wrong way, just be on Skid Row, covered in scabs.
It's hard to balance sometimes things that are take over your soul, like pills and shit.
Yes.
Later on, I'll talk to you about I got into the business of not for money. I got into the business of help. But that's later. Honestly, like I got my whole life was just all music. I love music. I love going my truck, my car, listening to the things I love. Music. I love music in the 70s. I love Marvin Gaye. I like all this stuff. I love Marvin Gaye. Incredible music. First was inspired. This, that, and this. That's where it all comes from. So it's like
So far, quality chickpeas. These aren't bad. These are pretty good. The hummus is already made. I thought I was making my hummus. This is cool. I'm fine with not making my hummus if this is good.
First year and a half, going here on Queens, Central Pay, and St. Clark. The flyest shit you can do is flyest to the best fucking coach. All that shit is having a blast. And it's so nice. Just like the calculation of that shit on the road. Oh, yeah. See how hot, the crews. Oh, yeah. And we were like, into of course, or like, there's no happy ending. Your foundation gets rotted out. Yeah, and like, my A-list, like, now, that's Kardashian, all these different things. She wasn't even famous. She's cool. I
gained a lot of respect for her when she started working for her own precinct. Yeah, that's it. It just showed. Yeah, that's it. Some of her advocacy for people that are wrongful. Yeah, she's done a lot of good things. That lady's got a lot of people out of jail. As long as I know him, that's awesome. I met her before the thing. I was not pissed. I was fucked up. Drugs. I was still on a high level, but I was still fucked up. I had sessions. Now I moved to Palm Island to make it free. Everything I was doing, I was trying to impress Arab. I knew that everybody wanted to be on Star Island, close to the parties, where didn't know that where I was living already. Those houses, everybody's there. So everybody's there. Where I was, I moved to this house on Palm Island. I know from around 94 got to 100 got to just trying to impress her, blow her mind. But doing that, all. A lot of people get caught in that spiral and they start making money. I didn't want to do this. I wanted to be this boss, not just a boss. I had to be that guy on. And when I was the boss, everything was bad news. Good. I had chatted chats at my house in the first session, pre or post nipple Super Bowl. I don't remember the nipple, but I remember this sweet, cool lady. When I met Janet, I was told to not even talk to her or talk to her like somebody. You know, it's like, it was like passive messages, tell this person to do. So like even in the same room, to the point where within 2 hours, like you're collaborating with me. Just for the first few like minutes this happened, and then like dude, we became like homies. Like it was like immediate. Like I was like, fuck that. Well, sometimes it's the handler. I've seen people that they give themselves extra importance by like saying, "You want to talk to her?" Yeah, like you know, like creating a role. Yeah, creating like a little bit of insecurity on your part too. Like don't trust me. Right, trust me. Yeah. That's exactly. Probably she might not even know about. Dude, we were by the end of the day. I was smoking my weed. I was telling her about the different kinds I had. These New York plastic jars. This and that. Just cool as hell. But flash forward to now, she's coming to Palm Island to work. I left her at my house for like 7 or 8 hours because I wanted to go to the Gold Rush and go get some blow, hang out with strippers. It was just like fucking serious. Like you're really gonna do that? Like you don't see it at the time because it's not your fucking mom. You're at the fucking time. It's just so much more. You have so much money. You have power. You have too much possibility. There's too many things that can entice you. You're doing blow, going to strip clubs all the time. It's just like one thing. Let's keep doing it. Let's be positive. Stay selfish. And it's not thinking about just what he's saying. Just know it's great. It's going to push. It's in balance. True. It's in balance. It's like what we're talking about. So you need to balance. The A-list parties for B-list parties. B-list parties. You know what I mean? I remember I've had some fucking funny moments though. Like I remember having a party. It was like a Super Bowl party. Like there were 800 people in my house. You know, like everybody's like out. Everybody's like Snoop was there, Mike was there. People were hanging out, maybe chilling with family, not with friends and shit. Like knock on my door. And it's Pamela Anderson. And that shit was the funniest shit. In my house, living with me at that time was one of my favorite people. And I knew he was upstairs, like sleeping with a good friend, TMI. Pamela was showing up. And I said, hey, check this out. I'm all geeked out. I'm like, so good. It's so funny. Pamela was coming to my house. And he comes over the railing of my house, like it's over. Baywatch.
clean, man. What the fuck is really? Yeah. So I'm like, yo, you need to go to rehab. I'm like, no. So I convince him like to avoid like the jail sentence and something to charge him. And we went to rehab and like getting the shit together. The place that I had gone and didn't really work for me, but had him there, really did care about him, wanted him on that shit, whatever the worst thing was, or faster suicide at the time. And ran out of the place. I got a call from the place was directly across the street from Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. And it's like, he called me, he's like, yo, what's up? And I'm like, how are you calling me? You don't have phone privileges like that. He's like, I'm across the street from the rehab at the Hard Rock with one of the nurses. And like, I'm like, fucking kidding. I'm like, yo, man, cover yourself up, go back to my house, I'm gonna talk to this people, let you back in. He wouldn't let him back in.
Thank you. Feta, cucumber, and dill fonts make me happy.
Out of the Montreal one morning, a couple of days later, my security was like, you'll go, if federal agents.
My mood is shifted to well-fed Jew. Preemptively, well-fed Jew.
They're horrible. And then you flash forward to not so long ago, I was heavily involved in a disaster. California legal system, cannabis healing. Came to message. So I was able to make legal partnership with them. We had that put him on a private way. Went to the whole plan was work to an inpatient. Never made it back on the way. I was trying to say things like such a special people. And this one of the greatest
Yummy chickpeas. Some people like lentils. And then the rest of us, we like chickpeas, guys. Chickpeas.
Yeah.
Bulgur. I gotta make the bulgur.
The wildest of the wilds on the carnival. It's a state game now. The difference between enjoying yourself in the state. But, bro, like, calm down. After a while, like, that, like, get fucked up, going to sleep up and work.
One thing that is cool to get as an acquisition to making love to pretty much every type of ethnicity there is you learn how to cook a lot of things. The foreign way.
That's the reality.
Shout out to the Greeks.
You're up for 2 days. About 4 days a week.
The Greeks, the Jews, and the
If you
Persians.
get up for 4 days, you'll stroke out. You'll run. Some will go wrong. You'll pop. Some will go off. Yeah, you'll get empathy or you get pneumonia and something horrible. Your immune system's destroyed. But it's like wild people make wild shit. They get a DMX without drugs. It's like you call it sex, drugs, and rock and roll, rock star shit, whatever you want to call it. You'll get those people. I don't know if you get Hendrix without acid. I don't know if you get it. I don't know if you get it. I don't know if you get it without heroin. I don't know.
It's so good. I gotta stop eating it. I'm eating it as I'm cooking. That's never good.
I lived it though. I got here. Music is still fertile. I'm still doing my thing. Oh, bro, you made it through. Yeah, you made it through. You made it through. You're alive. You're healthy. You're lucky. You're blessed. Fucking lucky. You're lucky as shit. And it's just like that's the dance, man. The dance is how much wild you live your life. If you don't let any in, you know, it's boring as fuck.
favorite artists are a little off the rails. They always have been. From my favorite writers to my favorite musicians. So many of my favorite musicians died young. Hendrix is probably one of my all-time favorites. But like that's the greatest. You know, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, all these people died young now. Kurt Cobain died young. They went too fucking hard, too wild attitude. Amy Winehouse, too wild. Too much stuff that way. It's not like you just organized. Some people just have less of a personality. Like shit just takes over. Yeah, it takes over. And again, if you live in that, wild life, it's like there's no one telling you to stop. There's no one telling you to slow down. You have all the money in the world, but why? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you telling me to slow down? Get the fuck out of here. Let's do the Star Spangled Banner with my teeth. Fuck on the stage. You ever see him do that? You ever see Hendrix do the Star Spangled Banner with his teeth? Right. That motherfucker. I'm told I'm one of the only guys that play like music and smoke weed at the same time. I don't know. I met this guy, Post Malone, Austin Rose is fucking awesome. Post on the night, one of the most talented. One of the coolest things going on. So I wanted to get him up.
Delicioso. 5 stars. I'm waiting on the bulgur, but I've sampled everything but the hummus and the grape vinaigrette.
Charles Rover. There was Atlas that are getting. They made like one of the biggest movie producers is Suicide Squad, Dark Knight, Oppenheimer, like some of the craziest movies. The list just goes on. I'm like, oh shit, this guy is blockbusters. Make my movie. Just go get him. The guy. I don't like you very much, especially from what I read. But if I like you by the end of this meeting, I think we'll make a move. What does that mean? I don't like you very much, especially from what I read. Because, like, there's some fucked up shit, like, John Woodson. Yeah, but a lot of it's bullshit. Like, it is. Makes you look a certain way. But meanwhile, me and him ended up really seeing eye to eye, and I was able to articulate why a lot of these things happen. There was one interview I missed because I wasn't even told about it. And apparently it was scheduled to be done. And then I was told about it, and I unfortunately had to schedule it. The guy wrote this horrible story around me. There's a cover of a magazine, and he covered me blood all over my face, just making me just look like fucking Hitler. And, yeah, I hate to be a good thing, but I did it. Nicest person. I don't sure I'm not. Any person that was stopping in the street, get a picture. I'm gonna ask them how their day was. I'd say like I'm that guy. Yeah. Right. So, well, that doesn't sell. What sells is you're the worst piece of shit of all time. Oh my god, let me read about this piece of shit. So that's a horrible thing that journalists do for money. They make these pieces where they completely distort a person's essence. They only do it for money. They're just like emotional.
They could have done way better on the hummus. Way better. They could have done way better on the hummus.
Yeah, right. Let's just talk about the negative things and only from a very distorted perspective. Life is nuanced and balanced. It's weird. Life is fucking crazy. Sometimes people make mistakes, but it's not their whole being. And to try to like condense a person down to like tabloid headlines, like that's the essence of the person. That's crazy. That's like the least compassionate, the least kind way of looking at human beings. That's not how human beings are. They're complicated. That's why those little hippies, they're gross and they don't really work. Because people know that. They know that there's probably a lot more to this. Why is this so difficult? Like, this is not a balance. It's one side of that person. I'm just not that bad. I
Of course. But as artists, every artist, a very, very raw and real look at my life. What's happening now in that major was reflected. It's got to be several because my span of my career starts from the kid. Everything you see after I didn't want to be involved in production, writing, or acting. I needed to be respected and real raw. Like, it's not going to make me look like the greatest guy. It's not going to make me look like the bad guy. It's just going to make me look like the one person. Do you have to say? Like, this, one of the things that drives me nuts is when there's a movie and no one was there. You see, like, this historical figure say some things. And you're like, well, he didn't really say that. Some fucking writer wrote that shit. This is not a real conversation. I spent a lot of time with somebody. This guy Dan is freaking amazing. Yeah, everything is very cool. If I have my way, I have an 18-year-old son. I make all my music. Taylor, my son, is one of my best friends. It was like when Ice Cube's son played that. And this kid looks just like me. And at the time I was his age, just like perfect to a point where it's not even normal. So I can't think of anybody better. But we'll get to that. I'm not saying he's going to, but I would love that. And I think anybody could see this kid's game. Yeah. And he is my mouth, everything from the fucking thing. Yeah. But it's weird when someone's alive. When the person's alive. It's weird. It's like a movie about you. Remember when Michael Jai White played Mike Tyson? You know, and Mike Tyson was, I mean, they were friends, they were cool with each other, but like, that had to be weird. You're playing a dude who's still alive.
Yay! Happy Jew locked in the basement. Happy Jew locked in the basement. Because my food came and it's ready. Check this out, dude. This is the salad. I did not use very much of the vinaigrette because I thought it tasted nasty, but the salad is delicious. Mm-hmm. And then I made everything that it came with, but I also added Thai jasmine rice. So this is the hummus, chickpeas, bulgur, Thai jasmine rice. And I sampled everything. And it's 5 stars, the bomb, even though the Roma tomato wasn't ripe. And if you're wondering what size portions are those, there's still some left over, and I got portions for 2. The salad, though, guys, I'm telling you, this shit right here, Nazis, this shit right here, this is the num-num. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Happy Jew.
Hanging out with him in Vegas. I remember we're cruising around in my fucking Bentley, we were singing at the time, and he's like, let's go jam out. We went to the Palms, from my hotel to the Palms.
What makes a Jew happy, guys? Dill fond. That's a good place to start. Chickpeas, some pine nuts. You got potatoes and oil. Dear Godzilla, thank you for this bomb Jewish, Greek, Persian inspired infusion of free food I'm eating. You're the shit. Amen. It's so good. Better than Cafe Neo, chumps upstairs. Better than Cafe Neo. Would you like some bulgur? Oh, you're a Nazi. Can't have none. No. Yes. And I made the rice because the other 2 meals I got came with rice, so I knew I'd be wanting rice. And I fully plan on eating at least another one of these things today. This is so good, though. They're not going to top this one. They are not going to top this one.
They're so sweet, cool. Well, the pandemic.
Oh, the hummus. The hummus was disgusting, but they gave you seasoning that you're supposed to mix in with the bulgur. I used like 75% of it on the bulgur and then the rest on the hummus and stirred it up, and it made the hummus 10 times better than it was without it.
Stacks of bricks. Somebody left there holding some of the groceries. Start riots. Yeah. It's cool.
You want some hummus and cucumber and dill, guys?
I don't like to go full Batman on this, but it's like there's evil villains out
I'd feed the whistleblowers, but they can't come down here and have lunch.
That's real. Those fucking protests are organized. People spend a lot of money to organize those things and put bricks in them. The whole thing was designed to disrupt society, and then the defunding police bullshit. How anybody
Super good, though.
It's so crazy.
Super good. Not regretting getting portion size for 2 either. It's like exactly enough to fill you up and give you leftovers for like lunch or breakfast. I usually like to have dinner, big meal.
I have had so many friends that completely flipped a 180 after they got robbed. 180, they're Trump supporters now. It's crazy. People that were like full-on liberals, and then they, get a gun.
Saying it's better than Cafe Neo, guys, not an understatement.
This is you're just letting these people out.
What it could use that would make it even better?
What the fuck?
Falafel.
Assistant to the DA.
Falafel. We need one falafel, just one. We don't need 5. Just one little falafel.
You get robbed by some guy who's been arrested some insane amount of times since 2023. I was looking at the story online. I was like, this is so
Dude, it
crazy.
is so good. It is so delicious. It is so delicious.
Suspected gang member accused of exposing himself, robbing Manhattan district. Exposing himself, pull his dick out and he robbed him. Exposing himself is funny. Because they have exposed. Go to the headline. Exposing himself is first. The robbing part, that's second. But he showed his penis. That is unbelievable.
It's a good way to surprise rob somebody, showing your penis. That is a good strategy.
Brandon Samosa confronted the 38-year-old victim in the hallway of her building on West 44th Street around 2 a.m. Authorities say he grabbed the victim's purse, cell phone, and bank card before exposing himself. He pulled his dick out
Before he did it. Well, why did he do it after? He should have done it before.
Exposing himself for the most horrible thing he did. Police were able to track the phone and eventually arrested near a hotel on West 45th Street, 8th Avenue on Tuesday. Authorities to the suspects.
Dude, it's so good.
Possession of drugs. No, they know the guy.
If you can get a promo code for HelloFresh, get on there and order this shit before they're out. I'm not kidding you. If you're into bulgur, hummus, chickpeas, cucumber, shallot, dill, tomato salads. Oh, but the salad dressing was disgusting to me. I used like maybe half a teaspoon. It's Greek vinaigrette, and I don't like that, whatever that is, that salad dressing.
Jesus Christ. That's the world we're living in now, and that's LA, and that's
It is so good.
a lot of places.
I think, though, that my eyeballs might be bigger than my stomach because as I'm shoving it into my mouth, guys,
I feel safer.
the plate is still full.
I do too. I didn't feel great about it. What I don't feel safer is right now they're launching missiles into Russia. How are you allowed to do that when you're on the way out? Like, if people don't want you to be there anymore, there should be like some sort of a pause for like significant actions that could potentially start World War III. Maybe that would be a good thing that we would like to avoid from a dying former president. The whole thing is nuts. I don't know. Zelensky says Putin is terrified. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, people. You fucking people are about to start World War III. Yeah, they fired an intercontinental ballistic missile for the first time ever. It's the first time one of those has ever been used. It's fucking insanity because those intercontinental ballistic missiles can have nukes on them. This one didn't, but if it does, the whole world changes. And it changes because the military-industrial complex, and it changes because the money that's going to Ukraine, and it changes because the outgoing president or whoever the fuck is actually running the country has decided to do something fucking insane. Fucking insane. And we're all sitting there watching it, and people are cheering it on. CNN was saying, finally. See what their headline was about Zelensky using about Biden giving Zelensky the ability to use long-range missiles. U.S. made long-range. It's not like nobody knows where they came from. It's not like nobody knows who they're funding this. It's a proxy war. The whole thing is fucking insane. It's insane.
Last update, guys. All clear till Thursday. All clear till Thursday.
So what did they say?
That's a good one. That means none of us, including those upstairs who are whistleblowers, should have anything at all that bothers us till Thursday, as far as being here. What's the date on that? Is that Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving somebody's going to come be an asshole? I don't think so. Well, Hunter, I forgot that you like feta. It has vinaigrette on it. You can feta?
Well, we can. We voted Trump. Yeah. His idea is to stop all this shit. Hopefully.
Oh, you make me feel bad. I took all the feta. I didn't even take it.
I feel like none of it.
Take it.
I'd like to think that. I've done it as a way to.
Give it a lick. It's the same thing that you like before. It's just not spreadable. This one has like it's fur. Yeah, there you go, baby.
Everybody's saying these things like right away. China was saying we'd like to do business with America.
You're so cute, Hunter. Look at you.
Calm everybody down. Stop being so fucking tribal.
Eating feta out of my hand.
Everything the left is doing is right.
Here, I feel bad. Here, Hunter. It'll make me. I still want that salad, but there's whatever you want that has feta from off the top.
God damn it. This is crazy. Especially with Russia. Yeah. That's the shit that keeps me. When I get paranoid late at night when I'm going to sleep, that's the war just because it's happened before. The world has been in peace before and then all of a sudden chaos. You think that can never happen again? You're wrong. It's happening right now. It's just not happening here. We don't feel it here, so it doesn't affect our thinking process, and we support things that could lead to it happening. We don't even realize we're doing what we're doing. As a human being, we're just number one. That's number one. And that way, everybody wants peace. Everybody wants their children to be happy. Everybody wants to be well-fed and healthy. Everybody wants that. Just figure out a way to fucking balance it all out. Jesus Christ. We got 60 more days until Trump gets in or whatever it is. I'm a dead bitch. But who knows? Maybe once he gets in, he'll ramp it up. Who knows? Maybe they'll sabotage his administration. That's what's even more scary. People don't want him in power. People that are in power don't want to be in power. They'll try every way they can. 60 days to do that. Alright. 60 days. 50 crossed down. Just hope Putin understands what's going on as well. Just wants to do what's in it. Putin's terrifying. God. China. Right. Yeah. Also, Zelensky, can I get a drug test? Can I just get one drug test before we spend any more money? What are you doing? Are you doing a lot of blow over there? Like, this is like blow, like, hey, I'm not responsible for it. But you know what I'm saying? This is like cocaine, like, babe. Terrifying. Jack, we got him, man. We got him. Like, what are you talking about? He has nuclear missiles and fucking monkeys. Jesus Christ. That's my chance right now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Putin should not have invaded. Yes, 100%. Right. Don't start World War III. There's got to be a way to settle this. It must be. I got to put some of these things in my music. You know, the conversation we're having. One of my best, my favorite anti-war songs is Dinner Boys. Fuck a War. Bushwick Bill. Willie D told me he wrote that for me. I like Dinner Boys. Love Dinner Boys. Storytellers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Cock blocking? Yeah. Fucking good. those? Yeah. No, I love them. I'm on the verge of committing murder. It's like a whole fucking block. He had a great flow too. Yeah. He had a great flow. Yeah, the country rap was awesome. I heard something. Someone said, oh, man, it just good. I was wondering what happened. That was a guy that I felt like didn't get his due right on the world stage. And people don't respect him for as good as he really was. Because I would tell like some young guys about country rap. They don't know who he is. Great music. You ever hear the brand new heavies? Like the jazz band when they linked up with a bunch of rappers? The Heavy Rhyme Experience. You ever heard that album? Coogee Rap's Death Threat is the best track on that. I played that shit in the green room with the mothership, and I was like, what is this, man? Yeah,
My cat literally
like
half of all of this fucking music.
Fucking tremendous. Yeah, tremendous. They did a great thing with Gangstar, too. They have a great song with Gangstar, too. Yeah. I love, that's where I came to that's one of my favorite eras. Nas, you know, Illmatic, Godstars. That's like one of those almost like Sergeant Pepper rap. Yeah, yeah, man. Oh my God, how old was this? Really young. One Love. Yeah. How about Rewind? Rewind is one of the most genius rap songs of all time. It tells a story backwards, and it's genius. And it's fun. And it's the flow's great. I think Nas is my all-time favorite lyricist. But Nas and everybody else.
I'm stuffed.
I mean, I love them all, but to me,
That's
Nas
portions
is
for
the
two.
best lyricist.
If you're either dating a girl with a really small appetite or you're feeding a fourth grader under her. Still, delicious, dude. Delicious. Skip the salad dressing unless you like Greek vinaigrette. And I do not. Yeah. You know what would have been good on it, though, that I don't have here is just some oil and vinegar. Oil and vinegar would be good on it. Overall, though, that was probably hands down the most delicious meal I've had with so little ingredients. A cucumber, dill fond, a single shallot, chickpeas, bulgur, some feta, Thai jasmine rice. And it's like a party for your mouth, and the whole thing is delicious. You wouldn't think it would be filling unless you weren't born in this country. Everybody that wasn't born in this country or whose mom and dad weren't born in this country looked at that and knew that it was filling. Why? Rice, bulgur, chickpeas. That shit is made to fill you up. Delicious. So good that I might keep eating even though I'm literally stuffed. I feel like I just ate a small child in food.
Yeah, I love Jadakiss style.
Oh, and when I saw the tomato, I thought the salad's going to suck. It's a Roma tomato. Everybody who likes tomatoes knows those taste the grossest. But it tastes delicious in the salad. I don't know if it's because of the dill fond or maybe just that splash of that Greek vinaigrette hit them and did something to the tomatoes. But they taste delicious. Remember, the Thai jasmine rice, that was all me. That's because I also have spicy jerk chicken. Have you ever had that, guys? I've never had HelloFresh's, but spicy jerk chicken is delicioso. And chicken curry. I plan on making the chicken curry and bringing some over to my neighbor's house so he can have it. We can split that one, or I can just make that one for him because I'm definitely eating that jerk chicken once this food is out of my stomach and I have space.
Just to get everything going. Let's go. Tasty.
or my flowers and my portrait, because you probably do, I can cause it. This is like, what the wow, what a weird flex. What a weird flex. So he's like, okay, cool. But that waste of money, because the flowers are gonna die, right? And I got a Bugatti, so.
Oh, Joe has a Bugatti.
You're getting robbed. Okay, you're getting robbed. The florist is a piece of shit.
I just want to rewind. I'm playing Joe Rogan's latest podcast, and earlier he was talking about a guy who pulled out his dick, robbed a lady for her cell phone and wallet. And then I was like, that's actually a really good idea. I mean, if you're going to be in burglary, approaching a woman with your penis out is really going to, give her a shock for a second, long enough to disorient her, to steal her phone and wallet. And then Joe went on, and actually the guy did it in reverse. And that makes him a huge fucking asshole, dude. He robbed her, and then he pulled out his dick? What an asshole. But if he would have done it in reverse, I would have been like, oh, he's smart, man.
Hey, everybody's got their own thing. I know, but you're getting robbed. If you're spending that much money on your flowers, you are getting fucking robbed. But of course,
all clear till Thursday. All clear till Thursday. Folks, I'm not going to be telling on the federal felons that get a paycheck to stalk me. Should they choose to drink and smoke weed and have pizza for the next few days. We have not gotten an all clear till Thursday or for 6 days since before I can even remember. I don't think I even ever got one. Before August, maybe. All clear till Thursday. Have a good time, everybody.
that's a crazy flex.
Oh, but of course, everyone, don't be surprised if I get an update. Like, the man who's got the white chariot in the brother in the Roman army that enforces chariot violations and things of that nature is going to be moody and knocking on doors even if you turn the lights off. So we've got the all clear till Thursday, guys. But Unit 207 may be harassed by a temperamental man at some point next week before Thursday.
It's also a weird way to introduce yourself to other people. But isn't that one of those things where it's like you just be on top and you want to show everybody you're still on top? Just like you were talking about, like Randy Diamonds, you go up to the guy who's hot right now and say, yeah, I saw you. Guess what? Much love. Yeah, much bit more motivated.
And if anyone is thinking about, we'll use Thanksgiving as an excuse to go over to Mystic Gwen's house and criminally trespass, because let's be real. Thursday's Thanksgiving, guys. Don't even fucking think about it. My kids and I have celebrated Thanksgiving on Veterans Day. It's never been a thing for us on the actual day because of my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, except for when he would be routinely gone for 11 months out of the year, every year until my children were in school. So in the event that that's why the all clear is only until Thursday, think again. Or it could be that the all clear extends through Thanksgiving and none of us are having any issues until Friday. That could also be it. It's need to know. All clear till Thursday means I'm going outside every day without any sort of concern of psychopaths. Not a big thing to y'all because you've been able to do it. Not me. And it means being able to sleep potentially for over 5 hours without waking up, freaking out that the YouTube live stream has been shut off by idiots upstairs to attempt to perpetrate the final illegal entry attempt, or anything like that. So is it a good thing? Yes, dude. Yes. And I don't think I would have received that memo if it didn't apply to everybody upstairs that's a whistleblower. I think it means, all right, we're all good now. We went through that. Now we're getting like 6 days of nothing that's shitty.
That's some crazy shit. I've had some crazy fucking moments or fucking work with
realize it's was not still alive. Yeah, so it's probably still alive. Yeah, and County, mine, yeah.
All clear till Thursday could very well be some whistleblowers I pissed off and scared the shit out of talking about one more felony, and then their Thanksgiving might not be where it's going to be because they want whoever's memos. That could have been a nod to the whistleblowers to let you know they're yours. Either way, everybody relax. It's all good. You're hereby authorized by the FBI to drink but not to get drunk. Whistleblowers. Aquafina bottles. Also, guys, that's speculation, but I speculate and I bet money that that's exactly why they said all clear till Thursday. Somebody is probably concerned about that, and the FBI wants to be clear that nope, non-issue. You definitely will be fine through Thanksgiving, everybody. And no more crazy stalkers for at least 6 days. Actively stalking from the exterior of the building. The digital home invasion that's been taking place for over 14 months, Unit 207, is illegal because of all the shit you've done. But it's also something I've been very used to, unfortunately, due to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser for over a decade. But really hardcore for a decade.
That's a terrible way. It's a terrible way. Someone just because the color is even though they work with you, the cool stuff, just out that person. And the other side is the money. Of course, okay, so right, just start right, gone. Right, but that doesn't sell headlines, bud. The white devil sells headlines. The white devil. LA. Well, that's a real emotional rock.
Dude, I'm not even hungry, but this is so good. This is so good. It's so good. There's zero chance that I'm eating jerk chicken, guys. Good. I think I'll put the other shit in the freezer now. This 2-portion meal is plenty of food for one day. Plenty of delicious food. So again, guys, I'm not paid by or endorsed or sponsored by at all HelloFresh, not at all. I used a promo code. I was supposed to get 3 meals for a 2-person portion for $10.96 the first box after tax. Something happened so that it ended up being 0, and then it switched to already paid. But I don't know. Either I paid nothing or I paid $11 for this, and in my mind, $11 for this is nothing because it's so fucking good. And the amount of bags of groceries that I got for the 3 meals I selected. Bulgur Goddess Bowls. Look online for a promo code. Don't pay more. Do not pay more. Okay. Don't sign up for a membership you're going to be using. You're signing up for a discount promo and you're going to skip the next box and cancel your membership. But you're going to get 1 box with a promo. Don't pay more than 25 or 30. I would pay up to $30 for the box I just got and think it was a good deal. You'll find a discount code online somewhere for HelloFresh. Look on social media forums because some people actually have huge discounts, especially if it says that they're a chef and use their referral code. Then it's like over anything you're going to get in your inbox. Anyway, get the Bulgur Goddess Bowls. I can't vouch for any of the others, but get that one.
Telling you, you did that on cocaine's awesome. Yeah. He's super smart. Yeah. Which is even scarier, you know, you can convince yourself. The whole world. I've had many situations where people so selfish. One of them had the I always want to bump them too. Can't do that, bro. What was last time you did one? All of them is but shame, guilt, and everything. That's good. That's good. 6 months is great. 6 days is good. You know, but hopefully it's just fall. Yeah. It's okay. We're human beings. Things fucking up there. Especially in some organization. And most people think I can never be this. I can never be. I'm not like that. Never be good. Because they never get triggered. It's not good. Like you have no intention whatsoever of doing something else. Like you're a fucking girl and pile of this. Like you're like, wait, I've done it before. I can just do it this one time. Yeah, we'll be okay. Yeah, we'll be okay. You're looking out the window like, bloodshot eyes, like you got big eyes. Yeah. Yeah, but too much go on. That's how we moving with like single, like well, it seems like you're in a good place. That's great. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, it's I think it's so important for people like you to tell your story, go on and like you do, because if people want to see a person who's very successful, one of them is grows, what their life is like. Who's up? Oh yeah. And then for me, like my business is such a destination. People know I'm down in line at the top of my game. everybody compares himself to other people. That's the real problem. Is the comparison is the thief of joy. Is that Thoreau? Is that what it was? Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, Thoreau was most men who flies and find inspiration. But comparison is the thief of joy. That's a real thing. And if you're a person that's looking at someone else's success and somehow or another wanting to diminish that, you're doing it to yourself. But you realize it or not, you're wasting your own precious life energy on hating that person. And that will take away your gift. It'll take away your objectivity. It'll take away your ability to be present. Because they're fools. That's why they do it in the first place. It's a foolish venture. And even if it works, you're doing yourself into because you know you're a piece of shit. You know that you've done that to a person. You know you've distorted who that person is just because you want to feel better about your own life. You want someone to falter so that you don't feel, when you're comparing yourself to them, you don't feel inadequate. That's the reason. It's just human weakness, and it's one of its grossest forms. It's not called out enough. You know, it's really it's a disgusting behavior kind of that. I think that would be the way you should.
Meet me. I left you the feta in the big bowl. Got tomatoes for you to deal with.
But that's a good thing, and you can say that that's selfish in a way, because when you help people and when you're inspired by other people's success, when you enjoy other people's success, you are experiencing a positive thing. And that positive thing is one of the most important aspects of life. To deny yourself that because you can't control your emotions, you can't control your jealousy, your feelings, and you hate on someone. You're denying yourself an opportunity to feel good. You can genuinely feel happy for everyone's success and still be successful. It doesn't take away your success at all. It's just a mental trap. People need to understand that trap. It is insecurity. But it's also a lack of understanding how the mind works, how the human mind can play little tricks on you, lay traps for you, how jealousy rears ugly head and distort your views. All of it. Yes. All in a certain way. When I was a Bible, I
Thank you to everybody who participated in bringing the Jew her groceries tonight. To everybody else, all clear till Thursday.
We talked about this on the podcast the other day, or was it a previous conversation? Someone said that personalities are as infectious as diseases. Someone was saying that like energy, like people's energy, is as infectious as diseases. And when you're around someone that's a great personality, very positive, you get infected by that positivity. When you're around shitheads, fucking dumbasses, and freaking stupid fucking, when you start thinking that way, it's contagious. There's something to it. It's the most important thing is your community, right? Your family, your friends, your community, who you associate with. If you're associating with shitheads, you're gonna have a fucked up experience. The lesson. I like going to nice restaurants. All that energy comes from. Yeah. I'm on whatever it's like. Yeah. Although they do the same thing, but they got each other because the better one, which is like that's good. You're smart. You're wise. But you still have the market. You still have that's the American success story. Would you rather that as a type parking, drugs, fucking chaos, falling apart? Better just like working so hard. That's where it's not real. I don't want to fucking like I'm like not gonna like chase chicks and work hard.
I have no idea who this Scott Storch guy is, and I understand that he said he used to be in the Roots. I like the Roots, but I feel bad for him. He seems like he's super, I guess, no longer making money with whatever music he's made. He just seems super sad. This podcast episode is almost over. Ooh, that's good, boy. I like that. Oh.
Listening to it, the girl, that's amazing. Voice writes that shit. See the conviction. You get a songwriter, a big fancy songwriter that works in some world and like teacher how to have emotion. It's not the same. That's how they do it. A lot of Amy Winehouse rhymes. Yeah, Amy Winehouse rhymes. In the fact that it's wrong. Yeah. Different. Not different. Not like she's copying anyone, but like that vibe of authenticity. Yeah, she's real one. 21 and emotion is there that comes from it. She writes on some yes. That's incredible. That shit is not something like but that is that available right now? Can I get that? Yeah. That shit's my Spotify.
Aw, she's adorable. She's a cute white girl. I guess I'm racist, guys. I didn't think cute white girl when I heard her sing.
Already has a bunch of stuff that she made on her own. She made stuff I did with her. And 12 seconds to record. She was part of that. That was amazing. She's dope. And I got some great records. So I got records with A-list celebrities like that are, it's not exciting to play for me. A record with somebody who has her I seen this guy without radio. His band is called without radio, any shit, starting out by himself. That's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. I love that that's happening today. Yeah, they kind of take you barely happen. The gatekeeper is out of that quick now. All something has to do is be good and get it online. It's released what's the song? Wow. 20 something a year? Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. You just
Ay, ay, ay.
I really want to work, but I've been roadblocked because I was breaking roads. Like production, but wheels. I want to get a hold of Drake talking about his purchases. That motherfucker loses more money on before it's over, I need to get a record off with him. I want to get a record off with him. Wasn't John Jones a 600 to 1 favorite? Well, you had my KO. But that's what I would have said anyway. I would not have thought John would have done that. That's easy. Yeah. I want to get a record off with him. I was very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable because of the cocaine? No. What happened? As soon as he got I almost ripped the fucking ear off accidentally. That walk out of that VIP room was the most mortifying, most embarrassing shit I ever fucking felt in my life. She's cool. I bet she is. I just remember that. Good pizza. But that's an accident. I know, but that's an accident. You're that guy. Oh, no, that guy. Yeah, honestly. So I always did hook up with that ear. You want to make a good impression, you get the ear ripped off. Yeah. Yeah. So, like your favorite thing seems to be breaking new people down. Is it because you get to show the world your talent? Is it just like remind you of you when you were getting your breaks? You're helping to scope somebody's talent. Scott, it's been great talking to you.
That's beautiful. Beautiful. I hope he gets another chance, and I hope Godzilla lets him make some more hits now that he's off the drugs. King Missile. Go find me the microphone. King Missile. Wuss. 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 Oh my goodness. I really wish that I had like an ad counter. I feel like I've seen 500 ads in 2 weeks. Wuss. Hey, one of you was a teenage wuss. 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 It's cool. We all have that residual wussiness. Yeah, guys. And when you think that life is fucking annoying, I just want everybody to stop and remember 7th grade. Do you remember 7th grade, everybody? No year is ever going to come as bad in our life as 7th grade felt for all of us. You can be a sensitive hacker too. In a way, that's hard. Are you a sensitive hacker, Mr. Upstairs? Talking to one of you. He is a sensitive hacker. Nobody understands him because he is so deep. He can't help it. It's because he's so much more intelligent and well-rounded than everyone that surrounds him. Well-rounded. And working on his work, which no one understands. He is sensitive. He is a sensitive hacker. people don't feel like that was real music. It's a song by them that's real music. Undeniable. If you're in the phone, you have to appreciate it because it's all about Martin Scorsese, guys. Martin Scorsese. Why am I playing King Missile? I don't know. It's a King Missile kind of a day. Martin Scorsese. If I ever meet him, I'm going to bite off his nose and pull out one of his eyeballs and say thank you for making such excellent fucking movies. He makes the best films. He makes the best films. Thank you. What films has he made? What films, guys? Cape Fear is the scariest if you have a convicted stalker, I dare say. That was a good one. That was a banger. Cape Fear. Most would say Goodfellas, though. I think that's the unequivocal consensus. Everybody knows me that I say that Godzilla takes away anything that you love more than you love him. And that's why I advise everybody never to get married to someone you're in love with, because it pretty much guarantees you'll get a divorce and they'll turn into some scary monster that's the opposite of everything you loved about them. And King Missile has this song called Gary and Melissa, and it's all about a relationship that outlasted all of the others on the block because they never got married, but they did indeed have sex with one another's friends and filmed it, and then had sex with each other while watching that film on TV. It's a song by King Missile called Gary and Melissa. It has a happy ending because they die together at the very same moment, holding hands.
First few weeks of their relationship, they made love 4 or 5 times a night. They were really turned on for a while.
while having more sex.
They were really turned on.
We've all been there, our great loves.
As the years went by, Gary and Melissa became fine, upstanding members of their community. Although they never married, their relationship outlasted all the marriages on their block, and they never fought, except to heighten their passion. They had made an agreement that when one of them died, the other would continue to live with and make love to the corpse. But as luck would have it, they were both killed in a freak accident and died at the exact same moment, holding hands.
And I dedicate this one to the federal felons, not just the whistleblowers, but those that haven't blown the whistle and are going to prison. King Missile, steal stuff from work. It is your job as an oppressed employee to steal stuff from work. Why buy a pen? Why buy a paperclip, huh? I stole a whole desk from the last place that I worked, and it looks great in my apartment. They're paying me right now to write the song about stuff that I steal from them. Doing a lot of playing King Missile and squawking out loud. And goof off on the company time. King Missile, the sandbox. best line in this song. Someone took a duty in my sandbox. And that wasn't nice. Oh, it is a King Missile Day. America kicks ass. King Missile. Some of you might be concerned. Apparently, Russia's firing ballistic missiles or some sort of fucking missile. There is nothing to worry about, guys. Godzilla made the film Doctor Strangelove, and he just loves that shit. Don't be concerned. And remember, America does indeed kick ass, and it will continue to reign supreme until and unless God or the aliens come down and kick our ass. Unlike the song, though, it's not because of anything he says. It's because we've got the bombs, guys. We've got the bombs. We went around and we took everybody else's big bombs and let some of them keep some little bombs. We've got the bombs. Amen. I love that the video closes with this fat kid in a shirt that says he's got some Okay, now let's play the most popular song by King Missile. Detachable. Detachable. Oh, you're not going to let me. Detachable penis King Missile. Some people think I should get it permanently attached, but I like having a detachable penis. This happens all the time. It's detachable. I can't for the life of me remember where I put it. That's enough King Missile. so good and so filling. Chickpeas, shallots, bulgur, hummus, Thai jasmine rice, cucumber, tomato, onion, feta, dill salad. Delicioso. It's crazy because we got the all clear till Thursday, but I'm still like, it's Friday. It's Friday, and Friday is the day that they perpetrate crimes because every Friday for 14 months, except for 2 last month, and theoretically last week, but I say theoretically because there was absolutely stalkers outside of my fucking condo from last Thursday, the Thursday before last, before sunrise, to as recent as earlier this morning. 8 days consecutive of exterior stalking. But I'm just trying to tell myself. The FBI gave the all clear till Thursday, so I should just relax. But at the same time, I'm like, nah, it's fucking Friday, dude. I gotta wait. I gotta wait. Some fucking other thing may come. But I got an all clear till Thanksgiving. Thanks again for the HelloFresh. Putting a big emphasis on that thanks because not only did it arrive undamaged with everything intact, so fucking delicious, and without it, I would not have been able to eat a single vegetable. And that's my favorite thing to eat, so I appreciate that. You know, since the idiots upstairs won't let me have shit delivered to my home anymore, something also that's occurred since November 17th, aside from the HelloFresh box. and I'm drinking my son's favorite drinks because I have a whole bunch of them. So much food wasted because of those of you who will be charged with being kidnappers. Cast number 651. I don't know who Nick Texan is. Sometimes Bird shows me new talent, but I totally appreciate it. Oh, 311. 311 has no rules. I know that. 311's cool.
Your boy, Kurt Chrysler, is
Oh.
Saturday, February 8th is going to take place in Tony Street and Alderwood.
Amber is the color of your energy.
Yeah, there's just something about when you're in high school and you hear, I know I'm unlovable. And you're just like, yes, I know. You don't have to tell me I'm unlovable.
You grew up in Omaha in the 80s.
I was born in Madison, Wisconsin in 1970, and we moved to Omaha in 1971. So my whole childhood was in Omaha, except 1 year, 1979, fourth grade. We moved to Washington, D.C. So we had a sabbatical. So it went from like total white bread,
But you got priest.
sabbatical doctor.
I thought you had a switch. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, I don't read a lot, so it's so funny. I've always thought, I know your last name.
There is a word that you're thinking of. It's similar to sabbatical.
Yeah, I'm thinking, whatever it is. So, wait, what did you guys do?
He's a pharmacologist. He's retired now. He's doing research on medicines.
What was Omaha like?
Omaha was a lot cooler than people would think. You know, that we had like a punk scene, ska scene. You know, there was a great place to grow up. A lot of freedom, a lot of wild behavior, drinking, drugs.
I love them. You mean, was Boys Town popular then?
Yeah, that's an important part of Omaha history.
Father Flanagan?
Yeah, and you know, Malcolm X is from there, John Carson, there's Gerald Ford, and, you know, so Omaha's a cooler place than people would think, but I think we did have to, in 311, push back against something like, oh, Omaha, you know, I was thinking, just wait.
It's what's funny because I grew up in Tampa, and we never had any like. I've said this before. I never really experienced civic pride because you get. I just did microphone when we were talking about the most annoying cities for men to be from. And it's like anytime you hear a guy go, "I'm from fucking Brooklyn," you're like, "Wait, calm down." You don't understand. We're from Texas, and you're like, "Okay, that's right. You guys are all." And it's in. But I never felt that growing up in Florida until I went to Tallahassee and went to Florida State. And I was like, oh, this is what it's like to be part of the community. I always felt like we weren't good enough in Florida. And I was like, and I
So you relate.
yeah.
And when we first got out to California, people heard we're from Omaha, they might kind of dismiss us at first. We just were relentless. You know, you have to be relentless and not accept preconceptions.
Was the whole, when you guys came up, by the way, you can always talk to you about fitness. I'm obsessed. But I'm more obsessed with 311. I'm so happy to hear that. I I said, is that not for real? That's the, I mean, they called last night, they're like, hey, would you like to have the band 311 on? And I was like, absolutely. I don't know if we get the whole band, but then definitely get Nick. I was like, dude, fucking anyone. I've had Peanut on. I was like, oh, yeah. I discovered 311 at a perfect time in life. And it was,
Whoa.
I was just saying, I don't, it's a
Green
hard
is the color of my energy.
because it was in a time, you
Earth
guys really
tones.
popped in a time where
Green.
rock was blending genres of somewhat, where I think, if I'm not mistaken, you know, I think you guys were pre-Limp Bizkit, you were pre-Sublime, and all of a sudden, everything, just barely, but like, I was trying to explain it to she goes, what kind of music is it? I said, it's like a little bit of reggae, but it's real rock, it's kind of punk, there's like a little vibe of hip-hop to it, but it's like, it's almost genreless, you know, so I couldn't wait to get out to LA because I had heard Jane's Addiction, Chili Peppers, Fishbone. I mean, these are genre blending, you know, genre blasting, defying any kind of boundaries. And I was like, wow, you can do funk with like a punk rock intensity of energy and actually like have chops. You know what I mean? It's not just like super fast, but like those are, you know, Flea is incredible. And so I couldn't wait to get out to LA, but when I first got out to LA,
He is incredible, incredibly good looking.
Still Appetite for Destruction, metal, and you know, hair metal. And I worked at Guitar Center on Sunset Boulevard, and I met all these, you know, metal guys, and I was like, where are the like, you know, Chili Peppers? I met the Chili Peppers, but like, where are the type of musicians that want to do that? And honestly, I couldn't find them. So I realized, you know, my best bet is to go and hook up again with my high school buddies. And that was Tim Mahoney. You know, I had a cover band. We were doing alternative of the 80s, which was like R.E.M. and The Cure and The Smiths and, you know, just all this college rock. And a lot of those, you know, U2, like they were an alternative for a good while, and they just like R.E.M., just stuck to their sound, waited for culture to have one or two. So that's what we did. But yeah, I came out and kind of floundered around LA for a couple of years in 88, 89, and then we formed in Omaha in 1990 on 210 Bogey for Fugazi. What a killer first gig that was. Fugazi, yeah, which is another genre blending. Yeah. So Fishbone, I bought Fishbone my first day of college, 1991. On Fishbone album. And I was like, I put it in and did not know what I thought. Jersey Soul, it's just incredible. Dude, it's crazy as you listen to those bands. What's also insane is I liked everyone you just mentioned. Like, I never, it was like the mood I was in was like, okay, today is like a Cure. Or like, Jane's Addiction had fucking grip with me for a while. Jane's Addiction is interesting too because I don't know if you're like me, you're only like 3 or 2 years older than me. But Ritual De La Habitual was such a big album that then it took an older brother to introduce you to the I'm coming down the mountain. Nothing shocked me. The live album. That's what I first heard. The Triple Way. Triple Way? How fucking crazy was that? Yeah, and then they have like this really heartfelt ballad that Jane says, and this like heartbreaking story about this gonna kick tomorrow. Like, how many times have I said that? Like, what an intense song. God, I mean, it's so funny because I haven't really listened to, like, I used to like get weird and get drunk and by myself at late at night, and then just deep dive, like, all right, we're just working with Pixies tonight. And or the Smiths was the first time I ever did it. I came home from Vietnam, and I was off, and I had a bottle of wine, and I was like, I'm gonna really get into the Smiths. Like, I'm gonna really go through song by song. Isn't it crazy that Morrissey's huge in Mexican culture? Yeah. If you go to Morrissey show and see so many pompadours and sounds with pompadours. I love it. They have this cover band called Sweet Potato Hooligans.
It's looking back, it's like really, I think, yeah, I guess at the time I felt that was unlovable.
The reason I drink is because of songs that spit so sad. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to never drink again in my life, simply because of panic on the streets of London, panic on the streets of Birmingham, I wonder to myself. I hear that and I just go, it's, those songs are so, I mean, what's insane to me is I never really, you said this and I never really understood it, but as a kid and obsessed with music, you're into everything. And then you come out to LA and you see their scenes, and you're like, oh wait, I don't want to wear my tights. Yeah. And, I can't wear my clothes. Yeah. Yeah.
And the punkers weren't going on the Sunset Strip, you know what I mean? They're going to be on Redondo Beach or whatever. But I did do a lot of just going to the LA Weekly and going to the Coconut Teaser, Club Lingerie, Roxy, just watching as many bands as possible. And I learned a lot. I was still a bass player at that time. I was really into bass playing because after hearing Flea, I was like, wow, you could have the bass and also Steve. You did the bass, the bedrock of another band, a really important instrument. But then when I got back to Omaha, Chad said he had met this kid who was like 15.
And he was honestly remarkably younger than you guys. And when I did the interview with him, he kept saying stuff like, I don't know, man, they go to bed early.
And he would, I was ready to just like watching Perry Farrell and the Kiedis, and I realized that I didn't want to be a bass playing lead singer, so we got Mina, and lined up quickly gelled, and just we got very, very popular in the Midwest, and then we were able to show, like, here is a top 10 albums list from the local record store where we're at the top, and like Michael Jackson and U2 are below us. Like, we were blowing up that much, so we were outselling big time artists. So, we found a label that was interested. By the way, I was listening to a podcast on Widespread Panic. Their two artists were, well, three. They had Cake and Widespread Panic. 311 was Capricorn Records.
Oh, I didn't know that. I love Cake. I love Cake.
They had my fucking number. Goddamn.
Yeah. Wise
Capricorn Records.
They actually did some really cool things, like they guaranteed us 2 albums. They said, you guys are going to go through touring. We're not going to try to blow you up on your first album. They guaranteed the second album. So they really, fostered us building this bedrock of live touring. So it wasn't like a flash. And somewhere about halfway through our career, maybe 10 years in, we're like, let's be like the Grateful Dead. Let's put touring first, and we'll make the albums, when we get around to it. But summertime, that's touring. So we've always kept that relationship. Other bands can do that years off and stuff, but we're like touring first.
I'm curious if you get into bed the same way I get into bed. That when you jump in the bed, you start going, yes, it's so fun getting in bed. It's even more fun getting good bed. I have the best bed in the world. I have a Helix mattress. We have the Lux. One, we did very simple. We didn't know what mattress to get, so we took their sleep quiz. It takes 2 minutes. I have a side sleeper, and I was having problems on my side with our old mattress in my rib cage, and then it was hitting my whole fast. With the Lux mattress, I've had 0 problems on my side. I've had 0 problems with my shoulder. You ever woken up in a hotel bed and your top of your shoulder's numb? I have none of that. They've got the best options. They've got for big and talls, sleepers. They've got one for kids. You have to go to their website. But the best thing yet, they've got a free bedding bundle. 2 dream pillows, sheet sets, and mattress protector with any Lux or Elite mattress order. I'm telling you right now, you deserve to be sleeping the best you can. You deserve to get better. /Bert. I want you to sleep as good as I'm sleeping. Ever start your day feeling like you're dragging your feet before you've even stepped out of bed? Oh my God, so often. Most reed powders taste like lawn clippings and barely even move to me, but not Morning Man Greens. Morning Man Greens is the ultimate morning fuel. It's packed with 95 milligrams of clean caffeine from green tea and coffee bean extracts, plus over 75 vitamins, superfoods, probiotics, and digested enzymes to power you up and improve your gut health. If caffeine is in your style, do not worry, it's available in decaf too, so you can choose how to start your day. Unlike those other green powders, Morning Man Greens actually taste amazing. It got rave reviews from thousands of satisfied customers who ditched their old routines. But this game changer, I personally feel the difference right from the first try. No more sluggish starts, no more awful aftertaste, and no more energy crashes. Just pure, sustained energy all day long. I gotta be dead honest with you. Sometimes when you're working out, you don't want to drink coffee. And having hot coffee as you're getting on the treadmill. I want to start my day with just green energy. And that I work out like the Incredible Hulk. For a limited time, Morning Man Greens is offering our listeners an exclusive 20% discount. Head over to morningman.com/Bert and use promo code BERT20 at checkout. This deal won't last long, so grab it while you can at morningman.com/Bert and use code BERT20 and start dominating your mornings with Morning Man Greens. What do I totally understand? It's interesting that my perspective has always been exactly that. And then I got walked over the hotel. And I just was like, for me it was the lift of promotion. Because I'm the only one that'll do everything. Like I have to write the material, I sell TV shows, I sell movies, and then I have to do a promotion. I have to do the promo, I need to put the tour, I have dates that need help, I need to be doing it. And so you've got a small arm in here. Tell me about the burn time. Like what did that look like? Honestly, a small army just means more people bringing things to you. It really does. I mean, there was a day that I had to walk downstairs and go, just so you know, I'm available to answer questions from now on. I'm not giving you pushback. Because what it would be was, one person wants to talk about flights, one person wants to talk about dark ends, one person wants to talk about, and it was just, I hadn't been there in a while. It's not doing any, I was taking time off by the Vegas date. It went real quick. For like a second, they went back to like what it was like when I was on tour, and I watched myself bubble over. And I was like, oh, I need the time off. I need the time off to just think of some fun ideas or write the hour. But also, I don't have, like, it's just me. Like, you guys have a band, you're like a team. I'm jealous of that. I see you got a wound. Do you get enough sleep? Let's talk about this.
It's shut the fuck up Friday. That script for you, Big Brother, what they say when the cops first pull you over, and when they start asking questions, that's my favorite answer. And if they keep asking questions, like I say, I'm going to turn over for you to go. If you change what you say, your eye go fit. And then Michael Rappaport, what do you do? You shut the fuck up. Simple, 25 words, politely, respectfully. Review it, not only on Shut the Fuck Up Friday, and don't forget, to shut the fuck up. What are we supposed to do? Shut the fuck up. And then when the cops ask more questions, you shut the fuck up. What if the cops say, shut the fuck up? What if they don't say a fucking word? You know what you do? You shut the fuck up. And they take you to the station. You shut the fuck up. And then they try to let you know. Shut your fucking big fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. And that's the tip of the day.
Yeah, I really felt that I had so much uneasiness, and I think that I knew that I felt better after I would let Queens or argue over. But then after I quit drinking, I haven't drinking. It was like 18 years, like last week. Then I was like, I got more into it because I'm such, addictive personality. That I was like, I need my highs. Booze and drugs aren't available, so that's a place where I can get it. And now I try and bring up more. It's just like it doesn't need something else. Like there was a really interesting study in February that treatments for depression. It started out with like light
exercise SSRIs, antidepressants, and it would be like moderate workout plus SSRIs, and then weights, and then the very top thing was dancing. The very top thing is dancing. So what I try and do, like it was way apart on the chart as effectiveness for treatment of depression. So what I try and do is make my workouts like dancing. So I get on the elliptical and I crank it to the music. So it's like I'm just like syncing up my chi or whatever you want to call it, and getting a good workout, and that makes it fun. And even when I'm lifting weights, I'll be like, yes, and that just it makes it like a dancing, makes it fun.
I do that. I got busted when I used to work in Drumtown. I would get on the elliptical in the morning and listen to music. And I've always been a big drinker, and my thing is I always wake up early. I have to work out. For me, it's mental health, but in a weird way, it's actually physical health. Like if I wake up, like last night, watched Dodgers, got a little lit, came home, watched Peaky Blinders with my wife. I remember taking a vape pen, hit the bar with the bed, and I got in bed. And I woke up this morning, going, okay, I slept well. Only got like 60% of my room. But I'm like, if I don't drink, I'm 98% almost every night. I had a heart rate of 56 beats per minute once. I tracked this stuff. I am like, these wearable fitness trackers are the most valuable thing in my life. I swear by them. Right now I have the charger charging downstairs, so I'm at 22%. I looked at this daily. My workouts are based on, I have my strength coach. I have to get a 12 on every workout. I have to get my heart rate up. I track my heart rate. And what's funny, you say this, I was with this guy, Cameron Haynes. He's a good friend of Joe Rogan. He's one of the greatest bow hunters in the world. He's just a wild, fun dude. And he does a podcast called Lift, Run, Shoot. And you go run, lift, shoot. So you go out and run with him. He runs like a marathon every day. You run with it. You lift weights with it. And you shoot bows and arrows. He said something so casual, and I can't not see it. He said, we were getting on the trail, and I said, hey, how you doing? And someone was like, yeah, good, how you doing? It's a good hike. And I was like, yeah. And I said, yeah, man, you're so friendly here in Oregon. He goes, oh, it's because they're working out. Because everyone's got dopamine. Everyone feels good because they're working out. Now, every time I go for a jog, I go for a walk, I go for a hike, you'll notice you don't see anyone hiking anymore. Everyone's smiling, and it is a flood of dopamine to your brain, or whatever it does. For me, that moment when I lay down on the mat at the end of my workout. Today we ended with I gotta work out with you. I'd love for you to come over to my house and work out with me, my trainer. I really love it, and it's crazy. I've done it with I've done it with a couple actors. When we do a podcast, and I go, dude, come over and work out with me. Today we closed with a 12-minute cow on the bike, on the whatever the fuck I call the other's tricycle, but it's the bike with the arms on it. The assault bike. Okay, we did 12 power push-ups where you push off the mat and catch yourself, push up, so you gotta get air. And then we did these cross grooves where you put your arms here, you get your bear crawl, and you swing your leg, you lift your arm up and swing your leg out. We did 20 of those. That moment, when I got done my very last set, I dropped to the ground and I'm done. I'm catching my breath. I've never felt more alive. I don't have anything on my brain. Yeah, I'm not ruminating on a thought. I am just so fucking happy. It's a magical thing. I think a lot of people are missing out. I like to work out before the shows because it will get away any sort of sheepishness, any sort of like, I just feel like once you like put a lot on the bar, like once you can do that, everything is easier after that. That's the hardest part of your game is lifting those weights. So then emotional things are easier after you've done that difficult physical. I think it's the same appeal of like cold plunging and different stoic kind of things, but to me, it's always just it's easier to work on your physical health and your mental health. It's funny you say, and you like to work out before the show. I do the summer festival every year, where I take, anywhere where I'm 35 pounds, switching them in and out for weeks. Do like 5 weeks on the road, and we take them on tour. Six tour buses. Must be amazing. It's chaos. But what's chaos is that they're all hard partiers. Everyone's a partier. And only a handful of us are partiers that work out. A lot of guys, big jerks, you're not going to get them to do anything physical. Love him to death. He is going to be smoking cigarettes first thing in the night. But it's funny because I like to work out before I go on stage. I have a very strict schedule. I take a nap from 4 to 5. I'll let it go until 6. But at 6 o'clock, I work out for 7:15 show time. I do comments for me, but I at 6 o'clock I start my workout. So then my workout goes all the way. I'll take it to 7 o'clock. Get done, shower, get ready, and I feel phenomenal.
Yeah, I love the pre-show routine. Mine includes a nap too, and getting hyped up for the show and getting the workout and running, singing my scales, and doing a lot of stretching. You gotta really keep your limberness going. I'm not gonna let it go. I'm gonna stay and keep daily maintenance. You can fight old age a lot more than people think.
He doesn't look like 50 anymore. When my guy was 50, I was hiking with my daughter, and I said to her the other day, "Can you imagine Papa doing this?" She was like, "No, did he ever do it?" And I went, "You know he's running marathons." She was like, "No." I go, "But when he was 50, when my guy was 50, he became an old man. He stopped lifting weights, stopped working out, like completely. And at 50, today I benched 235 6 times at the end of my workout. My dad, I love my dad to death. He has a hard time getting out of the chair. And I've been very fat. Getting out of the chair, that's like the number one thing. When I get out of the chair, I can think out of the response.
Absolutely, and that's why I like the functional side of working program. I do have 45, which is functional.
Okay, tell me about that. I'm obsessed. Okay, so tell me about that 45.
So it's just, first of all, it keeps your muscles guessing because it's different every day. One day is a little bit more strength focused, and one day is a little bit more cardio focused. But they're 45 minutes, which is a great length. You just show up, you don't have to think. And it's got a really nice vibe of everybody like high-fiving each other. Maybe a little bit more females than males there. It kind of depends on the time of day. In the morning,
You're just selling this to me. By the way, more females than males means I'm not going to get in my feelings, but some dude's cheating on his fucking mistakes. I got in trouble in CrossFit gym because I was like, he's cheating. Yeah. I'm telling you. Yeah, I go, I used to have a joke about it. I said, hey, the black guy's not doing all his burpees. And this guy's like, yeah, we don't talk like that in here. And I go, what? He goes, he's got a name. I said, I don't know. That's why I called him the black guy. He goes, what's your name? He's like, Steve. I go, hey, Steve, the gay guy said I can't call you the black guy, but do your fucking burpees. I have a weird competitive vibe where I say to someone, I would push myself in CrossFit until I threw up.
Oh, I love Bruce Fraser.
If I was growing up, then I was good.
Yeah, but didn't they get in trouble for that? Because people, what is that state that you can reach where your muscles are actually eating yourself or something?
It's bro. It's called Dipso. Dipso?
Yeah, and they even had shirts like at CrossFit saying, I'm in that state, which is like very dangerous.
Oh, it's so dangerous. It's when your kidneys start eating your muscles. Yeah. We used to do Sober October every year. We wrote in Ari and Tom, and we instill like a physical challenge. Then one year, our physical challenge was who could burn the most calories this week. So we tracked our calories every day. We were burning wild calories. And then the last week, Rogan decided to just fucking amp it up. You would watch John Wick in his gym and just non-stop work. He broke his fire alarm went off, sprinklers went off, and then he got, what is it called? Rapto? It's my what? Rapto. And Rogan got fucking Rapto. He's like, hey man, I gotta stop. He's like, this isn't good.
Yeah, that's like that lacrosse workout a few weeks ago with like all these people had to be, hospitalized because they were
doing half squats around the field for so long, like some Navy SEAL. But yeah, you gotta be careful. But so what's an F-45 workout look like? Like, what was it? The last time you went, what did it look like? I love it. Yeah. I mean, I hear it's. I've actually only done CrossFit once. It's like CrossFit in a way. But it'll just go from different pods. You'll work out every muscle in your body. And then you have a choice. Some days you can pick more upper body or lower body. And there are you can get a chest strap. So there's a leaderboard, so you can compete, which you would enjoy to come in first class. But there'll be some older women that kick your ass. Basically, just savages. That's the we were on. We did chest strap, palm gowns, chest strap. Community night. We signed up for a day because you have to be attached to the gym. And so our leader would go to this gym. And this
Good muscle.
this month. And we can burn a bunch of calories. And our stacks would go to a gym. I think it was an all right in front of and I only said so I know the club there. So I remember thinking, I wonder if anyone knows me. And this was before Rogan. I mean, Rogan's famous, but he wasn't as famous as he is today. And our names, Joe Rogan, Bert Kreisler, Thompson, or Art Spirit, we won the leaderboard. There was a fucking woman who beat us every week. Yeah, every fucking day. I was like, what is she running from? Yeah, it's crazy. Like when I did the race up in Empire State Building to raise money for multiple myeloma awareness for cancer. Well, it's been for about 12 years now, but anyway, and I came in first in the male division, but there was a female.
All clear until Thursday, guys, means that all the federal felons should feel happy with something that happens today because it is highly controlled. Okay? There's a woman upstairs that doesn't understand that still, guys, and she hasn't blown the whistle. It's going to be all clear until Thanksgiving because the FBI has asked those people cooperating to do this, that, and the other to appease those who have been volatile. Does it mean they will not be volatile from Thanksgiving, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and in some instances Monday and Tuesday of next week? No. Or I guess the week after next because we're on Friday. I'm talking about Thanksgiving forward. So whatever the lady is thinking upstairs about whatever is going on at 2:04 p.m. PST on Friday, just remember, the only people left that believe anything you federal felons say and haven't been debriefed by the FBI and told to do this, that, or the other are those of you going to prison. So when the FBI said we're cleared until Thursday, it indicated that if anything was happening today that would be pertinent, it would simply be something to make all the federal felons be at least content until Black Friday. Because the FBI has said the federal felons are furious on Thanksgiving, on Black Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday, and in some instances even on Monday and Tuesday. Following Black Friday. So to the lady upstairs that once again thinks that she's winning, no, dude. You are a part of a highly controlled investigation. So whatever has just occurred that made you feel like that was the case, no, it's just part of why we're all cleared until Thanksgiving.
Just kick my butt. It's crazy. There's a woman, Courtney Walter, you know who she is? She eats. She's an ultramarathoner and she eats every fucking time. And it just kills me because it's at a certain point, it really becomes real. It's just real. We all know cats are picky. If you have cats, you know cats are picky. And we've got 2 cats. And we've gone through a ton of cat litter over the years. And by far, the best for us, by far, is Pretty Litter. Here's why. Pretty Litter is non-clumping formula, traps odor and moisture. It's ultra absorbent, it's lightweight, low dust, and 1 6-pound bag works for up to 20 months. And this is really gives me peace of mind.
And on that note, let's do a quick little prayer. Dear Godzilla, we're so glad that you have the Federal Bureau of Investigation working with every commissioner and judge, including apparently at least 2 pro tems, who will be overseeing the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their life, and the cowards who don't go to the courtroom but sit directly above my home of 12 years, discussing the crimes perpetrated and the ongoing hopes for the continual perpetration of more crimes, which have already totaled hundreds without abatement since September of last year. So we give thanks, Godzilla, that the FBI is the one orchestrating everything, and that the FBI made the determination to let everybody who's psychotic and going to prison for the rest of their lives feel real hopeful until Thanksgiving Day. Amen. Did that clarify things? And then I just want to remind everybody, the week of December 16th is extremely problematic for every federal felon going to prison for the rest of their lives. And I don't know if that means the 6 days before and the 16th is the end of that week, or if it means that the 16th is the countdown and it's the 7 days after that. But that's what you need to be marking on your calendar if you're not a whistleblower. The week of December 16th is going to capsize, sink, plunkety plunk, ruin many a holiday planet. At present, you guys could, of course, modify your plans and threats, something that the FBI has stated you've done a few times because of my big mouth. But at present, that's the plan, as you can see in previous live streams from this week.
So mine, because we have 2 cats. They're both upstairs. Sometimes when they have a busy day, I'm not there to change the kitty. But a pretty litter changes colors, indicates early signs of potential illnesses for our cats, like urinary tract infections, kidney issues, and more. And if that wasn't enough, Pretty Litter ships free right to my door. We never run out. I don't have a huge kitty litter bag taking up space. Even better, I don't have to lug those huge clubs from the store into my car, into my house, then all the way up the stairs. I'm telling you right now, this stuff is a no-brainer. I like it best because you can kind of keep track of your cat's health the entire time and just check for color changes. Pretty Litter is amazing. You gotta try it. Go to prettylitter.com/broadcast. You save 20% on your first order and you get a free cat toy. That's prettylitter.com/broadcast. You save 20% on your first order and you get a free cat toy. prettylitter.com/broadcast. Visit the line. See the site for details. Does Blue Chew work? If you're asking that question, we want you to know Blue Chew is putting their money where your mouth is, where their mouth is, and your mouth. It's giving you a month for free. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra. They're fractionally across any chewable form. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers. And once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. These things work. They work. They work. If you want to bring the thunder to the bedroom, I'm telling you, I've always said this. 4 p.m. It's witching hour, baby. It gives you something to be excited about, like a treat coming down the line. And Blue Chew wants their men to be rock hard. They told me that. Their mission, they will not stop until every man is bricked up like a brick house, till every tent is pitched, till every rod is raised. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code BIRDCAST at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code BIRDCAST to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. Are you doing like bench press or is it on a machine?
No, well, it's free weights. There's dumbbells. We'll do some pull-ups, some resistance, push and pull, going back and forth. Like 3 pods. You're done in 45 minutes straight.
exercise do you see and you go, like mine are makers.
I've been doing those in the past few days. I haven't had time to go to any classes. I love and the way I do them.
I was a man maker.
In a row, come out to my feet, and do a deadlift, and curl, and press, and then do a back squat. Right. So, but it pretty much gets every muscle.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you just do that for like 8 minutes straight, that's like a killer workout. You're getting your heart rate up and just touching every muscle. I can only have a short period of time. I can get on the elliptical for 8 minutes and crank the time to like throw my base and go straight into the fingers, and you can have a great workout.
Do you have a Spotify workout list?
Yeah, I've got a running playlist for all when I'm running. I use drum and bass a lot for
drum and bass. What is it? There was you're getting like into my favorite things to talk about. So there was an app I had once. I wish I still had it. It would change the beats per minute of a song.
How to rock my run. Yes. The sound quality isn't fantastic on my run, unfortunately. But so I have a playlist, and I think I've shared it. It's all like about 155 BPM for running. Because with running, you really need, it's all about gravity and your height and everything like that. So you need a very specific, on the elliptical, you go anywhere from like 120 to 180. Yeah. But yeah, drum and bass is really kind of making a resurgence. This came up in the late 90s with like Rocky Size, and it kind of went away and big way to like dubstep and stuff like that. But it's coming back, and it's very cool. It's real steady tempo and on energy.
My trainer listens to a lot of country, and so he'll put country, which isn't that bad. I don't mind. I like country. It definitely doesn't hype you up to work out. Like Tool, if I listen to Tool, I become pretty good with the darkness.
Yeah.
Today we listened to 311. And my assistant Peter was like, was born in 1990, I think. Was like, what is this? And I was like, nobody. And then
There's a whole realm to go into.
I listened to, and then you guys have an album coming out. I listened to a new one. It just came out on Friday. I mean, I listened to the album. In the fucking bio, they're like, it's got a new album coming out. I was like, listen to it. It's fucking awesome, man. It's fucking awesome. Listen to that. I mean, they're bangers. Like, what's the biggest song you guys play when people lose their mind? Okay, how about this? What song do people lose their minds the most? What song do you think represents your band the most? And what's the sleeper that you go, that's the song, I'll tell you what, that's the best thing they ever did, and no one really fucking. So I have jokes like that.
Yeah, so, as far as a sleeper, there's a song on Mosaic called Places That the Mind Goes, which is this really,
okay, I'm so sorry, I'm such a bad interviewer. This is so badass that this does this.
Yeah,
on the app. This is so cool. You see this? This is so fucking cool. I'm sorry, Mosaic.
Yeah, so Places That the Mind Goes is a bit of a sleeper, but, Beautiful Disaster, it's so awesome that you said you wrote a movie script with that title. It's because it really just paints a picture. Like, once I came up with that title, I was like, that Beautiful Disaster. Just the juxtaposition of oxymoron. But so I think that's a really good song. My mom loves it. It just paints a picture.
It's the best song. It's the best song. I've used that. I've stolen from that song of quotes of lines from that song, but I've called things. I've often said it was Beautiful Disaster. It's just such a great fucking. And I just feel like it's just such a great fucking song.
Thank you. Amber is our most popular song, and that is just. I love the way it's become so much part of people's lives. Like, we got married to that song, we fell in love to that song, and there's just something about the passage of time. Like, I'm really glad that people love our brand album, but it takes living with it for a while to really become part of your community. So I get it when I go to see, the Stones. I want to hear the classics, even if their music was great. I really, there's something about, hearing start
This album cover is so iconic. You can tell if the dude who was driving it was cool. If when you flip through his CDs, he had that album cover. That album cover is possibly the most beautifully simplistic, brilliant, bespoke album cover I've ever fucking seen. I love that guy. Even and when I see it, it takes me to a place when you had the big fold out of all your CDs and you open and you flip. Oh fuck me.
Those case logics with all the CDs.
Dude.
And I was like, let's have a blue logo, but we'll call it the Blue Album, but it'll just be self-titled. I was like, once we really find our stride, then we're gonna have a self-titled, because it was our third album, but we felt like, okay, now we're complete. So you just feel this grassroots groundswell building up, and so for a long time, people thought that was our debut because so many people heard the Blue Album. Their introduction to us.
That's the very first song.
Yeah, we close shows with that one a lot because another one that we close the set proper with the Creatures for a while because that's kind of like more of a more Beatle-y kind of version of Down, and we close the envelope because it's just it can't be topped. But yeah, we just also just love to have no rules. Like anything goes in our music, and anything we like, let's put it in. You know, our very first single was called "Do You Right." It was like a Latin grip, or you know, it was just stuff that no one else is doing. So we just kind of keep having no rules.
It's so wild. When you go into write an album, is it how collaborative is it? And I'm also obsessed with like you have an organization called Escape, all right?
SKP.
Right, tell me about it. So I'm obsessed with how everyone's making fun.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought it up. What was the first thing?
But when you go and you write an album, is it? I always wonder. The weird thing though happening with comics is like sometimes you work on your hour, especially when you work on your hour, then it's very collaborative. Someone sees you get ready to get your hour together. Hey, I get a great time for you. Then there's other times when you're all just in the club and someone will see something you did and realize, oh, I can figure that workaround, and then they'll just take your thing and go like, that's mine now.
I'm fascinated with the behind the scenes, like who's a hack and all you go, and I like how you put together like a set. I mean, so in answer to your question, you know, when you're young, you know, an angry young man, you can just sit down and fill up a page. But I think as time goes on, and you know, I like the song Amber, I just wrote it myself. But after a while, we like to sit down and work things out with collaborators. You need to find new ways to say things. So sitting down with Peanut, even though he can't sing, he's become more of a voice in the lyrics. So like me and SA, you know, we'll sit down sometimes with our producer and just workshop stuff. And so it's more towards collaboration, where at the beginning we just went up with you know, we're one of the longest running original bands that do it.
Nerd Squad, do not open. I already thought I was under instructions not to open anything for you to pitch at all anyway, so we'll see. 2:21 p.m.
Become more of a voice in the lyrics. So like me and SA, you know, we'll sit down sometimes with our producer and just workshop stuff.
So it's more towards collaboration, where just we're one of the longest running original bands that there are today. We're like to talk about U2 as they've got everybody beat, but as far as original writers, of course the Stones have been going longer, but they've changed members many times. We are the same 5 dudes from
Metallica just lost one, right?
yeah, they've changed bass players.
Yeah. Did they lost for one guy?
The guy died. Yeah, they had Jason Newsted for a while.
Yeah.
With Robert Trujillo. Robert Trujillo is really awesome dude.
And he's fucking rocks so hard.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I think school was fun. Same thing with Morrissey. Because we saw Metallica at SoFi, and it was very Mexican. Like, it was a lot of Mexican dudes. And I go, that guy, he's the Fernando Valenzuela of rock and roll.
But he's so versatile because he was playing bass in nickel virtuosic.
Yes, I was not into it. I was not into it until this line. Where is it? Where is it? Now, for those of you who haven't been following my saga, where have you been? Let me catch you up. Yours truly has been involuntarily starring in a real-life legal drama, courtesy of some overzealous folks who seem to think the law doesn't apply to them. We've got rogue cops, shady social workers, and even my own dear mother playing the role of the villainous extortionist. It's better than daytime TV, folks, but with significantly higher stakes. If you're really behind, head over to my Twitter page and check out the highlights section for a recap of the crimes I've been reporting since December of last year. And for the legal eagles out there, you can find the full text of my epic takedown. I mean, my legally binding and enforceable cease and desist letters at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen lives only you.
Those are games, and you can get all those on our platform and maintain all your ownership.
Yes, Supersonic secret handshake that all the Jews know because the Supersonics were owned by a Jew, guys. Wouldn't we be better if we still had Sean Kemp and Gary Payton? Think about that.
I remember once I went to the Capricorn Records, they had just bought this huge, they bought it like a post office and converted it, looked like a house of blues or all this.
Okay, let me finish this. That was so good, though. That was. I love it.
We never got any ownership in the labels that we helped with, and so that we're fixing with us. We did the 311 album, and so artists still compete with the major label.
The FBI thinks they might be trying to set me up, so we're keeping a close eye on things. Confirmed, verified. That's been verified over 100 times.
I really feel like there's like one foot should be in front of the other foot, right? And it should be pushing energy back and forth, and your hands should be moving. Like I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Now here's the good news. I actually managed to get my groceries delivered today. Can you believe it? After 9 failed attempts, I finally have sustenance that isn't smuggled in by a brave and heroic neighbor. Shout out to Russ. I'm starting to think that strongly worded letter I sent this morning might have actually done the trick. Who knew legal jargon could be so persuasive?
It was a celebration. It doesn't have to be.
It's crazy.
Hold up. Hey. I told you guys the FBI, they don't play. But don't worry, the drama isn't over yet. The FBI says I'm probably in the clear until Thanksgiving, but knowing my luck, these folks will find some new and creative way to violate my rights before I can even say turkey. So I'm keeping this live stream rolling.
Like, this would be my dream music. It's everything I like.
I swear to God, I see my fans. Sometimes when I was in Savannah, I was doing the Inmore Arena, and we were taking a walk down by the water. I saw a bunch of my fans going into like Jimmy Buffett's, like a big, like a
So sit back and relax and enjoy the show, everybody. Hopefully it'll be a quiet day and I can finally catch up on some reading. But if things get crazy, you'll have a front row seat to the action. And trust me, you won't want to miss it. Meet me in the yard. You're going down to Seattle, where they will book you and put you in jail because they don't want you at the jail over here.
Probably one of the biggest comments we've ever had, or will ever have, in Dodger Stadium. Sold out. He's massive. He's so talented. He's so talented.
Unless, of course, the sheriffs decide they want to bring you to jail. Because remember, as of this week, for whatever reason, the FBI felt compelled to tell me repeatedly that the Snohomish County sheriffs can arrest each and every one of you federal felons at their own full discretion before the blitz, individually or as a whole.
The first time I've ever done a concert with 22 people, they were obsessed.
What could it mean? I don't know. That the sheriffs are still hot?
Richard Pryor's manager was there. I mean, it was the most bizarre group of people, but we had an absolute fucking blast. And I always say that I wish you could get to experience real life the way I did. I'm sure you've had equivalents of that where you hit the song and you go, no. Listen, this one song.
Hunter, I put the rest of the feta on the table.
All day long.
Put it on the table, and I ate all of the cucumbers and tomatoes.
Was on a cruise for the show. Well, people I want to talk about again because you guys.
Come here, my little piggy.
Twice a year, right? No, every other year. Earlier this year, we did 311 Day, which is our big Vegas extravaganza. It's basically like a convention where people come from all over the world. And then on odd number of years,
Oh, you don't want to play that?
we do a cruise. And I think we're doing our 8th coming up this next spring. But one of the times,
Do you have enough? You got your fill?
me and a couple buddies dressed up as ninjas. So I got to like blend and mix and be, because I was in a ninja suit and nobody knew it was me. So I got to be in our fan base and everyone was so fucking nice. It was like, oh, cool, a ninja, high five. Like, it was like, what a cool thing that we created. It's different when you recognize me. Hey, when you guys suck next dick, his wife wasn't looking?
No, I don't think he's good looking at all. Like, I can see how people do, but not my type. He looks like he tries too hard.
Weeks ago, I stayed in extra
His hair.
to see the boss and ask for a part. Bruce Springsteen just crushed it. It was such a magic thing to be in the crowd. I didn't have any like on stage access or anything like that. I had a good seat and I was surrounded by New Jerseyans singing so loud just to feel what they were feeling.
My little kitty.
And also, the dude is 20 years old. Over 3 hours and never stopped. He never goes on stage or costume change. Just song to song to song to song. It was magical to see what you can do. And it's another thing like we were talking about earlier. You don't have to just eyeball stop. You can push your body to do incredible things. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. I want to give a shout out real quick to my dad, who's always been there for me, been an advocate for me, supported me, and given me love. This month is all about gratitude. And along with my dad, who I just shouted out, there's another person we don't thank enough. That's ourselves. Sometimes it's hard to remind ourselves that we're trying our best to make sense of everything in this crazy world. And it's not easy. Here's a reminder, sense of love to the people in your life, including yourself. I thought about this the other day. I was talking negative to myself. I thought, if that was someone else, and my dad heard that person talking that way to me, he would lose his mind. He'd stand up for me and be like, shut up, don't talk to myself like that. And then I thought, why am I doing it to myself? So I took that in therapy. I talked about that in therapy. My therapist said, that's a great tool. Every time you start talking negative to yourself, think of your parent, your dad, or your mom is listening. I'm so grateful to have my parents in my life. And if your parents, if you're lucky enough to have parents in your life, try using that to get therapy and help. If you're thinking about starting therapy, get BetterHelp. Try it. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Let the gratitude flow with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/birthday to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/birthday. That's crazy. He was, when you guys, I'm guessing, when you guys were growing up, who were the 50-year-old rock stars?
This one is not funnier except for that line. Yours truly has been involuntary cast as the lead in a reality show that could only be described as Law and Order SVU meets Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but with way less Botox, zero, and significantly more restraining orders.
Such a great fucking song.
Just some of this love songs, like here, there, and everywhere. The rubber soul stuff. Just as far as I think, as a well-rounded musician between songwriting, singing, instrumental, performing, like everything is there. But yeah, I was very jealous to read Paul's book about how shut up your dad. Not too far from here.
Really? That's wild. What song do you find yourself playing on the guitar you go? Like I always play I was doing GNC, and then I always end up playing Blind Numbers. Changes. It's just such a cool song.
God, it moves around a lot. I mean, I become very obsessed with whatever song I'm writing at the time.
So you're always, when you pick it up, you're never, I didn't even realize that. That's the dumbest question I've ever fucking asked.
No, but like, there have been
You make music. You're probably trying to do something new.
the first song I ever learned was Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett, so I easily just strum that. Don't know the reason, but
All rise for the Honorable Mystic Gwen, presiding over the YouTube Court of Public Opinion.
equally,
That's a profound statement, but I think people will
Don't worry, guys. At any instant, I can literally say a certain word that I haven't said, and any one of my YouTube live videos will have over 5 million views in less than 72 hours. Hakuna Matata.
Without David Spade doing the Tech Improv 8 shows, that doesn't.
And I've been told it'll be the one on my Facebook page for the time being.
David Spade and Norm and Sandler, all those guys, and Brewer, and all those guys did all the comedy clubs and were responsible for our comedy boom we got in like.
So let's try this script out for the next YouTube live stream. Let's go further. All rise for the Honorable Mystic Gwen, presiding over the YouTube Court of Public Opinion. It is currently 2:34 p.m. PST on November 22nd, 2024, and this, my esteemed viewers, is a consensual recording of the most epic legal showdown since Jarndyce versus Jarndyce. Gross confetti. Now, before we delve into the juicy details of today's proceedings, let's bring the jury, the audience, up to speed. For those of you who haven't been following my legal odyssey, which, let's be honest, it's probably nobody because this stuff is riveting. Yeah, it's probably nobody because this stuff is riveting. I've been starring in my own personal legal drama, complete with plot twists that would make John Grisham jealous. Think of it as a cross between My Cousin Vinny and the Real Housewives of Everett, but with more subpoenas and fewer wine-fueled catfights. Though let's be real, there have been a few metaphorical hair-pulling incidents. If you're just tuning in, you can catch up on all of the scandalous details on my Twitter page under the highlights sections. It's basically a chronological record of my descent into legal madness with a healthy dose of witty commentary and the occasional meme thrown in for good measure. But for the true legal nerds out there, you know who you are. I've got a special treat. Head over to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen loves only you to feast your eyes on my collection of cease and desist letters. They're a masterpiece of legal cross, a symphony of legal citations, a veritable buffet of legal jargon that will make your inner lawyer squeal with delight. But enough with the legal foreplay. Let's get down to business. Remember those charming individuals who've been trying to turn my life into a Kafka-esque nightmare? Well, they've been racking up quite the rap sheet. We've got harassment, stalking, witness tampering, interference with legal process. You name it, they've probably done it. They're like the legal equivalent of a toddler with a Sharpie. They just can't help but leave their mark everywhere they go. And let's not forget the mysterious red pickup truck that was parked outside my front door yesterday just as my neighbor Russ was leaving. I'm starting to think they're auditioning for a remake of Scooby-Doo, with me as the damsel in distress and them as the bumbling villains who can't even pull off a proper kidnapping without getting caught. But fear not, my loyal viewers, because I have a secret weapon, the power of the written word. That's right, my strongly worded letter seems to have actually scared them into submission, at least for now. I managed to get my groceries delivered today without incident. Throws more confetti, eh? It's a Christmas miracle, or rather Hanukkah, or maybe just a testament to the persuasive power of legal jargon. Either way, I'll take it. But let's not get complacent, folks. The FBI says I'm probably safe until Thanksgiving. But these are the same people who thought it was a good idea to kidnap my kids and try to serve me with fraudulent court orders. So I'm not letting my guard down just yet. This live stream is my digital fortress, my legal shield, my way of saying, hey world, watch these clowns try to mess with me now. And just in case they need a little extra motivation to behave, I'm still sporting my fabulous sign. You know, the one that the FBI told me to wear outside. Beware of dog, I think it says. Beware of bitch. Oh, no, that's not what it says. It says stop. If you're reading this sign, you're guilty of many crimes. But instead of teeth, it's got the full force of the law behind it. So tread carefully, my friends, or you might just find yourselves on the wrong side of my lawsuits. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hopefully it'll be a boring day and I can finally catch up on my Netflix queue. But if things get crazy, you'll have a front row seat to the legal circus. And trust me, you won't want to miss these clowns. What do you think, guys? Should that be the next introduction in the live stream that supersedes this? Oh, the rage of the felons upstairs that didn't blow the whistle. Yeah, I like that one. I think that one is good. I think it's the best one of the bunch. Actually, I don't know. I think this one's pretty good too, guys. Put in your vote. Do I do that one? Option number 3. Is it script number 3 or this one, script number 1? Good evening, Internet. It's your favorite quirky, legally savvy, and slightly stir-crazy condo dweller, Mystic Gwen, back with another thrilling episode of Life on Lockdown. It is currently 2:40 p.m. PST on November 22nd, 2024. And as always, this is a consensual recording. Now, for those of you who haven't been following my saga, where have you been? Let me catch you up. Yours truly has been involuntarily starring in a real-life legal drama, courtesy of some overzealous folks who seem to think that the law doesn't apply to them. We've got rogue cops, shady social workers, and even my own dear mother playing the role of the villainous extortionist. It's better than daytime TV, folks, but with significantly higher stakes. If you're really behind, head over to my Twitter page and check out the highlights section for a recap of the crimes I've been reporting since December of last year. And for the legal eagles out there, you can find the full text of my epic takedown, my legally binding and enforceable cease and desist letters, at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen loves only you. Those bad boys are dated November 20th, November 16th, October 20th, October 15th, and September 15th of this year, and they lay out the whole sordid tale. But here is the kicker. Despite being explicitly told to back off, these folks seem to have a real knack for creative non-compliance. They've harassed, stalked, tampered with witnesses, interfered with legal processes, and even kidnapped my kids. And let's not forget the mysterious red pickup truck that was parked outside my front door yesterday, just as my neighbor Russ was leaving. Spooky, right? The FBI thinks they might be trying to set me up, so we're keeping a close eye on things. Now, here's the good news. I actually managed to get my groceries delivered today. Can you believe it? After 9 failed attempts, I finally have sustenance that isn't smuggled in by a brave and heroic neighbor. Shout out to Russ. I'm starting to think that strongly worded letter I sent this morning might have actually done the trick. Who knew legal jargon could be so persuasive? But don't worry, the drama isn't over yet. The FBI says I'm probably in the clear until Thanksgiving, but knowing my luck, these folks will find some new and creative way to violate my rights before I can even say turkey. So I'm keeping this live stream rolling. Oh, and speaking of interesting, I'm still rocking the fabulous sign the FBI had me make that informs anybody who's reading it that by doing so, they're guilty of many crimes. For those of you who are new to the channel, let me be clear. Any attempts to contact me or interfere with my activities will be considered obstruction of justice, will be reported to the FBI, and any and all criminal trespass to approach me or to enter my property holds no immunity, regardless of your profession or any fraudulently obtained court orders you may possess. There are zero exceptions and zero exigent circumstances that justify violating my rights. There is no immunity for anyone, no matter how important you think you are. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hopefully it'll be a quiet day and I can finally catch up on some reading, but if things get crazy, you'll have a front row seat to the action. And trust me, you won't want to miss it. What was better, guys? Script 1 or Script 3? Script 3 was actually the one I read first. Yeah, I agree. Script 3 it is. Script 3 it is. We've still got some time before the next live stream, though. Back to Bertcast.
Late 90s, early 2000s, they were so pivotal in growing comedy clubs for us that that's what.
Don't meet me in the yard unless you want to go down to Seattle for the whole weekend, which apparently you didn't want to do. So good on you. That was a smart choice. There's some people at the Seattle Police Department that aren't thinking very highly of the North Everett Precinct anymore.
Not that they were ever really in the list of cool precincts to begin with, but you know.
The family tree of some really cool musicians. I can hear little quotes of Amber and Hamilton. This is the soundtrack, you know. Like just to know that you're part of the family tree, but that's actually more rewarding.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, I think I understand how you feel. I feel like I'm never going to get like top 10 films to watch, and I never did the faces. I never doing pretty good. I'm doing good, but I also do something a little different than what's in the marketplace right now. I do storytelling, and so I've always liked good stories, and I think a lot of people say I'm a storytelling comic. They're just trying to write a little bit longer than joke. And but I've always been like, you know, it's interesting. I wonder if there are people that feel like they get. I wonder if you get the credit, if it means anything.
Well, I've actually seen that it's a good thing we've never gotten all those accolades because it's kept your us. It's kept us like we're just going to focus on our relationship with Stuart. Working really hard to put on the very best show. Working really hard on our albums because we've always felt a little under the radar, which has been good for the giving. You know, I think when you're winning a lot of Grammys and stuff like that, that's when egos get big and people are like, oh, those guys, if we know that we're better together, so it's all working out really well. But I love, you know, research. All the stuff you're doing is amazing, and it's about what I want to participate in, which is the democratization of culture, the fact that this podcasting and it didn't exist, and it's a new way to like take the power back to artists. And that's what we're trying to do with SQP and 311. It's always been kind of on the forefront of like, let's remake this music business.
When you hear the moment you said that you walked into California and the big office in Atlanta, and it just looked like a cathedral. And I had that exact moment talking to a person who was I was doing a radio station, and I just casually saw a pen holder, and there was like, you know, there's like just like a cup with it's silver, it's got braided metal on the side, it's specifically meant to hold pens. It was filled with pens. And I remember thinking, all those pens. And I was like, there's someone who doesn't like make out a checkbook, and just buy a fuckload of pens. And that's their job. And then I was like, where's all this money coming? And then the podcast started to take off. I remember going to
Oh my goodness, it's so nice and quiet. It feels like I'm surrounded by potheads all of a sudden.
Sell me into doing a podcast with his network. We were all about independence. We were all about own your own podcast. Have your own recording equipment. Be your own fucking business. And I remember going into a meeting. Going to Texas Unit to record. We got connections and all the great record, all the great DJs, all the great radio stations. You can just go in and use their thing. And I was like, I remember saying to him, hey, supervisor, he was like, I don't know. And I was like, okay, you're still part of the system.
No, it's important not to forget where you come from, and I just, to me, I stay grounded by doing, take care of a lot of things. Like, I love to clean the duck pond. Like, when I got back from this tech conference in Hawaii, I was like, I'm really looking forward to using the fucking power blaster, because it's like cake shit around here. I mean, honestly, 14, we have so many eggs. I really wish I would have brought eggs.
I'm a big duck egg guy. So my wife is
so rich.
They're so rich. There's so much more yolk. I think I ate one of those duck eggs one time. They were so good. I couldn't help it. My wife raised chickens, and then she ran a farm out of school that had ducks. We would get the duck eggs. Oh, I fuck up duck eggs. Is it what other animals you have?
I have a ball python. We had chickens, but now we got rid of the favor of the ducks. Unfortunately, we got a coop for the chickens. A mountain lion or something just clawed through the side of our chicken coop. But the duck is very safe. I've got 3 dogs. One of them's British Ridgeback. It's my favorite, but she's incredible.
Those gangster dogs. When we were kids, I say when we were kids, if you knew someone had a Rhodesian Ridgeback, you're like, where did you get it from? Right? It's like, I remember someone showed up called Weimaraner. That was like the first exotic dog breed I saw. They all had labs. Labs were like labs and Rottweilers. Pit bulls growing up in Florida were everywhere. And even I remember something about Weimaraner, so I was like, shut up. Yeah, beach was. And then when I first moved out to LA, I saw my first kind of close stuff, and I was like, what the fuck is this? We have 2 bull mastiffs.
Yeah, that mohawk on the back.
So badass.
Backwards. So cool.
J-Bo Beer had a Rhodesian Ridgeback at University of
I don't
Florida.
even know how you say this, and I don't know what the case is, and I want to see. What a weird ass last name. Is it Jarndyce and Jarndyce? I mean, is that the correct way to say it? A fictional probate case in Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Oh, I don't know. I only like one book by Charles Dickens.
But as soon as I get home, they're out of here. And I got home and was like, well, they have to stay in that room. They have to stay in that deathly allergic. And I was like, I'm not noticing the usual allergies. And then one night when no one was around, I went and snuck in there and rubbed the cat on my face. And I was like, I've overcome this allergy.
Wait, I wonder if I've overcome my cat allergy. So I used to be deathly allergic. When I first started dating Leanne, I would have to have an asthma inhaler to sleep in her house. She's obsessed with cats. Yeah. She's a crazy cat lady, and she keeps collecting cats. Anytime a cat comes into our yard, she goes, checks for a collar, doesn't have a collar, she sets up a whole station. She goes, well, this cat's going to live here now. And then Isla had anxiety. Leanne got Isla a cat. So now we have 2 cats in our house. Both of them upstairs. But I don't have allergies. I don't have asthma at all.
Yeah. The only thing I used to just my nose and eyes and sneezing, but now the only thing that bothers me when I play with them too rough, it'll make my skin itch a little bit, but it's not a big deal. So we've been fostering kittens, and then I posted on Instagram yesterday, once we raised them to be 2.5 months old, we found some 311 fans and did kitty delivery to these 311 fans to place them with a forever home. So we're cat fosters. They say, what do they say? Adopt, don't shop. Just place it.
I would do that now. I didn't want to adopt when I had little kids. So I've seen so many videos of just dogs. They're dogs, and sometimes, especially a dog that's maybe been mistreated. Sometimes, and I'm just always around. I knew what I wanted when I had little girls. I wanted to know the dog that I got, and then if it didn't, I was very specific. That was like the biggest thing when I was a kid was getting attacked by dogs. Everyone got attacked by dogs. That was it. I remember chasing my dogs. No one chase my dogs anymore.
Yeah. So right now I've got Radiation Range back is really old. She's 13. I've never had a big dog this long, and then we've got a golden retriever who's total son of a boy, and then we have this little Maltese that we inherited from my wife's parents. But my next dog, I want to get my new dog that's like, wrestle with me and tug of war and stuff like that. My middle dog, well, he's too like submissive and timid. He's the sweetest dog, but I want to get one that's like, now that my kids are older, it's like a little more burly. So how old are you wrestle? My daughters are 15, 13.
Wow. Well, you're still in the thick of it.
A lot of big feelings around our house.
You could not pay me. You could not pay me. You could not pay me enough to have a 15-year-old daughter. That was the worst time of my life. Was when I had a 15-year-old. It consistently felt like I was getting dumped. Like that feeling you have in high school when you know something's going on, and you just feel like your wife's cheating on me. Just like, ugh, Dad, please leave me alone. And I was like, I didn't stop loving you. I don't know what I did.
What's surprising to me, and I don't know if this existed when we were that age, is like the pressure to conform. Like my kids at the school I was driving by, and I was like, that whole group is wearing the exact same outfit. The baggy jeans, the Uggs, and the black t-shirt, and the black jeans, sport jacket. Like, you guys have a uniform, but there's no school uniform. You've chosen to wear a uniform. What is going on? But I don't know if it's more. Maybe we did that. I mean, I was kind of an outlier in my high school, but that's just something that I really noticed. Like, I tell my daughters all the time because they're like, I don't want to do that. Everyone will think I'm weird. Please be weird. Please be. Just be a rebel because there's so much pressure. Maybe it's because of the social media or whatever, but like, be relentless. Please, just like your heart.
It was so fun being weird in like 8th grade. And algebra was in high school, so there was a real like sense of uniform. Like once you get there, everyone. I mean, first of all, we had basically a uniform, but the choice I made in 9th grade, I was introduced to.
Hey, thank you to the one who was brave enough to bring the Hello Flesh box. Or to clear it, whatever. You're the real hero of my mood today, dude. I forgot how delicious chickpeas were. I don't think I've had chickpeas in literally like 4 years. It's the little things, folks. It's the little things.
Susie and the baked cheese. I got really lucky. I've said this before, but I got really lucky. I apologize to this guy if I'm wrong, but everyone got Big Brothers. I wanted like the quarterback, like the star baseball player, target athlete. And I got like a game who was in the speech. It was like in the debate, and I was like, okay. I mean, I didn't get the one. Everyone else got like the two that they like knew, they got to school. Right?
So it opened your mind to
Picked me up the first time. Very funny dude. I apologize for doing this. Sam, you're like, first of all, what are you doing? But like, he goes, what kind of music you listen to? I don't know if I fucking listen to the time about Beastie Boys or whatever. And he was like, this is Susie and the Banshees. I put it in. I was like, okay. And then like the first week, I'm like, what's the third song? I like the third song. And then he drove me to school every day, my freshman year, every day. And I learned about the Smiths, Susie and the Banshees. I mean, Depeche Mode. I think I would have found out about Depeche Mode anyway. But like all these like really kind of sensitive bands. And then when I got to school, I found the dudes that also like those bands. And we all kind of like, and then all of a sudden, like all our friends liked those bands. And but I go, you're so lucky. You don't. Sometimes the thing you need is the thing you want.
Yeah. But Florida has a surprisingly large amount of dogs, even though it's a sunshine state. There's tons of dogs there with like an umbrella.
There was my daughter Ida is like, it's so funny. She is a weirdo. She really liked it so delightfully and confusingly. It just didn't like, especially with clothes. Couldn't buy her anything new. I'd come to the store and I'd be black and I'd be oversized. saw this kid's shoulders. Still haven't seen this kid's shoulders in quite. I haven't seen her in 18. Since she was a baby, I haven't seen her shoulders forever. We actually offered her money one time. I offered her a lot of money to let me see her shoulders. And she was one time. She when she got to college, Leanne and I both. This is filled with weirdos. Like this is a college filled with Islas, and that kid is thriving in a group of weirdos, and she's going to see the Deftones in a couple weeks. She doesn't understand. It's funny you say, like, if I go to see a concert, like if I go see a 311 concert, I'm gonna hit you up and be like, first of all, I want to sit up front, but I want to go backstage later, you know. And my daughter's like, absolutely not. I don't want to go backstage. I want to be in front. Get me in the pit. And I'm like, oh God. I go, do you want to meet them afterwards?
Well, it sounds better out there. People want to watch from side of stage.
It's horrible
because we're on in-ears, so we don't have vocals on stage because they're in our in-ears. It only sounds good out there.
It only sounds good out there. And so yeah, Isla is like, I forget the band. I'm bummed. I should know. If I make her Death Punch, and I was like, do you want to meet them after the? Or it might have been Slipknot. And I was like, do you want to meet them after the show? And she was like, why? And I was like, I don't know, because they got.
That's what I would have wanted to do.
That's what I would have wanted to do. And she goes, what? So they can say they like my dad? And I was like, no. And she was like, no, I'm not going backstage. But yes, that's. So what's your night look like tonight? You gonna watch the Dodgers?
Yeah. Wait. So there was no break, or is there 3 games?
3 games. This is game 2. There'll be a break. I think.
Because I was kind of like, it's fine that they lost the 4th game because now it's going to come back to LA for them to win at home. But no, there's 3 games in the middle.
They've got to win. So they won the first 2 in LA. They won the first one in New York. They lost last night. If they lose tonight, they come back, and then we get to win the World Series here. And I say we get to win the World Series because no team has
you're wearing
ever.
a hat.
Well, you know, it's so funny. My daughter, I'm telling you all my stories, and I'm sorry. I'm so bad at this. My daughter came home from college, my oldest.
Nerd Squad, somebody's apparently made an email account using my legal name to send me some sort of spam that I'm obviously not going to be opening at 9:10 a.m. today. I'm assuming it's my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser because of his pattern of criminality.
Big Mexican guy in a fucking.
And the fact that I'm looking at 2 of his letters that have somehow come through, even though like 25 of his different emails have been blocked since 2011.
You got LA kids. Yeah. You might have you're
in the spam filter, spam folder of the Gmail.
As much as you'll always be a kid.
It is 2:59 p.m. PST. I'm going to be ending this live stream a little bit sooner than I had originally intended. Not yet. I will tell you the closing time when it's closing time.
I love it.
Oh yeah, I'm going to a bar tonight that's predominantly Mexican, and you get nothing but love. It's like I don't know. I'm so obsessed with it. But today I googled why did it.
I'm so stuffed from the deliciousness of fresh produce and bulgur and rice.
What is it? Oh, I think it's called Chavez Ravine. It was a big Mexican community. And when like the 50s, when they were bringing the Dodgers out from Brooklyn, they were like, "Yo, we need a stadium." And they're like, "Okay, this is back when racism didn't exist. It was just
we can move these people.
Then we'll just replace them. We'll relocate them." So they just went into people's homes and kicked them out of their homes. So you don't live here anymore. We're going to get you a new home. And they demolished the whole area. And then they built Dodger
kind
Stadium.
of on a mountaintop.
It's like it was beautiful.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
It's real estate
around. Gorgeous. And so Mexicans in LA predominantly did not like the Dodgers.
Nerd Squad. I posted in the description the November 22nd.
1980s. Fernando Valenzuela shows up. And now
the letter from this morning, which is why I was able to get my groceries, I suppose.
They've all passed now. They've all moved on. They've passed away. And these are their kids or their grandkids. And Fernando Valenzuela shows up and he speaks Spanish. And everyone in LA was like, that's our representation. Yeah. I see myself on the field.
That's what I love, that the sports and music can be a source of cultural understanding, and it's a beautiful thing.
Music's the best. Music's the best. This has been a joy to talk to you. Honestly, I've been a fan since the first time I heard 311. I was in college at Florida State. I was obsessed. Living in New York, I wrote a script called Beautiful Disaster. I I would force girls that came back to listen to that song as I acted out one of the scenes. I mean, it was so creepy.
Okay,
I
it's
told this all to
3:02
Peanut,
p.m.
and it's
PST,
such a
Friday,
joy to
November
finally meet you. And
22nd,
then by
2024. I'm
like,
ending
he
this
was upset.
live
Oh,
stream,
last thing I
and a
asked,
new
what
one
about
should
diet?
initiate
What
in
do we
90
do with
seconds
diet?
or less.
You know, I was known for being the keto guy for a while, but
I'm hardcore keto.